hopefully We are minutes away from getting underway this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Kent. I can tell you news of the toss. Kent have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. Hampshire are unchanged from the side that drew with Warwickshire last time out. Kent have made 4 changes from the side that lost to Lancashire last time out. We'll give you all the details. Your commentary team today. A little later, you'll hear from former Hampshire all-rounder Sean Irvine. Yes, he's back. And right now, it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Kent, it's Matt Cole. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin.
Yes, lots of changes, lots of injuries in the Kent lineup. There's, changes afoot.
But players coming back, which is good news for Kent. So yeah, it was a really reduced lineup against Lancashire in the last round of the county championship, and they lost that one by an innings and 83 runs. But yeah, 4 changes to the Kent side. Feroz Kushi on loan from Essex for 4 matches, 1 championship game and 3 T20s, makes his Kent debut today. Round of applause in the huddle to start the day, and he was handed his Kent cap. But yeah, so he'll open the batting when Kent do bat, we believe. Jack Leaning is back. He's been a real miss for Kent. It broke a bone in his left hand. Still heavily strapped, I noticed, when he was doing fielding practice. You'd expect that, but he is back. Nathan Gilchrist, they've been managing his workload because he's been injury stricken this season as well. He is back, and Grant Stewart, who rolled his ankle in a T20 Blast match, is back. It really is, really was the walking wounded for Lancashire. I think Kent fans will be very pleased that a few are coming back into the side now.
So your full 11?
The full 11 then. So will be Ben Compton and Feroz Kushi to open. Daniel Bell Drummond at number 3. At 4 we expect to see Jack Leaning. Then 5, Joey Everson is down on the card at 5. With Tawanda Mayeye at 6. Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, at 7. Grant Stewart 8, Charlie Stobo 9, Matt Parkinson 10, and Nathan Gilchrist 11. So the bowling, scene bowling for Kent will be Nathan Gilchrist, Charlie Stobo, Grant Stewart, and Joey Everson, with spin coming from Matt Parkinson and probably from Jack Leaning during the game as well.
So Hampshire unchanged, as I say, from the side that was so nearly victorious at Edgbaston at the beginning of the week. So they are. And remember, they will bat first here, so we will see very shortly, walking out to bat, Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton. They'll be followed by Nick Gubbins, Captain James Vince, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, James Fuller, Keith Barker, Felix Organ, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. So those are your 2 teams. Just to repeat, Kent have won the toss and elected to bowl first. James Vince, when he was interviewed at the toss, said he would also have done likewise. That is because this wicket has a bit of grass on it, and I'm told that I didn't speak to him directly, but I'm told to this third hand that the groundsman Simon Lee said that, or had passed on the message to say that this is one of the driest wickets he's worked on, and probably starts the driest. It sounds like it was ideal conditions leading up to this game, but he's left a bit of grass on, hence why both sides wanted to bowl.
Yeah, cloudy and breezy to start as well. It's not exactly humid, is it? But certainly a breeze going across the ground. Players out on the playing surface now. Spectators still coming in. So we can see some dark clouds. I don't think there's no threat of rain. They're not rain-bearing clouds, but just starting a little bit overcast here, and through the day it's set to get warmer and maybe brighter as well. But across the 4 days, I think the forecast looking pretty good. We might get quite a lot of this, Kevin. I think might get breezier towards Wednesday.
Yep.
And their end is the weather forecast from me, because I understand it less than I can talk it, and that's not very much.
So it's 5th versus 10th.
Yes.
Start of this game. 10th meaning Kent start in last place.
Yeah, worryingly 25 points adrift as well. So even a maximum point win, and Lancashire in 8th place getting none would not take them out of the relegation zone. So, and they're on a run of 3 consecutive defeats in the championship as well. And that coming off the back of 4 consecutive defeats in the T20 Blast. So this really is a team looking for a spark to change their season around, I suppose. They really do need something to change the momentum, change the direction of travel, as the management speak would have it.
That's for sure. So it is going to be Toby Albert to face the first delivery. That looks like Lawrence Stewart to me at the far end of the ground as we look, and that's tickled down to fine leg. And first runs off the first ball of the morning. Grant Stewart with his right arm medium paces running towards us. Looks quite green out there. There was some rain overnight here.
Oh, there was?
Yeah, there was. You wouldn't look at it. I mean, if you woke up at the time you've woken up now, it's all cleared up and gone. You wake up at the time I have.
Right.
I did
world's
look
shortest commute today.
Yes.
All the way from the first floor. Oh, come on.
Yeah, and yet he's still claiming mileage. Here's Stewart then, bowling to Fletcher Middleton. And he's driving up towards mid-on. And that's a good stop, and there is no run. Fletcher Middleton with 2 half-centuries in that draw against Warwickshire last week. And Toby Albert, 2 single-figure scores, but I don't think he should need to get too worried by that because he got 2 very good deliveries.
So the slit cordon, because Kent, some of them have the cable knit jumpers on, so you can't tell their numbers, but alongside Harry Finch's to under me, yeah, 1, it's Jack Leaning can see the bandage on his left hand. 2, Stober at 3, and Compton at gully. As Stewart bowls and deep in the crease, that one goes a good punch by Middleton though, equal to it up to Matt Parkinson, who's feeling at mid-on. So in addition to the 3 slips of the gully, as a point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. Got the wonder here, we don't have it at all grounds, and certainly not at Canterbury. We've got the overhang of the Woody stand to our right, where we could see all the fielders on the field. Incredible. This is modern cricket for you.
Is it?
Be able to see everyone.
You didn't have that last time.
At many grounds, I suppose there are.
Yeah, there are.
You're hampered in terms of your sideline, but yeah.
Stewart's in, driven back to him by Middleton. So 3 slips and a gully. And a few people in at the moment, trickling in. Apparently there is a little bit of rain out in the air outside on the ground, says Joe, who's sitting on the ground. Here's Grant Stewart, left alone outside of the off stump, through to keeper Harry Finch. Yes, it's a little overcast. It's not too dull. So Joe sitting on the ground has just told us there's a little light sprinkling of rain out in the middle. Sean Irvine has just showed me his rain radar where the blue passes through, and it does look as though we're going to get some rain at various times. A little bit, maybe. I think we're going to get something. Here's Stewart again, full delivery and dug out by Fletcher Middleton. First over of the morning then, Kent winning the toss and electing to bowl first. It's a maiden over. And so I thought there was a run actually. Why they called it a maiden over on the scoreboard? You're right, Sean. There was 1 run down to fine leg, the very first delivery. And in fact, even the scoreboard is showing 1 without loss, and yet it flicked over to say maiden over. So a little bit of confusion on the scoreboard in the first over, and the second over is going to be bowled by Charles Stobo, the 29-year-old. Western Australia, played for Western Australia during the winter, won the Sheffield Shield with Western Australia. He's going to bowl the second over. Wes Agar was with Kent but has returned home because of injury. But he has signed already for Kent for next year, for 2025. So Stobo's right arm over, running away from us and bowls. Lovely straight drive there off the bat of Toby Albert, and that will go for 4 runs through mid-off. Mid-off's quite wide there. And a lovely straight drive, over-pitched. Bit of a loosener there from Charles Stobo, 29-year-old. He's due to link up around the 20th of May with Kent. So 5 without loss, Hampshire. Important first innings here. The last time these two sides met here, if you follow your Hampshire cricket intently or closely, left alone outside the off stump. You'll know that these two teams came to meet each other late on in 2022 when Hampshire were just about keeping pace with Surrey, and Kent won the game by 77 runs here, having bowled Hampshire out in the first innings for 57. So, which really dashed Hampshire's hopes, faint hopes, of trying to win the county championship. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. There is no run. So 3 slips at the far end of the ground and a gully. There's a point, there is a wide mid-off, there is a mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Fairly standard fare for the first few overs of a 4-day game, with a little bit of cloud around. Here's Stobo again, then bowls, and straight delivery is pushed back to the bowler. Just looking away to the right towards the New Forest, it does look as though there's some rain over in that direction. Fortunately, it's not too close to us, but definitely you can see that in the distance. Normally when it's over that way, we tend to miss it. Not always, but definitely a different feel than yesterday. Yesterday was boiling hot. Lovely day. Stobo runs in again and outside the off stump. Nice carry from a length, but Albert leaves that one alone. Welcome back, Matt.
Hello again. Yeah, I was confidently saying that these clouds weren't rain bearing, and now I'm less confident, as you've talked about overnight rain and the deluge to come, and we'll be building an ark on the outfield before we know it.
Yeah, I think
that's what you get when you said it's definitely not going to rain.
Yeah, the rain overnight wasn't particularly strong, I don't think. I mean, I'm 15 minutes away from here, and sometimes it can rain where I am and not here, and vice versa, but yeah. I think they probably got a similar amount here, but it wasn't particularly heavy, I don't think. Here comes Stobo. Again, oh my word, that's left alone, and it's just come back a fraction. It goes past the stumps, and that's the end of the second over of the morning. Hampshire, having been put into bat, are 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's not a bad start from both sides, I thought. Decent delivery by Stobo right at the end there. Bowled well in spells against Lancashire in their, albeit in their one innings at Canterbury. Visitors winning there by an innings. But looking, I suppose, for anything they can get in the air off the pitch to start with here, aren't they? Rather than going for Gilchrist, who's somewhat quicker, a little bit quicker than these two, starting with Stewart at bowls now, and it's just clipped off the pads by Fletcher Middleton very pleasantly indeed, and that'll go just forward of square for 4 runs, running away on the outfield, and that is 4 for him. For Rose Cushy, I think, going over that in the outfield. Not sure what number he's been bestowed. As yet, he's got his cable knit on as well. Retrieves his sunglasses from the groundsman. They just fell off as he ran towards the boundary rope, but 4 more runs. So Middleton goes on to 4, and it's 9 for none here. Stewart then to Middleton once more. An off drive this time. Fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off. His faded Kent cap, looking more brown than dark blue at the moment. Still the 3 slips in the gully, or actually more or less 4 slips now, as Ben Compton wanders at 4th with his arms folded across his chest and a quite floppy hat. Goes back out to gully now. Here's Grant Stewart to bowl to Middleton. And guides that through the offside, forward of square, and that's a lovely shot from him. And Fielder Herring after that won't reach it. Joey Everson at point. Coming off the bat very nicely indeed. Stewart, I suppose it's a decent length, just outside the off stump, and no great pace on it. And Middleton moves that away for another boundary. So 13 for none. exactly from a Hampshire point of view what they did want. Having been put into bat first. Oh, it's just chopped it beside his stumps there. Might even come off the toe end of the bat. And having looked very, very comfortable for those first 3 deliveries. Maybe Stewart's got that one to nip back a little bit, going off the bottom of the bat, and it's gone very close to the off stump indeed. Kevin James at the moment is doing some fantastic IT work, because we have a buzz like we've got hornets.
I'm just being told that people can hear it.
Ah, in that case, that's definitely not good.
Yeah, no.
Stewart to Middleton, and it's a half stop by Daniel Bell-Drummond as it sits crisply towards extra cover. They come through for a single, so expensive overs so far from a Kent point of view. There's 9.
Is that a fraction better?
So
it's a fraction better.
It is. Nobody move.
No. It's a freeze.
We'll be fine.
Oh dear. Hopefully.
14 for none. So anyone with any technical expertise, and that doesn't include me, obviously. So.
Nor me. I'm just going to try and find out if that's better.
In the
It
ground.
certainly sounds better to us, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but it's better. Here's Stewart then.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's you.
Over the wicket from the pavilion end, bowling to Albert, who keeps that low through to Gully. It's stopped by Ben Compton. End of the over, 14 for none then. 3 on the board so far, and it's very much Hampshire have started the stronger of the 2.
I'm told it's a bit.
Going through the team changes. There we are. Sorry, I wonder whether mentioning Feroz Kushi is making his debut on loan from Essex for Kent. I have to say, of the Essex supporters I've heard of, they think very highly of Feroz Kushi, and are surprised he hasn't had more opportunities. I think it's fair to say. I'm putting this in polite language at Essex so far. So, contract up at the end of the season, I checked as well. So other counties may be looking at him, not necessarily Kent, I'm saying, but if he is looking elsewhere to play his cricket and make sure he gets first team opportunities.
Stobo runs away from us and bowls. Bit of bounce outside the off stump, and Middleton leaves alone. Thank you for all the messages. solentcricket@gmail.com is the place to get in touch, or at Solent Sports. And if you want from a Kent point of view, Matt?
Yeah, at BBC Kent Sport, or kentcricket@gmail.com. A number of our regulars will know that one.
But several of you have been in touch, and thank you also for the ones that are just getting in touch now to say that the hum is a bit better. Thank you. Nobody's saying it's perfect. We're certainly not, because we can still hear it a bit, but it's certainly better than it was. I believe me, I'll move just about every piece of wiring in the last 10 minutes that I could find. Outside of the off stump, and let's left alone once more, but we do appreciate your messages, because of course sometimes we get hum here and yet it's not going out, but unfortunately today it is, but it is slightly better. Thank you. Also got an email here from Neil Halsworth, Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, of course. Sat in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, that's to the left of the pavilion as we look, and he says also there's drizzle, so I've had a couple of confirmations that there is a bit of drizzle out there on the playing area, or near the playing area. Here's Stobo again, bowls, and again it's wide. Well, nipped away as well as being wide. Middleton's certainly not playing at that one. He's on 9-4 to Albert, 14 without loss.
Yeah, it's a grey day, isn't it? As I said, I made a weather forecast at around about 3 minutes to 11, which was immediately wrong by 3 minutes past 11, I think, as a bit of drizzle came down, saying, I think we'll be set fair for the 4 days. Apparently not. There we go.
Thank you to Colin Sturmey, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says it's now perfect. Well, that's the first one we've had. Ian Hefford said it was better, but Colin's gone one better. Here's Stobo again. Oh, it's all thick outside edge, but it falls short of third slip and wide, and it's running up the far end of the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's gone past Compton. I'm not sure that was a chance. It looked like it was along the ground before it reached him. Any emailers, by the way, saying they prefer the hum to the commentary will not be reading those out. Kevin's not buying.
Please tell me we haven't had any of those. Please tell me they'd rather hear the hum than us. We don't. Surely nobody's messaged that.
Well, I'm just saying we won't be.
Well, we can.
Won't be.
Go and have an early lunch.
Those.
We can have an early lunch and just leave you with that.
That's true.
Why is that?
A reassuring
It's quite
hum.
tempting. I also had confirmation from the club that it said it's sorted a bit more. And we can certainly hear some, but it's not as bad as it was, so thank you. Here's Stobo, and that's just come a fraction into Fletcher Middleton, who plays that out to extra cover. And there's no run. If I'm honest, I'm not sure this wicket is playing quite as quickly as I thought, and maybe there's not as much movement as I thought. Maybe the bowlers are just getting a little bit of time into it. I don't know. I thought there might be a bit more movement.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was expecting too much. I don't know. There's been a bit out there.
It's coming onto the bat decently, isn't it? Well,
Yeah,
I think
it
there's
seems to be all right.
Middleton seems to be timing it very sweetly
Yeah.
for the most part.
Maybe I just saw the green nature of the pitch and thought it would go all over the place. I haven't done that. That's just gone fairly straight through to the keeper. Last ball of the over. Stobo's bowled 2 overs, none for 8. Stewart has bowled 2 overs, none for 9. And Hampshire, having lost the toss, are 18 without loss.
Yeah, kept making 4 changes if you're just joining us for the for this game of Hampshire unchanged. Have you tried moving your phone, by the way? Now, that sounds ridiculous, but every time you touch your phone, something happens. No, no, there we go.
No,
No, it's made it worse, if anything. There we go. That was my one shot.
that's all right. Do you think it... Well, I suppose it wasn't... Perhaps if I move away from the microphone... in a way, I kind of hope that would work.
It's what you'd have to move away. Stewart to Albert through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Harry Finch 72 on his back. We're told actually on the scorers line-up that it might be that Harry Finch bats at 6 into Wanda Mieye bats at 7, by the way, in fact. So, but they are bowling at the moment, looking for a wicket. Hampshire hoping for a bit of momentum of their own in this county championship so far. To propel them up towards the top 3 maybe and beyond. Kent is hoping to get out of the bottom 2 at some point, obviously left by Albert. Looked like a confident leave. It's gone through to the wicket-keeper. Maybe just moving back towards the stumps from a 4th stump line or 5th stump line from Grant Stewart, but not doing anything appreciable. Nothing to worry Albert anyway. He's 4 from 10 at the moment. There's a beautiful scene here at from the gantry, the hotel end. So we look to just trees all around the outside of the ground. Now Stewart bowls to Albert, took the bat away late there. Maybe again doing a little bit of something for Stewart, but not worrying the stumps. Through to the wicket-keeper. And it's a dot ball. So spectators just still coming in gradually to the ground this morning. A quiet start for both sides. As Kevin leans forward towards the parapet, the buzz gets louder, so don't risk yourself, I say. This one's played down through gully, and they'll take a single. Albert gets one there, and just don't touch anything, I think, is the key to this.
It's just weird, isn't
I
it? We have had it before, but not this bad. It sounds bad here.
Yeah.
Maybe, hopefully it's not as bad now as when people are listening, but I don't know.
We've got a lot of electrical equipment here, to be fair, haven't we? It's it could be anything. It's Stewart to Middleton, rising delivery, but Fletcher Middleton very confidently behind that one. Back at the bowler, and there's no run.
Neil from Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available even, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He does say the hum's gone.
Oh, okay.
As is the cover off the back of his stadium radio earpiece. Oh, the drizzle. Oh, yes. He says the drizzle's gone, but it looks like it's back.
Are those two things connected? The buzzer's gone, but half of his earpiece has fallen off as well. I think that's a coincidence. Stewart bowls to Middleton. It does look very hazy out there. Is there drizzle now?
Yeah.
I think there is, yeah. End of the over anyway. It's 19 for non-Hampshire. I think I'm about to make way for Sean Irvine, I think, for the first time.
You are.
Let's do that.
2 umpires coming together.
They are indeed.
Thank you, Matt.
I shall...
Oh, they're going to carry on.
Yeah, hazy, drizzly, but carrying on. Kevin James and Sean Irvine.
Well, it's going to be interesting. If it never gets any worse than this, then it could get a little wet. after 15-20 minutes of play like this. Sean Irvine, for the first time, how are you?
Good, thanks, Jamer. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Second time this year. T20 against, I'll think of it in a minute. Here's Stobo. Oh, that looks a beauty. That's pitched and straightened on Toby Albert. It was the Sussex game, wasn't it?
Sussex game, El Clasico.
Classicos, yeah.
Yeah, this buzz is bad, isn't it?
It is, yeah, I'm sorry. But I think it's worse our end now than it is going out. So if you are getting a little bit in the background, apologies. The ground staff are making their way from left to right, which is the tunnel area where they sit, towards the hover cover, which is on the west side of the ground to our right. So they are making their way over there. So they are expecting a little more rain. Outside the off stump again and left alone.
It's crucial, isn't it? You don't want to lose a wicket now when you see the ground staff sort of moving about, umpires chatting with each other, as the umpires come in to chat to each other again.
Yes, I think we are going off. Yes, we are. So first of, well, let's hope there's not too many breaks today. There is, according to your rain radar, it does look as though there's some rain moving around, doesn't it, Sean?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think it's going to be okay this afternoon.
So 19 without loss are Hampshire. We've had 5.2 overs this morning. Toby Albert is 5 not out. And Fletcher Middleton is 13 not out. They're off for rain. The positive news from that is it's not particularly heavy. It's just hanging around in the air. In fact, the umpires are just taking their time walking off. So that just shows you that it's not particularly heavy out there. But it is the sort of rain that you don't really want to be hanging around out there for a while. So I think the stumps are going to come out of the ground. It looks like the hover cover is going to make its way over. So we are going to take a break in commentary. I think what we'll do as well, that might give me some opportunity to switch everything off and then to try and redo everything with the wires in a different place. And let's hopefully it won't be quite as bad.
I believe in you, Jamer.
I don't.
This morning we had just 5.2 overs before we got, what would you call it? Exactly, steady drizzle, I suppose, Sean, something like that.
Yeah, steady drizzle. I think we lost, what, an hour 20 on play, so yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, there's no more interruptions from the weather department.
And they are back out now. Kept making 4 changes for this game. Hampshire unchanged from a match they very nearly won against Warwickshire last week. Kent solidly beaten by Lancashire, bottom of the table at the moment. We've got Toby Albert facing the first ball. I thought particularly Fletcher Middleton looked like he was middling the ball pretty well. Ball's coming onto the bat pretty well.
Yeah, he seemed to be sort of playing quite positively, and you know, I was quite surprised there wasn't as much swing as I would have expected up front. You know, the wicket looks really nice and green and good carry, so.
Looks like Charlie Stobo, well it will be Charlie Stobo, to do the 4 balls remaining of the 6th over. So he comes in from the hotel end, 3 slips and a gully in behind Toby Albert, faces him now, left outside the off stump. No appreciable movement from what I can see. He's gone straight through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. And Albert 5 from 15 so far. Sort of illustrates your point there, really. Didn't seem to move much in the air or off the seam, that one.
Yeah, that's right, and I think the Kent bowlers started off with their length quite full, and then now they've found a sort of a really good length, that back of a length, and yeah, probably looking for a bit of movement away from the batter with 3 slips and a gully.
Charlie Stobo made his first-class debut for Kent against Lancashire. Runs away from us now, bowls to Albert there. Middle stump, just deflects that towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Feroz Kushi, I think, there, making his debut for Kent, on loan for a championship game and 3 T20 blast matches as well. Kent injury-stricken at the moment, not just with bowlers out, but batters as well. Jack Leaning's back for this one for Kent, having fractured a bone in his left hand. He's standing at 2nd slip, and then Nathan Gilchrist and Grant Stewart both been struggling with niggles themselves into the bowling lineup. So Stobo to Albert. Very still as he waits for this one. Forward defensive, straight back at the bowler. It's not quick, Charlie Stobo, looking to move the ball around, I guess.
Yeah, he's got a nice economic action actually. He's nice, sort of nice and tall, and sort of bowls from up top. So I imagine he's someone who will sort of try and move it off the seam. He's from Western Australia, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. With Kent for the rest of the season. All formats deal. He and Bayers Swanepoel, the South African, another one of the injured bowlers for Kent, not available for this one. Stobo bowling, left outside the off stump. They did just move away from Toby Albert, but it was a good leave. He's watched that pitch outside off stump, and it's gone slightly wider as well. End of the over then. It's a maiden for Stobo, spread across a couple of hours. There's a rain delay. It's 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 for him, and the score at 19 for none. Just looking out here, it's been cloudy. I was saying to Kevin, I gave a full weather forecast before we started the game at about 3 minutes to 11, and said I didn't think there was any chance of rain, and then by 20 past 11 it was raining for an hour and a bit. So there we go, the vagaries of the English weather, but you're used to that by now, Sean.
Yeah, it gave us enough time for Kevin James to readjust all the electrics. As Grant Stewart bowls from the pavilion end, and that's left alone by Fletcher Middleton. Still very overcast. Hopefully there'll be a bit of sunshine later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's not got the humidity, has it? That's, I suppose, going to help the ball in the air, particularly.
Yeah, that's right. This Grant comes in, and once again, Fletcher Middleton leaves it outside off. Bit of shape to that one.
So what I'm saying is, it doesn't feel close, so I'm not sure how much it'll do for the ball in the air, but for the bowlers.
Yeah, it's not sort of as humid. It's still quite sort of cool. There's not sort of quite a steady breeze. I'm, you know, looking down at the field for us from the right to left. So, you know, I think Grant Stewart just looking to shape away sort of against that breeze as he runs in. And that's a lot straighter, nice length, just defended by Fletcher Middleton, no run.
I think of the chances perhaps we saw, the half chances of Kent we saw this morning, maybe a thickish outside edge by Albert at the far end off Stobo, and Middleton almost chopped one onto his stumps, didn't he? Otherwise, good over for Hampshire. I think they got 9 off that one from Grant Stewart, but otherwise he's beaten the bat to a great degree.
As he comes in again, and that is really good length. Try to drive more of an inside edge to mid-on. So, looking to be quite aggressive, Fletcher Middleton.
You notice that from the off. He's trying to, I think Stewart's first over, he bowled him more a Yorker length delivery, and immediately he's looking to punch it back at him.
Yeah, sort of, you know, Grant Stewart, we sort of bowled that really full length and got hit down the ground a few times. As he comes in again, and that's a lot straighter, just defended to mid-wicket. 1 ball left in the over.
See the rest of the Kent bowling attack. Well, certainly seam-wise, Nathan Gilchrist, who's down at deep fine leg, is the quickest of the Kent bowlers, but I guess doesn't move it as much in the air or off the seam. So it's Stewart and Stobo to start, and then Joey Everson will also both seam. He's up due to bat at 5, heading up the batting order. What have you seen?
Is he at point?
Yes, sorry, that is, yep, Max Everson a point with 4 slips in at the moment.
There's Grant again, bowls in, and that is wide of off stump, left alone. Another maiden. Hampshire 19 for none.
So just having a bit of a look after the rain break. I guess that's the way of it, isn't it? That you, as a batsman, your concentration is interrupted by the break, and you just want to re-establish yourself when you come back out.
Yeah, it's also, you know, it gives the bowlers a chance to sort of communicate with the rest of the squad and to say to the coaches, right, where do you think we need to improve?
Stobo now to Albert. Let's bat on that. I'm sure he's quite middled it, but it's gone out to Everson at point, and there's no run. So it's 4 slips in, or 3 in a gully. 3 in a gully, I think, here for Albert, with Daniel Bell Drummond somewhat estranged from Mieye at 1, leaning at 2, and Compton at 3. Then a point mid-off and mid-on. Mid-wicket for Kushi there, and then a deep fine leg. Grant Stewart fielding down there as the one boundary fielder. As the sun briefly makes its appearance through the clouds, Stobo bowls left by Albert again. He's just leaving that one, expecting it to seam away. We haven't seen one come in from Charlie Stobo. I don't know if he's got the one that will nip back, but looking fairly comfortable, I think, for Albert outside the off stump.
Yeah, could even see a few shadows out there, which was quite nice and bright, which was good.
So for Kevin James earlier, it's always when you go to grounds away from your home ground and thinking what clothes you need to win. Even, you know, if it's 20 degrees in some grounds, you can be absolutely freezing or absolutely boiling at others. So I didn't know whether it was a sheepskin jacket today. So Stobo bowling to Albert, leaves that one through to the wicket keeper. But listeners want to know that we're happy. I think that's the most important thing for them. Kevin James will agree with that, definitely. Is our welfare, never mind the cricket, is the most important thing. I can tell you it's cool and breezy on the gantry on the hotel side of the ground today. But for the spectators out there as well, they could do with warming up, I guess. Although it's mostly shirt sleeve order, I think. It's not too breezy. Due to get a little bit warmer during the day.
Yeah, there's a few shorts, I must admit.
It's a bit more spring-like, isn't it, than the summer temperatures we had last week. But Stobo now bowling with the sun coming out to Albert. Thought it was going to be the first runs since the resumption there, but he can't beat Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket. Playing just a little bit round the front pad there, trying to engineer it past the fielder there at mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, Stobo's bowling a pretty good, actually, line and length. Asking good questions of Tony Albert at the moment. It's a nice little period here for the Kent bowlers, you know.
It's keeping pressure on. Dot ball, so no scoring shots since the resumption at 5.2 overs gone. And that one off a thickish edge and bounces once to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Enough control by Albert at least to keep it so it did bounce in front of the Kent skipper at Gully. But again, that'll be some encouragement, I'd imagine, for Stobo and the Kent side.
Yeah, and again, asking those really good questions. You know, all it needs to do is just move a tiny bit from there, and they will sort of get the edge. So, yeah, it's a tricky little period here for the Hampshire batters. You've got, what, half an hour till lunch, so you don't want to lose too many wickets.
Yeah, lunch we should say at 20 past 1, 13 overs lost in this day. So Stobo, it's close to the off stump. That one did nip just a little bit back towards the timbers, but left by Albert. A maiden then for Stobo. Starts well effective with two maidens and one at the other end from Grant Stewart as well. Good start from Kent. Just a look at the footmarks from the umpire at in where Stobo's just been bowling. No warning for the bowler, but just making sure. As you can already see, can't you, on the pitch, that the footmark's very obvious from where the bowler's been coming in.
Yes, Grant Stewart comes in from the hotel pavilion end, and that's pushed away to wide of mid-on, no run.
So it's Ben Debenham and Paul Pollard, the umpires for this game. Got experience of those two that you can tell us about without...
I've had Ben umpire me a few times, not so much Polly, to be honest. Grant Stewart comes in, and that looks like it's an edge, just wide of sort of that fist stump line. Fletcher Middleton looks to sort of play it and then leave it at the same time, but caught the edge. That's great patience there from the Kent bowlers. You know, 3 maidens in a row, and then that edge from Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased, as you said, with that, with just keeping these two pinned down. And it was just a really late withdrawal of the bat, wasn't it? But not enough to stop the edge. Middleton goes for 13. Looked good, actually, before the rain break, I thought. As you said, looking to get after the bowlers early on. Hasn't found it as easy after we came back. First one to fall, so Grant Stewart on his return from an ankle injury gets the first one to go. 1 for 10 or 4.2 so far, and it'll be Nick Gubbins to come in, who scored well this summer. Nick Gubbins, I noticed, is I think up in the top 10 of County Championship Division 1 for runs scored so far.
Yeah, he's been a solid player for Hampshire for a few years now. Originally came from Middlesex, and they'll be looking for him to really sort of try and get a big score here. Be quite good for Hampshire to have that right hand left hand combination as well, so just to put the sort of bowlers off. Grant Stewart just getting a little bit of shape, and that's all it takes, to be honest, to get that outside edge.
Gubbins' figures for the season so far. I've lost my glasses, so that's not working. So 518, yeah, just over 500 runs. He's got himself a couple of centuries, 250s as well. Hampshire averaging 64. It's a good season so far. Scored runs in the game against Warwickshire as well.
As Grant Stewart comes in, that's left alone, swinging back to Nick Gubbins. Yeah, I mean, he averages near on 37, so you know, an experienced player, 128 matches, coming up to 8,000 runs.
He's a good capture by Hampshire, but very decent at Middlesex as well.
Yes, Grant Stewart runs in again, and again that's for defence to point. Very good length there from Grant Stewart.
Must be a real encouragement for a Kent side that have found it really difficult in the championship so far, bottom of the table, and said that big defeat by Lancashire in what was the battle of the bottom two last week. So Talking to Matt Walker, the head coach, just looking for anything just to change the momentum around. He was saying, you know, a good session with a bat at the ball can really change the mindset of the players.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely right. As Grant Stewart runs in again, and that's very straight and just for defence to mid-wicket. Yeah, Nick Gubbins, you know, he's coming up to a little milestone, which he's 4 runs away from 2,500 first-class runs for Hampshire. So I'm sure I don't know if you know he's aware of that, but that's something for him to look forward to. Last ball of the over, Grant Stewart running in, and that's nice and straight as well for defence. To point, end of the over. So a successful over there for Grant Stewart. Wicket maiden. Hampshire 19 for 1.
Good start for Kent so far. So still no runs since the restart. You talk about landmarks for Nick Gubbins. Will you want to keep an eye on your stats, Sean, as you went through your first-class career?
No.
Do you know when they were coming up?
No, I wasn't one to look at. It's one of those ones you sort of play a few seasons and then you suddenly it pops up on the screen as you walk in or something like that. So
I can tell you Jack Leaning is making his 50th first-class appearance for Kent today. He's been made aware of that by the club. It's Charlie Stober bowling now, and Albert, long way forward, defends that back at the bowler. Tosses it up towards mid-on. Matt Parkinson in the sleeveless cable knit. Just polish that. Charlie Stobo, short sleeve shirt. Not sure how he's finding the temperatures here, having come from Western Australia too. Probably feels so spring-like, maybe even winter-like for him at this point.
yeah, it can get quite chilly over there actually in the winter. Perth not quite as cold as in English winter.
It's Stobo to Albert then. 3 slips in the gully in for him. Cuts that away and it blisters towards the boundary. No chance for Daniel Bell Drummond, who I think maybe thought he was in with a chance, but it's flashed past him. And Albert cutting that away. Not sure how long it was in the air, but it was going at some pace. 4 runs for him. And first runs then since we got back on the field with effectively 4 overs gone since. Good shot.
Yeah, Charlie Stober just pulled up there a little bit, sort of hobbled on those follow through. So I don't know if there's something of those foot marks.
Yeah,
It's causing a bit of discomfort.
just he and the umpire were looking at them the end of the previous over, but looks to be running in okay now. Bowling to Albert, leaves that again. That's nipped back, and Jack Leaning at second slip loved that one. He was the one that was shouting and head in hands, thought that was close to the off stump. And how much of that is kidology and how much of it was didn't look too far away from here, but again it's a confident lead by Albert.
Yeah, I think it's really important, especially for the fielders. You know, back the bowler up, create a bit of theatre. You know, just to put the pressure on the batters.
I don't think the Kent are one of the quieter units we see. Certainly is a fielding and bowling unit, but Stobo bowls to Albert on middle stump. Good accuracy again. It's defended back at the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, certainly we noticed from Lancashire last week, and you could understand why, I suppose. They'd only won 1 game all season, and that was a really important win for them. But very, very vocal, particularly in the second innings when they were attempting to bowl Kent out.
Yeah, it does help when you've got someone like Nathan Lyon as well, who's bowling most of the overs, doesn't it?
Yeah, he did his stint, certainly. With, Luke Wells bowled well as well for them. That's one just outside the off stump. That's leaving Albert. He shoulders arms through to the wicket keeper. I think he's done with his stint for a while now. I think they're resting him for a bit. But yeah, they've got themselves out the bottom 2. They look like a good side on paper, Lancashire as well. Too good, I think, to be in the relegation zone of Division 1.
Yeah, I agree. No, they're a really good side. One of the sides to really sort of push, I think, for the title, or try catch Surrey, should I say?
Yeah. A little bit in their slipstream, aren't they, at this point? But Stobo bowls to Albert once again, leaves that. That did look close to the off stump, and whether that's theatre or real excitement from the slips, they liked it anyway. Through to the wicket keeper, end of the over, 23 for 1. I think Kevin James is going to replace me. He'll join Sean Irvine very shortly.
Yeah, these two Kent bowlers are bowling really well at the moment, putting the Hampshire batters under a lot of pressure, asking a lot of questions, especially with their defence.
So an hour and 20 minutes lost this morning due to light rain. Lunch will now be taken 20 minutes later at 1:20. Pitch is doing a little bit. Not sure he's doing loads.
No, it's Grant Stewart runs in to Nick Gubbins, and that's again for defence, nice and straight to mid wicket.
There's just enough. There's a hint, isn't there, for the bowlers? There's a little bit of seam movement, but it's not extravagant, is it?
No, it's they've been very consistent, haven't they? So, you know, it's just been sort of the odd one that's been a little bit of width. You know, the batters have capitalised on that, and that's what you've got to do as a batter, especially up front. You know, you've got to put the bowlers under pressure. You don't want them getting away with a bad ball. And as Grant Stewart runs in again, and again that's a lot wider. Nice shape after the ball's pitched to Harry Finch, who's keeping, wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice wicket to bowl on, isn't it? It's nice conditions. Although we are seeing a bit more blue sky as we go through the morning session into the afternoon. The good news is that the Southern Vipers are back on playing at Hove as well. They were also off for a bit of rain. They're playing a Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game against the Western Storm.
It's Grant Stewart again. That's back of a length, and they run in for a quick single to Bell Drummond. And there's Nick Gubbins off the mark.
Nice quickly run single. And just to keep you up to date with that, Western Storm are 146 for 7 in the 33rd over. Now, the real plus news from a Vipers point of view is that Freya Kemp, the England player, is bowling, and she's actually bowling right now. Her left arm seam, and I don't think we've seen her bowl for about 2 years with the horrendous injuries that she's had. That is a real plus for the Vipers.
It's a great effort.
Yeah, there's live picture feed of that game currently on the Vipers Twitter feed.
So Tony Albert is facing Grant Stewart, and again that's straight, and that's a for defence to as mid wicket runs in to collect it.
It's got a healthy green tinge to the surface, this one.
It does. You did say that it was quite dry, did you say?
Yeah,
or
apparently
as dry as you can.
Yeah, I didn't speak to him directly, but he was saying that it's you know, it's probably one of the drier wickets that he's been able to work on or produce.
Grant Stewart runs in again to Tony Albert, and that's nice and straight for defended back to him. Yeah, looking solid. Tony Albert's been leaving the ball really well, actually. For defence is good.
It's been one of the features since he's been elevated to open the batting since Ali Orr's injury, that he does leave the ball very well, which is ideal as an opener.
Yep. Wonder if Grant Stewart's going to try and just push this one a little bit wider, see if he can have a little crack at it as he runs in, and that's for defence. Straight to cover. That's the end of the over. 24 for 1.
Got an email here from Andy Stamp, silentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved during the day. Andy says, thank you for the fantastic commentary as always this season. Great to hear Sean too, says Andy. My son still has Sean's 2017 T20 Finals Day jumper hanging on his wall, plus Kyle's cap. Please could you give out a shout out to my son Corey Stamp. It's his 14th birthday today, and his darts achievements are outdoing his cricket at present. This week he became ranked 80th in England's under-18s darts academies and 136th in the world's under-18 darts academies as well.
Oh,
thank
fantastic.
you very much. It's very nice, isn't it? And he also wants another shout out. I'll come to that in a minute. Stobo bowls on the line and leg stump, and he's bowled. Well, and Gubbins can't quite believe it. That's down the leg side. Gubbins is well inside the line. And the ball is cannoned into the stumps. And Gubbins goes for one, second wicket down for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think that's actually clipped the thigh pad. And the thigh pad, there are a few cases of, you know, the ball sort of just wraps around the thigh pad and brings it back on yourself, and I think that's the case there.
Just trying to see the replay of that one. I just missed it, I think. Come back to that in a moment, but yeah, that's well, a little bit unlucky to say the least.
Yeah, I would say that's the same as sort of flicking one down the leg side and getting caught by the keeper. I'd say it's a similar dismissal. But you know, Charlie Stubber's been excellent. He hasn't given much away, and he's just run in and hit that back of a length with very good line, and he's got a reward.
He hasn't come across it too far. It's just one of those where it's almost difficult to understand how a ball can deflect in that way. We'll try and replay that if I can, Sean, see if you can see it. Here we go. This is for the benefit. Again, so we're just watching Stobo come in and bowl, and because you can't see the leg stump at all, can you?
It looks like the ball even pitched outside leg.
Yeah. So I think he can consider himself a little unlucky, and the applause you can hear on the ground is for the Hampshire captain, James Vince, who made I said a welcome return to form when I spoke to him after he made 166 not outs in the drawn game against Warwickshire last week in the second innings, and he got a couple of 50s before that, so it wasn't like he was out of form, but I think by now we kind of would have expected a James Vince 100 at this stage of the season. It hasn't happened, or it hadn't happened up until last week, and it was good to see him back in the runs. Played very nicely, big partnership between him and Liam Dawson in that game at Edgbaston. Just very quickly, Andy Stamp goes on to say, can you please give a shout out to my parents, Terry and Carol Stamp, who are listening in and watching the live stream. Happy to do that. Stobo runs away from us then and bowls to Vince. It's full, it's outside the off stump. Jack Leaning gets amazingly excited at second slip. I'm not sure if he can quite tell the line, because if he was to ask us, he would say, well, it's close, but it ain't that close, mate. But if you turn round as a batter and saw him, you'd think, my word, that ball's almost shaved off stump without knocking the bail off.
Yeah, it's just a theatre that they try and create, isn't it? Those slip fielders, those annoying slip fielders.
Yeah. Did you do that behind the stumps? Because you fielded in that position a lot, didn't you? Stobo comes in, sunshine out here. Oh, he's got a leading edge there, Vince. Ball goes out square on the offside.
Yeah, we did try and create a little bit. I was quite quiet, to be honest. I used to enjoy the bouncers, actually. The bouncers used to be funny. Maybe there's a bit of West Indian in me, because they love to see a bouncer, don't they?
Oh, mate.
Bouncers and sixers, don't they?
Oh, mate. It's the only part of the game they really loved.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that as a bowler. Go short quite often. You used to do that, didn't you?
I used to sort of be used in that department.
Bang it in.
Yeah.
Stobo, certainly not a wicket to be doing that at the moment, as Vince is well forward, covers that one. He's well in behind that one.
No, circumstances would have to be right until I used to get the nod and say, right, come on, try get us a wicket.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a few years ago.
Oh,
Jammer,
mate, wasn't it just? We used to bend your back.
Hey,
just a little bit.
My body at the moment's cringing just the thought of that.
Well, you're just bowling off spin now in club cricket, aren't you?
Yeah, just a little bit of off spin.
Yeah.
That's how I finished my career at Hampshire, really.
You did, yes. That's what finished you off,
Yeah.
wasn't it, really? Stobo bowls, that's wide of off stump, and Leaning doesn't do anything at second slip on that occasion. 24 for 2, the score remains on. Still playing some club cricket for what, Langley Manor?
Yeah, Langley Manor, every now and then, when I'm sort of free. We had a game yesterday, which unfortunately we lost against a very good sort of Hambledon team. But yeah, it's a nice club to play for, actually. Very relaxed and a nice little ground, actually.
Yeah, just outside Southampton, on the west side of Southampton. Here's Stobo, bowls, and Vince drives through the covers, and that will be 4 runs. That will end the over from Stobo, who's bowled 6 overs now, 1 for 16. Hampshire 28 for 2, and just to continue the Langley Manor theme, because Woodsy Plumber to the stars. You got a half century, by the way, yesterday, we should mention.
Yes, I got a half century and a wicket opening the bowling. So yeah,
Well done. Congrats. Wesley, who's very much part of Langley Manor Cricket Club and does text and email from every now and then, who hasn't done recently, he just said, could I mention today that Langley Manor Cricket Club ladies have a 10-team softball cricket tournament going on today. 100 ladies involved in that of all abilities.
wow. As Grant Stewart runs into Tony Albert, and that's for defence. No run.
Sounds like a big day at Langley Manor.
Yeah, it was good to see. I mean, I've been doing a lot of sort of one-to-one coaching at the moment, and you know, I think it was Wednesday evening. They had, you know, I think it was like sort of all the kids versus the moms situation, and it was great to see. I must admit, it was really good to see. So they do a lot of events, which is brilliant. As Grant Stewart runs in again to Tony Albert, that's back of a length, pushed out to point.
And it's also a big day here, apart from the game going on, of course, but it is actually the Past Players Day today, which I suppose we could have been part of had we not been working.
Oh, I didn't get that nod.
No, you didn't. Have you been invited to Past Players Day in the past?
I have.
You have. Have you been to any?
I haven't been in.
Have you not?
No.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Am I putting you on the spot there?
I don't know. Grant Stewart runs in again, and that's pushed down the leg side. Slight appeal from the Kent fielders, but no run.
Is it because perhaps there's nobody of your sort of era sort of involved in that yet?
Yeah, I'm going to give it sort of 10 years, and then I'll still know a few people. Then
I've got a list of people who are there. I presume they're there. They will all said they were coming, so there's no reason to think they aren't. I'm just trying to think if there are any that you recognise.
Nick Pocock, that is a close leave there from Tony Albert from Grant Stewart.
So former captain Nick Pocock, who was sort of early 80s around that time.
Yeah, funny man.
Yeah. Bob Stevenson, who was captain in 1980, I think that's what I'm saying, keeper. You wouldn't know, this was all before you. Mark Garraway.
Yeah, it was involved in Ireland cricket for a while.
Yeah,
I think it's the same one.
Yeah. I think some others that you might have known.
Grant Stewart runs in again, and that's attempted cover drive from Tony Albert, inside edge, just pushed back to the bowler.
There's obviously many from before you, so just to run through a list of who are there today. Former wicketkeeper A.D. Ames, former left-arm spinner Ian Turner, Peter Haslop, the batter of yesteryear, Richard Lewis, left-hander, Pocock I mentioned, Stevenson I mentioned, Dennis Baldry, John Rice is there, Trevor Jesty, former all-rounder, bit of white ball cricket for England.
Umpire, there's Grant Stewart again, that's wide of the stumps and left alone by Tony Albert, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire 28 for 2, so a good start from Kent.
It certainly is, yeah. A wicket each for Grant Stewart and Charlie Stobo. Yeah, of course you would know Trevor Jesty from umpiring.
Yeah, that's
duties. Keith Stevenson, a former seam bowler. Bobby Parks, former wicketkeeper. Ian Chivers, a former off spinner. He used to work the airlines after he finished playing.
Oh, wow.
As a steward.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, he had a great time. He was made for that job, actually.
Yeah.
And we always used to say that. He used to pop up to the club from time to time after he finished playing and would tell us some stories of his days on flying the airplanes. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. David Turner, former left-handed batter. Tony Middleton, Fletcher Middleton's dad. You'd know, you'd worked with him on the coaching staff here. His Stobo runs away from us and bowls, and forward is James Vince. It's gone back to the bowler.
Yeah, Tony's thrown many balls to me.
Has he?
Yeah.
John Hardy, former left-handed batter who went to Somerset for a little while. Kevin Emery, who had a couple of good seasons with Hampshire, sort of early to mid-80s, and then almost as quickly as he came on the scene, sort of disappeared really, just sort of was talked about in England circles after one very big year in about 84, but then his sort of action went a little bit really. A couple of other names that I don't particularly know. It's pulled away by Vince along the ground, hit hard backward of square leg, cannons into the covers, does the ball, a hover cover away to our right, and Hampshire move on to 32 for 2. Richard McElwain, who isn't a name immediately obvious to me. Brian Timms, former wicket keeper of Timms Turkeys fame, used to breed turkeys. Yeah, Timms Turkeys. Apparently they were very well known. I didn't actually have one myself, but apparently they were. So yeah, that's there's a few others there as well. So they are enjoying Hampshire's hospitality as we speak.
Brilliant.
And there you go, the cricket. Yeah. So watch out, everybody up there, because Sean Irvine will be there in a few years' time. Oh, Dreyov straight down the ground. 4 runs. You don't over-pitch it to James Vince. Not on or around off stump.
Yeah, we were saying, I think when we commentated on that T20 against Sussex, we said how well he was looking.
Yeah.
Much better, wasn't it? And he continued that obviously in the last game, in the 4-day game against Warwickshire. So he does also have an upcoming milestone. He's 107 runs away from 12,000 first-class runs for Hampshire.
Ooh. Stobo again there, so 36 for 2 the score now. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. Now that has nipped away from a good length. I'm not sure Vince actually followed it. I think Vince played that quite well. Played the initial line.
Yeah, that ball was a lot shorter, wasn't it? That back of a length. James Vince being sort of fairly tall, you can't afford to be, that sort of just full of a good length is kind of like he hits it on the up, doesn't he? So you got to be a little bit shorter than that.
Yeah. Bang it into the wicket a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Stobo in again then. Bowls, and that's a good length. It's just a little wider this time. I mentioned earlier actually Charlie Stobo was a winner of the Sheffield Shield during the winter with Western Australia, which is your former club, Western Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, I played for 4.5 years for Western Australia. I learned a heck of a lot actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Playing alongside guys like Justin Langer, Mike Hussey, Brad Hogg. Yeah, it was a fantastic period of my career anyway.
Yeah. Played at the Wacker?
I did. I played at the Wacker. It did take me a while to adjust to that, but once you got in, it was lovely.
Yeah. Here's Stobo bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Vince. End of the over, 36 for 2. Vince has 12, Albert has 9. I remember playing there once, and you're right, it's like no other wicket you'd have ever have played on, is it?
Yeah, that's right. And it's just once you get in as a batter, man, you used to score a lot of runs. It was crazy. You still, as a bowler, you still had to bowl that sort of length. You think with all this bounce, you can afford to go a little bit shorter, but you still got to bowl that fuller length, and you still get those sort of nicks off the shoulder of the bat. And I remember the first time I batted on there, actually Mike Hussey bowling little medium paces actually nicked me off. Again off the shoulder of the bat. I didn't think the ball could bounce that much. As Grant Stewart comes in, Tony Albert, and that's played away to point, no run.
Sorry, they've moved away from the Wacker now, haven't they? Or have they?
I think they still play the 4-day games there. I think it's the one-day cup and obviously the big bash that they play in the new stadium. But yeah, it is a lovely part of the world, I must admit.
Yeah.
This might be the last over before lunch. I'm not sure. It's Grant Stewart runs in again. Albert, and that's forward defence, straight back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, it was. I don't think there's any other wicket that you couldn't. It was like an indoor net, wasn't it? It was like one of those old-fashioned indoor nets where you played on those hard lino surfaces, which you thought, well, this is nothing like it will be during the summer, but this is winter, so you'll just, we'll just play, and have a whack and a hit.
Yeah, that's right.
And then all of a sudden it's like that, the whack.
That's Grant Stewart again. Well, a little bit wider, a bit of shape, and Tony Albert pulled away. He looked to play at that ball, but ended up pulling away and no run. I must tell you a funny story. The wickets were just as bouncy, so you don't get sort of the outfield, the wicket in the outfield playing differently to the wickets. As some grounds are like that. And a young guy, Brad Williams, remember Brad Williams? Fast bowler. Played a little bit for Australia. As Greg Stewart. And that's back of a length, and they're going for the quick single. They should make it easy. Good running there from Tony Albert and James Vince. and we had a net session, and it was one of my very first net sessions playing, you know, for Western Australia, coming onto the staff, you know, having played international cricket. And he came in, and I did not get a single ball in my half of the wicket, and he just wanted to pepper me. And yeah, that was interesting. Lovely guy off the field, but mean. It was very funny.
37 for 2 here. We've got 1 minute till lunch with 2 balls of this over to bowl, so it could be touch and go whether this is the last over.
Yeah, my watch must be a little bit fast. As James Vince faces Greg Stewart for the first time. He runs in. It's for defence. But James Vince looking solid. Yeah, Kent will be desperate to try get another over in, and 2 to pick up another wicket and make it a session for them.
It's been a good one. Remember, we lost an hour and 20 minutes through light rain earlier. Extended play this morning, 1:20 lunch today.
As Grant Stewart runs in, and that's left alone by James Vince. That's tidy off. Umpires are looking at each other.
Yeah, it's 20 past. It's just ticked over
as they flick over the bails.
So 37 for 2. Albert has 10, Vince has 12, Stewart's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 12, Stobo 7 overs, 1 for 24. The 2 wickets that have fallen. Fletcher Middleton, both on the resumption of play after we had a 20-minute quick session this morning. 19 without loss. Hampshire got 2, and then the session, the 40 minutes since that rain break, has brought about the 2 wickets. Fletcher Middleton caught behind off Grant Stewart for 13, and Nick Gubbins bowled, probably the ball just flicking off his thigh pad and just deflecting onto the wicket. Bowled Charlie Stobo for 1. Those are the 2 wickets. 37 for 2, 40-minute break. Myself, Matt Cole and Sean Irvine will be back with you for the start of the afternoon session. this morning because of rain. More on that in a moment, but the afternoon session starts at the later time of 2 o'clock. Hampshire batting first after being put into bat are 37 for 2. The not out batsmen are James Vince on 12 and Toby Albert, the opener, who's 10 not out. A wicket for Grant Stewart and for Charlie Stobo, the only 2 bowlers used this morning by Kent, because we had a total of 15 overs after losing an hour and 20. It wasn't heavy rain, it was light rain, but it was enough to get the full covers on and take the players away from the field. Your commentary team this afternoon is a little, in fact he's exactly like how we stood this morning. A little later you'll hear from BBC Radio Kent's Matt Cole, but right now, to take you through this first period of play, is myself, Kevin James, and the former Hampshire all-rounder, Sean Irvine. Sean, a difficult session in a way for Hampshire, wasn't it? In two bits.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously that rain sort of broke that session up, and you know, as a batter, you don't want to sort of have these sort of breaks, switch on, switch off. You sort of start an innings and then you sort of prepare yourself for, as you would do, and it just means it's sort of broken up and puts you under pressure. But this is what, you know, professional batters, this is what you got to put up with, and they've got to do it. So,
and we are going to see the first bowling change in this Hampshire innings. It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist, the right arm medium quick bowler, bowling. And he's going to be bowling to Toby Albert outside of the off stump, and he leaves that one alone. So Nathan Gilchrist, who is one of the 4 changes in the Kent side for this game, 24 years of age, playing his 27th first class game for Kent. Still overcast.
yeah, overcast, and obviously with a bit of moisture, you know, in the air for that break, you know, it probably went Kent's way that session.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here's Gilchrist then. Bowls, fullish delivery and pushed back to the bowler by Toby Albert. So just to repeat, the wicket has got more than a green tinge. It's not lush green, but it's, you can see from our distance that there's a healthy covering of grass on this. And there's been a bit of movement for the bowlers.
A tiny bit, probably not as much as what everyone would have expected. It's been nice carry though, which is a plus side.
Certainly has. 3 slips weight as he comes in and bowls to Albert. That's outside of the off stump. Again, yeah, as Sean Irvine was saying, good carry, but not extravagant seam movement, is there?
No, and very minimal sort of swing as well. But it'd be interesting to see how Nathan Gilchrist gets it through, because he is the quickest out of the Kent bowlers, so I'm told by Matt Coles.
Yeah, you might not have seen a lot of him. I've seen a bit of him over the years, and he does have the potential to produce quite a devastating spell when he gets it right. Doesn't always get it right, but he has a good kick off the surface, good pace. Here he is, bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. There is exactly the type of ball I've been talking about.
Yeah, beautiful carry, sort of that back of a length, and you know, Tony Abbott tried to sort of push that off the back foot, and just that movement, isn't it? That sort of slight movement away from the batter.
Yeah.
Harry Finch catching it sort of around the chest height.
That's the ball.
It's interesting, you know, they've put a cover in now, so they've sacrificed a gully.
In again, bowls, and Albert wisely leaves that one alone. Now that ball dies a little bit on Finch.
Yeah, that bounced twice nearly.
Yeah, where did that come from? We haven't seen that yet, I don't think.
It was a lot wider than normal, that ball.
So it is a tricky wicket. Both captains saying that they would bowl first. Obviously Kent had the choice, having won the toss. James Vince, interviewed on mic straight after the toss of the coin, said that he would have bowled, and not surprising really, having lost a bit of time through weather. There's another ball that just nips away a fraction, but it's wide, and Albert leaves alone. 37 for 2, that over, the first over from Nathan Gilchrist, and the first over of the afternoon session ends up being a maiden. So, yeah, he's the one bowler for me that would be the worry. Stobo bowled all right. I thought Grant Stewart bowled all right, but for me, I don't know. You pick bowlers, don't you, as a batter, and you think, who's going to give me the hardest work? Out of the 3 bowlers you've seen, who do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Stober's very consistent. Grant Stewart was very consistent, sort of with that away movement. So, yeah, someone like a Nathan Gilchrist, where there is a bit of pace about, you know, uneven bounce. Some will sort of fly through, some don't. Yeah, those are the guys you need to watch out for. I'll put them in a similar bracket to sort of James Fuller. You know, the ability to get that wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah.
As Grant Stewart is going to continue from the pavilion end. James Vince, and that's back for length for defence cover.
Is it me or has it got a little darker in him?
It's slightly gloomy, but no lights on just yet. But Kent have opted to sacrifice that gully fielder and put him in the cover. I think it's Feroz Kushi in cover. As Grant Stewart runs in to James Vince, and that's back of a length and pushed to that fielder in cover. No run.
Saw the old players, didn't we? Tuck it into some lunch on the way to ours.
Yeah, we did. I just sort of showed my face, hoping that I get an invite next year. No, I've got to wait a few years, don't I, Gemma? I've got to wait.
Well, no, you're an old player. You might not be old, but you are an old player. You qualify.
I do qualify. Yeah. As Grant Stewart runs into James Vince. Very solid forward defence. Lovely length there from Grant Stewart.
The fact that you be the youngest old player doesn't really come into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably what's putting me off, to be honest. We'll have to wait for a few more years, get a few more people involved.
Yeah.
I think if I did get the invite, I would just pass on that same invite to a whole bunch of people that I know. So.
Well, they're always looking for some.
As Grant Stewart runs in, that's another forward defence by James Vince.
They're always on the lookout for more old players. I mean, there was a decent number up there, wasn't there? It was good.
There was.
I mean, it sounds silly, but I just wanted to get some lunch, so I didn't stop and I didn't chat to anybody, which is a bit naughty, really. But we're on a tight time schedule.
Yeah, I did. I had a quick hello to Tim Tremlett, who was sort of cricket director over here at Hampshire for a period of time.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart runs in again, and that's a little bit wider, left alone by James Vince.
Yeah, but we didn't try and catch anybody's eye, did we? Because we didn't want to get stopped, because we literally have about enough time to get over the far side of the ground, wolf some food down, and then rush back. So we haven't got time to stop and chat.
Yeah, it was a nice lunch though.
Mm.
Yeah,
it was good. No, it was good. Yeah, well worth it.
Chicken and mushroom pie, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Last ball of the over as Greg Stewart runs in, and that's back of a length, pushed to mid-off, thinking about a signal. A single to Bell Drummond, but no run, and that is another maiden over. So Hampshire are still, is it 37 for 2?
It will still be 37 for 2, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The Southern Vipers, as we mentioned, are playing the Western Storm in the return of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It's a 50-over competition. The Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup has come and gone. That match is reduced because of rain. I mentioned earlier that they also had the rain, probably the same sort of rain that we had. Western Storm finished on 142 for 7 of 32.3. Pushing forward there is Toby Albert, and the lights are starting to come on here. Start of a new over from Nathan Gilchrist. The Vipers, it says you had to bat. I just need to update that. Oh, here we are. That's just updated on my screen because I know they're playing on the live picture feed, so no problems there. The Vipers are 27 without loss in the 5th. They need 130 to win from... Oh, actually, the Western Storm had 37 overs, I tell a lie, so mine hadn't. So oh, he's edged that through to the keeper. No, he hasn't. Oh, that kicked off a length. Albert went for the big cut, saw the ball fly over the top edge. So Western Storm finished on 156 all out. That was off 37 overs, so I think we can assume it's a 37 overs a side game. The Vipers need another 130 from 45.5 overs, and they have all of their wickets remaining, so they look like they're in a decent position there. South East Stars also playing today. I know Matt Cole keeps a firm eye on those, on what they do. As Gilchrist comes in outside the off stump, and that's left alone. The Blaze made 254 for 5. And they are still batting. They're in the 38th over there.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist just really sort of hitting that bat hard at the moment, isn't he? He's had that 1 over to warm up, but he's really getting it through now, which is good to see.
Yeah, he just has that ability, doesn't he, just to get the ball just to kiss the surface and seemingly gather a bit of pace. Comes in again outside the off stump. Nice shape on the ball, but wide.
He's got a lovely run up as well, nice and sort of smooth, and just gathers that momentum at the crease, and that little whip front arm.
Yeah, playing his 27th first class game for Kent. He's Nathan Gilchrist. He's played 5 games in the county championship so far this year. 13 wickets at 36. I think you have to allow for the Canterbury wicket there a little bit. It's probably puts on about 2 or 3 per wicket on your analysis. That's closer to off stump, but again Albert's leaving that one alone. Definitely a bit more gloomy here, that's why the lights are on.
Yeah, to me, I mean, those stats tell me that he's a sort of, you know, partnership breaker as well. So, you know, has got that ability to just pick up a wicket when probably it's, you know, the batters are, you know, have got through the innings quite well, and he comes on and just picks up a wicket. So
yeah, and he averages 31 in his career, so he's slightly above that this season. Comes in again and bowls, and Albert's forward, keeps that low to the ground as it goes to backward a point, goes down towards the boundary, won't quite go all the way. Good delivery there, that was off the thickish outside edge of Albert's bat, but he also played it well, didn't go looking for it, allowed it to come onto him. Albert moves on to 12, Vince has the same score, and Hampshire, after a very quiet start to this afternoon session, have moved on by just those 2 runs, 39 for 2. We've had 10 minutes of the afternoon session after a late start to lunch.
yeah, Grant Stewart's going to continue from the pavilion end to James Vince. As he runs in, and that's wide of the crease, left alone. James Vince.
Thanks for the reminders, everybody. I'd forgotten to switch the ground commentary on until just now, so thank you. Too much to think about. Right, I'm just being told that tea is fixed at 4:05. There we go.
That's good. Grant Stewart runs in again. And that's nice and straight and just tucked away backward a square leg for a single of James Vince. Fielded there by Matt Parkinson. That breeze is still fairly strong. That, what would you say, that's west to east?
I'm looking at the flags. Actually, the Kent one's blowing and the Hampshire one isn't. It's a bit odd.
I think it's probably wrapped around the cable.
Yes, it probably is. But you're right, yeah. Right to left, that's west to east.
West to east, yeah. I got that right.
You did.
So Tony Albert facing Grant Stewart, and that's wide, left alone, full of length.
Actually, both these bowlers operating are back in the side, aren't they? After missing
that's
the last game or so. Kent are severely depleted, although they have some returning players. Jack Leaning's another one who has been in the wars. Zach Crawley already linked up with England ahead of the West Indies tour. Joe Denley injured.
Stewart again, and that's nice and full. Fantastic shot through mid-on of Tony Albert. Much fuller of length, and he just lent on that as he beats mid-on. Great shot.
Now, Toby Albert, it's interesting, isn't it? Because he's basically opening the batting because of Ali Orr, who's injured. Toby Albert in his first innings, in his first game this season, opening the batting, 114 against Surrey, which is no mean feat.
No, that's a great score.
5 and 1 last week against Warwickshire, but he got 2 terrific deliveries which I don't think really you could put down to batter error. It's an interesting dilemma if he continues to get runs.
Yes, Stewart again bowls to Tony up, and that's left alone outside off. Yeah, he definitely, his forward defence is very strong. He leaves the ball very well, so, and that's what you need as an opening batter. But yeah, playing nice and straight. A couple of times that sort of back foot drive has sort of looked a little bit in trouble, but you know, that's also from the wicket, you know, kicking up and a bit of pace with the wicket. Stewart comes in again to Tony Albert, and that's back of a length and forward defender to cover. But yeah, you're right. That's the end of the over, sorry, and that's Hampshire 44 for 2. But yeah, you're right. If he gets a half decent score here, you know, then you know you'll be asking questions, wouldn't you?
Well, the interesting thing is, and I haven't had an update on Ali Orr for a little while, but I think that the thinking was that even if he's back at the back end of the season, it'll be right at the back end.
Right.
And let's assume they decide to risk him, or you know, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
So Toby Albert has a great opportunity here.
Yep.
And you know, by the end of the season, or towards the end of the season, he will have had a few more innings. And if he comes out of it, having actually had a good season as Gilchrist bowls, Vince drives thick outside edge along the ground to point, he could stake a real claim, couldn't he? Because, you know, if, say, he's averaging currently for Hampshire first class 34, obviously helped by that 114 because he's only playing his 7th game, so it's early days for him. But if he continues to average over 30 odd, it does give Hampshire a bit of a dilemma, I think.
Well, Hampshire have struggled to find opening sort of batters, haven't they? So
Gilchrist bowls. Oh, it's a nice shape, but literally the shape was as it got towards the keeper. Left alone by Vince once more.
yeah, Hampshire have struggled really to find an opening batting combination. So, you know, they tried Felix Organ for a bit. They tried Ian Holland for a bit. So, yeah, it will make it interesting. And like you say, he's got a really good opportunity to really sort of push his name forward. So,
yeah. Here's Gilchrist running away from us again. Right arm over and bowls. Oh, that's nipped back a little. Just started a little wide again. Vince is able to leave that one on. I'll give you an interesting stat. Now, I don't know how far this goes back, but for me, this is the first time that Hampshire have gone into a championship game with both opening batters averaging 30 or above. They've usually gone into games where either one of them is averaging in the 20s or both. This would be a first time for quite a while.
I'll say that's going back a long while.
I agree. Anybody that knows can quite happily email southerncricket@gmail.com. Lovely drive, James Vince, wide and mid off. And that will be 4 runs. Not quite a half volley. But you do think with James Vince's 166 not out last week, kind of gives him a bit of a chance now, because he was in beautiful position for that, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't a genuine half volley. It was sort of back of a length. But you know, James Vince just plays everything with such great sort of angles. You know what I mean? And yeah, lovely straight bat. But yeah, I reckon maybe Jimmy Adams and Michael Carberry, maybe them
I would
two.
say so. You'd have to go that far back. Yeah. You would, yeah. Here's Gilchrist again. Bowls and Vince. Oh, I think he had a little nibble at that one. He's pulled the bat away, but I think the ball's already past the bat. As he does that, I'll have a little watch of that on the replay. So 48 for 2 currently. Thank you to those who have been in touch and said the ground commentary wasn't on and the music was on. This time it was human error, as they say in the business. Down to me, really. I'd just forgotten to switch it all on. So apologies, that is me getting that wrong. But we're all good. We've been all right for about the last 5-10 minutes now. That's full. That's driven straight. And that would be 4 more. Nathan Gilchrist looks up to the heavens and realises he's got that one wrong. And Vince moves on to, in fact, it's the 50 up anyway, but Vince moves on to 21 at the end of that Gilchrist over. 2 fours off the bat of James Vince in those last 6 deliveries. So, yeah, thank you. I had quite a few messages. I thought, oh, we got a lot of nice messages now, but they're all the same. So there you go.
It's always handy when the public can tell you what's wrong and
Yeah.
you can fix it.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to know. Otherwise, of course, I don't remember until somebody tells me.
Yeah.
So we had the buzz this morning. I've forgotten to switch the ground commentary on this afternoon. Apart from that, everything's been quite sweet, really.
That's good. As there's a change of bowling from the pavilion end as Joey Everson comes on to bowl.
Very much an all-rounder, isn't he, with Joey Everson?
Yeah, as he's running into bowl to Tony Albert. And that's lovely and straight and forward of fence. Thought about a single, but just backward of square leg.
Joey Everson's 9 wickets in the championship this season have come at 48 apiece. Very much a medium pace at Joey Everson.
Yeah.
Formerly of Notts.
As he bustles in to Tony Albert, and that's driven fantastically well between mid-off and cover for 4 runs. Just lent on that, Tony Albert.
Lovely shot indeed.
Pressure.
Again, good body weight.
Yeah, fantastic body weight. You can always tell, the ball sort of went straight into the ground, so he was right over that ball.
Terrific stuff. Nice strong drives from both batters out there.
Yeah, there's been very minimal movement, off the seam, swing in the air, so batters probably feel like they can hit through that ball quite nicely, even if it isn't quite a half volley. You get good value for runs here, don't you?
You do. Even with a greenish outfield that had a little bit of rain overnight and this morning.
Everson again back with a length for Tony Albert. No run. Yeah, we've now got the 2 slips in, a point, cover, mid-off. Fine leg, square leg, sort of catching mid-wicket. Daniel Bell Drummond is catching mid-wicket and mid-on. Lights are still on. So Everson runs in. Again, that's wide of the off stump, and that's left alone.
Got an email here from Brian Budd, sullencricket@gmail.com, continuing the conversation we've just been having there, Sean.
Yep.
Good to see an interesting pitch at the bowl. Albert and Middleton look like proper red ball openers. Much may change by the time Orr returns, but in my opinion, Orr is more of a natural number 5. He does look a good white ball opener, though. Enjoying the commentary as always, especially now that the hum has gone. Thank you. Don't keep reminding us. We still...
As ever, he nicks out very wide, full in length. Tony Albert goes to the drive, and that has caught a second slip. I think that's Jack leaning.
Yes. Yes. Oh, did he get slightly inside the line? Because that was quite full, wasn't it?
Maybe a little bit of swing from Joey Everson. Invited the drive. Went quick though. There's a very good catch. No slip catch is easy catch. There's a jammer.
Well, you fielded there. Well fielded, by the way.
Yeah.
Over the years, all those catches you got. I'll have a look up actually. How many catches? Do you know how many catches you got?
I don't. Matt asked me earlier if I looked at stats. I don't. So.
Well, I might have a quick look actually. Or look up. So wickets being shared around for Kent at the moment. One for Grant Stewart and one for Charlie Stobo this morning. And now Joey Everson joining in the party.
Yeah, he was driven earlier in the over, wasn't he, for a ball that sort of wasn't as full. It was sort of a little bit wider in width, and Tony Albert just lent on that. That one looked like he really sort of tried to tuck into that, really try to force that, which created the neck. We have Ben Brown coming to the crease, batting at number 5.
I'll tell you what, shall we have a quick change of commentary, because that's been quite a long changeover between wickets. So it's going to be Matt Cole. Have a break, Sean.
Thank you.
Sean Irvine will be back shortly. While we're waiting for Sean Irvine, while we're waiting for Ben Brown to get to the middle, I'm just having a quick look. Sean Irvine, number of catches for Hampshire. It'll come up on my screen very shortly. He says he doesn't know. Let's have a look.
I'm going to go for just a wild guess, Kevin. I'm going to go for around about 326. I don't know what
Catches?
Yeah.
You're way off, actually.
Am I?
Yeah. It's considerably lower. It probably would have been had he held on to all the ones he should have held on to.
Well, I'm looking at his first class list A and T20s.
Oh, right, okay. Yes, actually,
Yeah, I'm just imagining
right.
326. I don't know if that would be about right.
Actually, I was only looking at first class, so you could be very well be right. So what is it combined?
I think it's 300. Sorry, my guess is 326.
Which means it is.
Yeah.
Here's Everson in the sunshine, which has come back out to greet us. And it greets Ben Brown as he pushes that out quietly on the offside for no run. And Hampshire are 56 for 3.
First class 196, 77 in list A cricket, 59 in T20s.
Which is...
It's about 326.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. It would have been double that. I saw him drop a few. A few sitters.
Going to make sure that is. There'll be people at home going, that's nowhere near 326. I've just done that as a quick mental arithmetic.
Up on my calculator?
Yeah. Can we find one?
No, he was very good in there for a while in the slips. It's always quite reassuring when you do get some good slippers around. And I should imagine Jack Leaning's one of those, isn't it? I don't think I've hardly seen him field anywhere else for Kent, but it's quite reassuring from a bowling point of view and also from the commentator's point of view, really. Until they go through these little phases, and you do go through phases, don't you, where all of a sudden some of the best slippers just inexplicably start to drop one or two. Gilchrist bowls.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Pushed out square on the offside.
I was looking at the stats. Yeah, I've actually underestimated it. It's 332. There we go. That's so much for my mental arithmetic.
That's a lot of catches.
Yeah. 196, 77 and 59, those,
Almost more catches than runs.
I think Sean was, as it came off, was through gritted teeth says, it's got to be more than that. I think you dummy for 6. It's deep in his crease there, flicked away by Vince. That's a good shot, actually. A Yorker length ball, toe crusher, but he gets 2 from it because he got his toes out of the way. Got the bat there, Tim Moore. So I was saying to Sean, as I met him for the first time today, that I think Kent fans will know the name. Just feels like one of those players. I'm not sure the exact stats. We can perhaps do a number crunch later, but
well, I'll look it up while you're doing commentary on this.
Seem to be taking catches, scoring runs. There we go.
Here we are against Kent.
Maybe it's just my fevered imagination. I'm not sure, but
first class.
Did well against everyone, to be fair.
Averaged 40 with the bat.
Gilchrist to Vince. Again, it's deep in the crease, that ball, but couldn't get that one away. Couldn't quite time it, Vince. He's looking to punch that on drive, but straight on the ground to Daniel Bell-Drummond. So average 40, so it wasn't far wrong.
No, first class, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
The only better ones were Cardiff MCCU.
Yeah. Oh, that's well known. That's well known. The students down in Wales hate him. Absolutely hate him. You're not allowed in Wales, are you sure? That part of South Wales is Gilchrist to Vince. He's hit the stumps at this end. Again, going for that on drive. Attractive looking shot, but has cleaned up the stumps. There was an appeal from somewhere in the crowd. Gilchrist was about 10 feet away from it, so no touch on it.
Actually, I can understand why you said that he's not welcome in Wales, because he averaged 45 against Glamorgan.
There we go.
There we go.
Or we should say, obviously, Sean really likes it in Wales, which and every reason to. So 2 balls to come with this over from Gilchrist. Fascinating battle between these two. It's flicked off his pads by Vince for a single. The way Gilchrist turned there, I think he was disappointed with himself. He's just strayed onto leg stump a little bit. He's looking to go very full against the Hampshire captain. 24 from 32 for Vince, though. Good strike rates so far. Ben Brown has faced just 1 ball for none.
Yeah, I think you've got to pitch the ball up to a point here. The ball's obviously coming on quite nicely to the back. We've seen some sumptuous drives, haven't we, off the bat of James Vince. So you've got to keep the ball reasonably well pitched up here to get that movement and to get the edge, as we saw with Toby Albert in the previous over.
Yeah, and Everson and Albert nicking away to Jack Leaney at second slip. Gilchrist 3 slips in behind Brown. Just tuck that into the onside, thinking about a quick run, but as an immediate no. You could hear that on the effects microphone. All around the ground you could hear Ben Brown imperiously shouting no at his captain at the far end. It's a dot ball, 59 for 3. Hampshire here at the Utilita Bowl. Kent won the toss if you're just joining us and elected to bowl first. We lost an hour and a half from the first session to rain. 19 for none when they resumed Hampshire, and then Kent did really well. Kept things very tight with the ball. And Fletcher Middleton went, I think, 3 or 4 overs, about 3.5 overs after the restart. No more runs on the board. He edged to Harry Finch, and then just before lunch, Nick Gubbins. It was a strange one. I still couldn't work out from the replay. I looked at it 3 or 4 times how the ball got onto his stumps. I think Sean was saying perhaps off the thigh pad. It was a weird trajectory, but Charlie Stober bowling Nick Gubbins, and then Toby Alberts, we've just been saying, previous over from Joey Everson, edging to second slip for 20.
The Gubbins dismissal almost defied logic, defied physics, because you couldn't even see the leg stump. Everson comes in, pulled away by Vince. There is a man out there at deep square leg, can't quite reach. In fact, he's quite straight there. Good looking shot there from James Vince. First time we've seen the pull shot from him. We've seen a number of drives. Maybe Everson, aware of that, just dropped a fraction short. And Vince, I have to say, and I don't want to put the curse on him.
Here we go.
But he started as well as I think I've seen him start a championship game this year. Obviously benefiting from that innings a few days ago at Edgbaston, 166 not out. The field's changing somewhat. Oh, we're just waiting for the ball to come from down the groundsman's tunnel, or the groundspeople's tunnel. 63 for 3.
They've been there with the mallet smacking it out of shape, I'd imagine. Just
yeah. Well, as we know with the state of the balls over the last few years, you don't need to do too much to them. It's interesting, actually, not all the lights are on. And in fact, they've just been switched off. In fact, as I was talking, all the lights were just starting to be switched off, and that's it.
Because it is brighter, naturally, yeah.
So they're extinguished now. 63 for 3. Vince is 28 from 33. Short. Vince off the back foot. Trying to hit that with pace through the covers, didn't quite time it. Another email here from Paul Williams. This is just before lunch, but I know Paul listens quite regularly, so he'll be still there. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Lita and I are now back home in Portugal. That's right, he messaged last week to say he was over here for a little while. After our trip back to the UK, which sadly did not coincide with any cricket at the Utilita Bowl. In fact, I think he was with friends in Suffolk, he told me, if I remember the message rightly, as Vince leaves that one alone outside the off stump. YouTube is a great next best. And we'll be able to watch most of this match after working in the garden, as it is very overgrown after not being tended for nearly 2 weeks. Hope the team can get back to winning ways, as 3 wins and a draw would be a good return for this mid-season proper cricket break. Of course, he's assuming that Hampshire win this one, which would be 3 wins and a draw. But there's a long way to go yet. Kent will feel happy, I guess, Matt.
Yeah, I think
3 wickets.
On the balance of what's been going on so far.
Vince cuts that away. That was wide from Everson. That was inviting, that shot from Vince. Carved it away through the covers. 67 for 3. Vince moves on to 32.
Yeah, that one just dropped a fraction short and wide and carved away. Yeah, Vince is rattling along here. We're looking at the stats for first innings from their opposition this season. Has not been pretty for Kent. They conceded 400 in all but one in the first innings to their opposition. Yeah. That was the game they won against Lancashire, so they'll be hoping to at least keep things tidy in this innings.
Everson bowls again, it's wide and it gets the same treatment. Smashed through the covers. Last 2 deliveries have not been the best from Everson. And Vince in this mood, I wouldn't be bowling there. 36 off 37 now. Vince 71 for 3.
Saying maybe need to go fuller. Obviously, if you do over pitch, you're in danger from the drive then as well, aren't you? But it's sitting up a little bit, isn't it? Waiting to be hit.
It is a bit.
Well, certainly if you're James Vince with his timing.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Now there's a deep cover now. Daniel Bell-Drummond has got a man away to our right. Not surprisingly, if Everson continues on this line, you would hope he wouldn't. I'm sure Bell-Drummond's thinking, I'm sure he's not going to bowl any more out there and feed it. 3 boundaries off this over. Here's the last ball. Bowls, oh my word, that's even wider. So it goes through to the keeper, Harry Finch, and that is the end of the over. Vince 36, Brown yet to get off the mark, having faced 2 deliveries. And Hampshire are 71 for 3.
Yeah, telling those field changes, weren't they, for Joey Everson? It's just his second over. He's got a wicket in the first, and you've withdrawn a slip. Just got the 2 slips in. And just going a little bit on the defensive towards the end of that over. Try and stem the flow of runs. Gilchrist has bowled decently here. None for 13 or 4. Looks a threat, though, certainly, on his return to the team.
Yeah,
you were picking him out, weren't you, before the start of the players? Awkward one to face. And he's just bringing Feroz Kushi slightly more in at cover. 3 slips in. As he bowls now to Brown. Just turns around a little bit outside part of the bat, but keeps it down to Joey Everson at point. Then Feroz Kushi at cover. Matt Parkinson is at mid-off. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, at mid-on. And mid-wicket and deep fine leg remain. Actually, Stobo, beg your pardon, much taller than Matt Parkinson at mid-off, and Parkinson at mid-wicket. As Gilchrist bowls to Brown. Decent pace again, and Brown just defends that off middle and off. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. 71 for 3.
Ben Brown closing on 400 runs this season, and he's averaging 42, which is a welcome return to form. He was a little bit down on his stats last year, but he joined Hampshire from Sussex with a career average of 40. So he's just a fraction above that so far this season.
Gilchrist bowls to him now, and just guided past point. He does really well there, keeps it down. There's a despairing dive by Joey Everson. Looks like he'll go for 4. Ben Compton doesn't give up the chase, but it'll go to the rope. 4 runs to Brown. His first runs, his first boundary. Right into that, 75 for 3. And things much lighter here at the Utilita Bowl now than early on. The cloud just blowing across, and looks kind of, I wouldn't say fair weather cloud, but the gloom has lifted a little bit. Certainly has for Hampshire. Lost 3 wickets, one just after lunch as well. Toby Albert going, but James Vince has been keeping the scoreboard ticking well. 36 from 38. Gilchrist, former Somerset bowler, came to again at a young age, found his pathway to the first team obstructed. He bowls to Brown now, works it into the onside. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields at mid-on on the run, and there's again a warning no from Ben Brown. James Vince static at the non-striker's end. Charlie Stober tosses it underarm to Nathan Gilchrist. He's wearing a short sleeve shirt but long tubey grip bandage on his left arm. Bowls now to Brown outside the off stump, and that's well outside the off stump. It's a good take actually by Harry Finch in front of second slip. It tells you just how far that's moved. I mean, it did move off the pitch a little bit, Kevin James, but
yes.
It was already starting pretty wide.
I always love to see keepers take those, because you see the ball swinging as it's arriving at them, and you think you've got to move a bit further than that because it's getting further away from you. So to actually get your gloves on that, terrific take. We're almost behind the line, so we can see the shape of the ball.
Yeah. Gilchrist again to Brown. Ooh, that's wrapped him amidships, I think. And there's a stifled appeal for an LBW. I don't think it was, but that him pretty square.
Turned him around, didn't it, a bit?
Good delivery to finish from Gilchrist, at least worrying the batter, but no wicket there. 75 for 3. Then Hampshire looking to rebuild a little bit after Albert's departure.
England women are playing New Zealand women
Yep.
in the second one-day international today. I think they're at Worcester this game. They won easily up at the Riverside a few days ago. Looks like they might be on for another win here. They bowled New Zealand out for 141 in the 42nd over. England women in reply are 29 without loss, and they're in the 6th over there, and of course that means that the Southern Vipers player Maya Boucher is still out there in the middle. She's 20 not out with Tammy Beaumont, who's 9, and wickets for England in that game as Everson bowls. Length ball to Vince, much straighter. And Vince just calmly plays it away on the offside. Sophie Eccleston, the spinner, got 5 for 25. The Vipers bowlers, Charlie Dean, who picked up wickets in the first game, 10 overs, 2 for 35. Alice Capsey is playing, and this one she's had a bit of a break from the game. I'm not sure who else is actually playing with the Vipers. I'm not sure Lauren Bell is. No, she's not. She's not in the England team. This one, Danny White's in the side. That's pushed out to point by James Vince. So that's the latest situation in that one. Of the Division 1 scores, there's obviously been a bit of rain affecting some of these games. Surrey are 52 for 2 against Essex. Warwickshire 144 for 4 against Somerset. Lancashire 100 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. And Durham are 160 for 6 against Worcestershire. Those are the Division 1 scores. I'll leave Matt to do Division 2. I don't usually read those out. As Everson comes in, length ball to Vince. Much tighter line this time from Everson.
So rude.
I don't like to tempt fate.
So rude indeed.
It is, isn't it, really?
But yeah, Tammy Beaumont made 75, not out, I think, in the last one-day international. The sandwich superstar. And not because you eat sandwiches, because you understand. It's a Kent thing.
From sandwich.
Was hoping Rihanna McDonald-Gay might make her debut in this one. Called up for the first time into the one-day international squad, but
not quite.
The Kent player.
Everson bowls. Driving is Vince, and that's a good diving stop at mid-off. Is that Grant Stewart?
It is indeed, yeah.
Good diving
Really
stop,
good stop
to his left. Just the one to Vince then, who takes him on to 37, 76 for 3.
Yeah, Rihanna McDonald-Gay from Maidstone. Kent player, all-rounder. Looking forward for her making her debut, but not today.
No.
I should say she's now of Surrey, of course, because that's the way women's county cricket works now.
Not that you're bitter.
No, I just saying that is the way it works.
There's Everson bowls, and Brown gets a length ball. Quietly plays that away square on the offside. One ball left of this over.
Yeah, I know I shouldn't, but I did. No, absolutely. 76 for 3 here. Everson's recovered a little bit from that last up, wasn't he? James Vince was really taking a liking to his bowling, but a little bit tighter this time round. Sun's coming out again at the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, much better conditions. Still a bit of cloud, but it's a bit higher. Here's Everson again then. And another good length ball to Ben Brown, who steers that up towards mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me for this little session. Matt Cole will continue alongside Sean Irvine.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And looking into Division 2, because I'll rise above the comments from Kevin James. Wickets tumbling at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 76 all out. Yorkshire 28 for none in reply. Gloucestershire 176 for 9 against Glamorgan at Cheltenham. There's a Cheltenham festival this week. Kent are playing there on Friday in the T20. Leicestershire 144 for 9 at Grace Road. Make that 148 for 9 at Grace Road against Middlesex. Sussex 118 for 7, so wickets tumbling there at Wantage Road. Northampton against Northamptonshire. That's the second division scorecard so far. So wickets tumbling around the country. Just 3 here so far. Sean Irvine, welcome back. Interesting little spell after lunch this one. Wicket for Kent, but then Hampshire looking like they're battling back in.
Yeah, James Vince has been outstanding at the crease at the moment.
Stobo to bowl then to Vince, and back foot driving that straight at Feroz Kushi, I think. I think we're just going to adjust things here a little bit. There we go. I think we should have. But yeah, straight at Feroz Kushi, and there's no run. Johnny Stobo brought back on for Nathan Gilchrist. Not sure what you made of it. I know Kevin was picking out Gilchrist as a dangerous customer early on.
Yeah, he created a couple of player misses, didn't he, from that sort of back of a length. Hit the bat hard, which was good to see.
Stobo, the Western Australian, back in. Was a thick edge, and that's through backward point more or less. And that'll go for 4 runs. And I'll say that'll be some encouragement for Charlie Stobo, but Vince survives all the way along the ground eventually. I don't think even if they'd had a man at backward point, that would have been a really tough catch, but outside part of the bat, gone for 4.
Yeah, Charlie Stobo has been obviously very consistent, you know, even with his first spell, you know, before the rain break and after the rain break, he was very consistent, and I think he could do with an extra catcher, to be honest. They've sort of kept with the same sort of field, only 2 slips to James Vince.
Yeah, 80 for 3. It's perhaps a little bit defensive at this stage, but on off stump, Vince defends that, and there's no run.
His line and length has been, like I said, quite consistent. And you know, for me, you know, if you sort of hang around that sort of off stump, fourth stump line, and then every now and then just chuck one a little bit wider, you know, to invite that drive and hopefully get a opportunity for a catch. But you know, I'd like to see another person onto the offside.
Stover then to Vince once more. That one's defended off middle stump. There's no run. As you say, he's been good and accurate, Stover. He's not bowled much wide at all, has he?
No, that's right.
As a play.
And not much movement. You know, I think he's trying to sort of get a little bit of movement off the seam, and there hasn't been. Whether that's down to the ball, I'm not sure, because like we have mentioned before, there's a decent covering of grass on the wicket.
Yeah. So yeah, just the two slips in for Kent at the moment. It's to Wandami AA at 1 and Jack leaning and took a good sharp catch. Rid of Toby Albert for 20. Vince has 41 already though, and drives again and attractively. Doesn't quite get all of that though. It's up to Nathan Gilchrist at a wide mid-off. Throws it back to the wicket-keeper's end, taken by Harry Finch. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised in some ways that you say that Kent haven't got a third in there, because there have been times apart from the wickets where we've seen thickish edges. Just wonder if it gives the bowler a bit more encouragement as well in that respect.
That's right, and you know, just sticking to basics, and that's what Charlie Stober does.
To Vince once more, and down the legs. He said, well, that was almost inevitable. He's just lost his radar a little bit there. It's gone down the leg side, but that was the one. I don't think we've seen another one of those from Charlie Stober, but Harry Finch takes it, and there's no chance for James Vince to get a bat on it. So end of the over, commentator's curse prevails. 80 for 3 then. Yeah, Hampshire right now. In
my defence, they did push deep square back, so whether he tried that as in swinger and then just have that guy right back on the boundary as a protection, then yeah, we'll go with that, shall we? Perfect. I agree. My learned colleague. Joey Everson continues from the pavilion then. Yeah. 1 for 17 beam so far. Still been a little bit inconsistent. So as he runs into Ben Brown, and that's nice and full forward defended to mid on. I wonder if Everson is, it feels like he's bowling slightly quicker than normal. Maybe that's just his captain saying gives 4 or 5 quicker overs, but it's more or less medium pace, isn't he? Joey Everson is not that rapid. Yeah, they've got a catching mid wicket and a deep square leg. So looking to bowl straight as Everson comes in, and then really good ball outside off stump and left alone by Ben Brown. And then Gully as well, Ben Compton. Yeah, I think he's just looking to, you know, the Kent bowlers, they started off obviously very well, nice and consistent. I think they want to try and get back to that, don't they? That's just that sort of nice consistency. Ask questions of the Hampshire batters. Joey Everson runs in again. That's again nice and full, forward defended. Back to the bowler by Ben Brown. Obviously it's easier said than done, particularly with James Vince and the touch he seems to be in, but to your point, just trying to raise a bit of pressure on the two batters. I'll ask them a question, I suppose, rather than the other way around. Yeah, that's right, and you know, you can always allow, you don't mind if you're getting sort of driven on the up, then that's fine, because that's all it takes is a tiny bit of movement off the wicket and you're in business. So again, that's sort of like a shovel to the leg side and half appeal from the Kent fielders. Given runs, so maybe off the glove. He's not a tall man, Ben Brown, so yeah, it wasn't very short, was it? You say it looks a little bit awkward playing off the rest of the thigh pad. Yeah, as the field changes for James Vince, short mid wicket comes across the cover and they send deep cover out. He comes again, and that's straight and just worked to the leg side to deep square leg for a single. James Vince pushes the total on to 82. That's a measure of the comfort that
James Vince is perhaps feeling out there at the moment. It was an easy single, wasn't it? Dropped into the onside.
Yeah, but I think he's also created that as well with obviously some of the shots that he's played. So you know, Kentos sort of in that sort of defensive mode in outfields against James Vince, so creates gaps for him. As Everson comes into Ben Brown again, that's straight and that's worked to the leg side. That will get a single. Daniel Drummond fields, and that will be the end of the over. Hampshire are 83 for 3.
Yeah, 3 runs off that one. Welcome wherever you're listening. BBC Silent at BBC Radio Kent with Matt Colin. Former Hampshire player Sean Irvine with us, and Kevin James too. I've never knowingly played for Hampshire, I think it's fair to say. The other two former players of this parish, of course. Enjoying the back and forth though, obviously, and didn't realise you... Why would I? You played Perth as well at the Wacker as well. You were talking about that earlier on.
Yeah, it sort of got to a point where sort of, you know, the seasons would just about overlap. You know, between county season and the sort of Western Australia, the state cricket over in Australia. So yeah, it was maybe a day or two after our last game we were, you know, on a flight back to Perth.
This is Johnny Stobo to Ben Brown. We were talking about that early on because of Johnny Stobo, Western Australian as well. They won the Sheffield Shield this winter. But saying it's Perth is a, or the Wacker at least is a singular type of place to play cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they used to get their clay from only a certain area, to sort of like a certain gully. I think it was about sort of, I want to say about an hour and a half down south, sort of just past the Margaret River area, is where they used to collect their clay. So
Stobo to Brown. And that just turns it around a little bit, but down to the off stump, out the side rather, and for us Cushy Fields, no run.
And yeah, very unique place to play cricket. So yeah, really loved it. We had a few. I still speak with a lot of my mates over there in Australia. Played for a club called Fremantle, which has a lot of history about it anyway. Yeah, we had a great time, and it's good to see, you know, Adam Vogues, you know, who's West Australia coach, doing really well as well.
So Stobo rolls outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. A dot ball.
Yeah, Adam Vogues came over, played for Hampshire. Jamo will know which year that was. Played T20 season for Hampshire. But yeah, wonderful man and very good player as well in his own right. Played for Australia as well. Adam Vogues. He's shaking his head. Yeah, he knows the year.
Is that a quiz for us now? He's going to ask us. Well, it should be. It's Stobo to bowl to Brown. And straight back at the bowler on the run, taking on this follow through very neatly by Stobo. Reaches down with his left hand. Hasn't played a massive first class cricket. In fact, his T20 debut for Kent actually in a bit of an injury crisis. No, I don't mean to diminish that at all, but was his first class T20, if you like, of his career. So yeah, it's blended well with the Kent squad so far. Enjoying his company. Stobo bowls to Brown on the leg side, and that's taken by Harry Finch very efficiently.
Yeah, Kevin James has just typed his name in.
There we go.
2007 he played for Hampshire.
Styled it up.
Yeah, but it is interesting, you know, the sort of state cricketers over there, you know, a full season, if they play 100 games, you know, of their career,
yeah,
that's a huge accomplishment, and yet for us county cricketers, 100 games is deemed as sort of halfway.
It's Stobo then to Brown. Defends that off the off stump, end of the over. It's a maiden from Stobo. Good accurate stuff from him once again, 83 for 3. But yeah, it's a smaller competition, the state competition.
Yeah, you played literally 10 first class games and that's it. So whereas over here it's normally sort of 16, I think, is the amount we play. So you know, over the same sort of time span, you gaining those extra games. So yeah, they do play a lot of cricket throughout the county season.
Stobo hadn't played any Big Bash either, so no T20s for him on the, as I said, the sort of first-class T20 record for him. But that, as you say, it doesn't necessarily mean with those cricketers they're not playing good quality cricket.
Yeah,
elsewhere,
that's right. And obviously we got more counties as well. You know, you've got 18 counties over there. You got sort of 6 states, so that does play a big difference. As Everson runs into James Vince. So he's had a few balls that have just not quite timed for James Vince. So I don't know if it's sort of coming off the wicket indifferently or if it's the ball.
Doesn't look like it's doing much in the air, does it? So just a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah, probably if anything, maybe a tiny bit off the air, but and a tiny bit off the pitch, but not much. As Everson hits him on the pads, they all appeal, but that's. Well, let's see if it's got a little inside edge or not.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, given runs, so
that's why it's not out.
Yeah, it's a single to James Vince. But Everson looks like a bowler that sort of, with his action as it is, you know, I reckon sometimes he gets it right and the ball will fly through, and every now and then it won't get it right, and it's just a natural sort of variation in his speed. So something for him to enjoy as Everson runs in again to Ben Brown this time, and that's well left, outside off, well bowled.
So that's just natural rhythm, is it? That's the way he is at the moment as a cricketer.
Yeah, that's right. And you do get these sort of bowlers that are like that, and as a batter you can't find that sort of rhythm, and it's just a natural beauty of bowling. I think you know, certain bowlers have that, and yeah, it can put the batters off. It can give you a slight advantage as a bowler, I guess. As Everson runs into Ben Brown, and that's nice and straight and forward defended. Back to the bowler.
I think he's having a good season. It's not been a good season for Kent just in both competitions so far, but I think Everson is coming out as a sort of shining light. He's 22, and you can see the progress he's making every year, and they started batting further up the order as well. I mean, needs must to an extent, but also I think, you know, he is going to end up as maybe not as a 4 as he was last week, but as a 5 rather than a sort of all-rounder at 7 or 8.
Okay, good.
Much better.
As he runs in again to Ben Brown, and that's a lot wider, left alone by Ben Brown. Bit of shape to that ball. Would you say he's more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder?
I think he's becoming the opposite as going up the order. I think his batting is getting stronger and stronger. But yeah, to be honest, at 22 you don't quite know, do you? I think he's I'm sitting on the fence. He's good at both. Yep. He's a good fielder as well. But I think in time he will probably go further up the order. So be more of a number 4 or probably number 5 for Kent. So a batting all-rounder in that respect. But his technique looks really good, batting-wise. Yeah, bowling's not bad either.
That's good as Everson comes in again, and that's just pushed down the leg side by Ben Brown down to fine leg for a single. And that is the end of the over. Hampshire 85 for 3.
I was joking the other day that this was a couple of 4-day games ago, so it would have been before the T20 start, that seeing him bat at 7, Joey Everson, he looked really good technique, looking really good, starting to make some good scores and look secure, and just sort of mentioning offhand, and could see him batting further up the order, and then lo and behold, the next first class game he was batting at 4, albeit as I said, in a bit of an injury crisis, but they clearly have that faith in him, Kent, to give him the challenge, I suppose, to do that as well.
Oh, that's good. You know, he obviously shows a lot of potential for that. So
yeah, still just 22, so he's got a way to go. Stobo to bowl to Brown now on the off stump, and defends that one. Again, Stobo just pinning Brown down a bit. 7 from 26 at the moment. Vince has looked more assured, but after that over from Everson, which went for 9, you were pointing out, Sean, Kent seems to have gone back to bowling better length and line and just keeping the runs, just mopping them up a bit.
Yeah, I think obviously Charlie Stobo and Stuart Grant, or Grant Stewart, should I say, they're a bit more consistent than the other two.
Stobo to Brown now. Great balls at an edge. They go up. Umpire says no at this end. And I did just wonder, I mean, it looks a great delivery. It's a play and a miss from Ben Brown near the off stump. I thought Stobo looked like he was the last one to go up a little bit. But he may have been shouting on his way down the pitch, but we can't tell from here.
Yeah, it was sort of like a sort of half appeal from Harry Finch and to Tandem, well, yeah, as well. So, and they normally the first two that normally would go up.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Charlie Stobo bowling nicely. Yeah.
It's again to Brown, 2 slips in the gully. Again, that's left him and got some bounce as well. That's got some lift just outside the off stump. I don't think Brown's necessarily played at that one, but it's a good delivery from Stobo.
Yeah, fantastic delivery. That back of a length and just sort of kicking up.
That's a good follow-up, isn't it, to the previous ball, leaving Ben Brown guessing just a bit, perhaps.
Yeah, it's something that Kent need to be aware of. Obviously, maybe you don't want to be bowling your Nathan Gilchrist and Joey Everson all at the same time. You know, mixing it up with Stuart Grant and Charlie Stobo either end.
Stobo bowls again to him. Oh, he's fending outside the off stump again, and that's left him. And Stobo will, well, I'm sure all bowlers do. He probably thinks I deserve one here, but it's good bowling again. But Brown is holding on, 85 for 3. Good over so far from the Australian though.
Yeah, fantastic over so far, and it just, you know, that just goes to show you, you know, you hit that sort of consistent line and length. You know, there's something in there for the bowlers. He's a tall man. Very up and down action, smooth.
Very long run up as well. Comes into to Brown now. Oh, swing and a miss. That was a definite drive. He's gone down on one knee to drive that through the covers. That's gone through to the wicket keeper. And at the moment, it looks like Ben Brown is desperately trying to get something on it, which I'm sure Charlie Stobo would love if it's just a nick. But 85 for 3. He's trying to break the chains at the moment, is Brown. But another great delivery.
It was slightly wider,
Yeah.
but still not quite there to drive.
He's gone chasing it as Ben Brown there on 7 from 30 balls now. Stobo to complete the over to Brown. Gets right behind that one. End of the over. It's a maiden. A good one from Charlie Stobo, but Hampshire keeping wickets intact. 85 for 3. Brown has 7 from 31. James Vince is still there on 41. A maiden over from Charlie Stobo has 1 for 28 off 10. I'm just waiting for the scoreboard to click over because I want to tell you what the score is, and I've momentarily lost track. It's 85 for 3. Kevin James just points to my laptop, which has it on, of course. There we go. I think at that point I should leave the commentary. Kevin James will join Sean Irvine.
Yeah, Hampshire 85 for 3. Joey Everson continues from the pavilion end to James Vince. And that's straight, and this nudged the leg side for a single. So yeah, Ben Brown probably feels a little bit under pressure at the moment. A few plays and misses as well, so a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, he's got the ball to shape a bit, hasn't he, Stobo? That's all right. I'm fine. We'll make it work.
Yeah.
So I'm just moving my kit over.
I'm in the way of Kevin
No,
James
you're
at
not.
the moment.
No, mate, not at all.
Joey Everson runs into Ben Brown, and that's driven through the covers. Might reach the boundary. Yes, it does. That was just lent on. That was a more controlled shot from Ben Brown.
Yeah, it was. I thought that was an ambitious drive in the previous over, considering the shape that Stobo got on the ball. That's a much more controlled effort.
Yeah, Ben Brown moves to 11. Hampshire totals now 90 for 3. As Everson runs in to Ben Brown, and that is 4 defended to point. No run.
There's still a little bit there for the bowlers, isn't there?
There certainly is, but yeah, it's just at the moment, it's just Stobo's actually been pretty good, nice and consistent. Grant Stewart was quite consistent. They just every now and then they sort of get a little sort of couple of overs, nice little partnership building, and then there's always a release ball. That's a loose ball as Everson runs in again to Ben Brown, and that's lovely and straight, and just pushed to short mid wicket.
I think you're right. I think that is the key, actually. That there are some good balls out there, but they're not being consistent enough, have they, Kent, with either their line or their length. Certainly their line.
Yeah.
I think you'd, without being too biased, I think you'd expect Hampshire to be a little tighter with their bowling attack.
Yep. So Everson comes into Ben Brown, and that's full, and that's also pushed onto the leg side, fielded by Parkinson, square leg, and when it is a little bit inconsistent, it's hard as a captain to set a field, try and protect your bowlers.
Yeah. And you want to set a reasonably attacking field because the wicket is helping the seam bowlers. You don't want scouts out on the boundary, do you? You want them at least saving one, if nothing else.
Well, that's right. So Everson to Ben Brown, and that is nice and straight, and just push to the leg side. No run, end of the over. Hampshire 90 for 3.
So I'm just looking up Stobo's stats actually, because I mentioned earlier that he won the Sheffield Shield with Western Australia during the winter, one of Sean Irvine's former clubs. In that competition he picked up 22 wickets at 32 apiece. And just as I speak, I think he's going to be having a break. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. So he bowled 3 overs there, none for 4 in that spell since lunch, Stobo. And it looks like it's Nathan Gilchrist to come into the attack for his second spell.
Yeah, this is quite a sort of important period for the Kent bowlers as well, because you got Nathan Gilchrist who does have the potential to, or the ability, should I say, to pick up a wicket, but can also be a little bit inconsistent. You got obviously Joey Everson. I'm not too sure how long he'll continue bowling for. They might swap him over with Grant Stewart, so be interesting to see how he goes.
So he's bowling at the same end that he bowled his first spell at, commentary end, the hotel end, and he's bowling to Vince, who's 44 not out. Bit of bounce. Vince just works that away on the onside for a single. Keeps nicely on top of that bounce as well, as he does. 45 he moves on to 91 for 3. Got an email here from Ralph Brooker, solentcricket@gmail.com, if you want to get involved during the day. Ralph's in France. He says, hi Matt, Sean and Kev. Good start. He says, firstly, great to hear Sean. He says, I'm not a stats man. As you know, it's about stats when somebody says that. That's outside off stump and left alone. But I've been struck for a while by James Vince's first-class strike rate. I wanted to find a worthwhile comparison, e.g. over a long period of time. Joe Root was interesting because he's known for his ability to score quickly. So this is interesting, and this is first-class games. These are rates quoted by Ralph. Root averages 49, strike rate of 57 since 2010. Vince averages 39, strike rate 62 since 2009. Sometimes stats don't lie, says Ralph, as that's cut away, slightly aerial and not timed by Ben Brown. Goes out in front of point just for a single. I think that came off pretty much the bottom of the bat as Brown moves on to 12 and the total to 92 for 3. Sometimes stats don't lie. I think this fits our pre-analytic profile of the two players. So I think basically saying that Root and Vince, whilst their averages are, well, one's 49, one's 39. Strike rates are pretty similar. Thank you, Ralph, for that one. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Sean, as that's a length ball to Vince, who's forward.
Well, there is a stat that I'd really like to find out, and that is how many times James Vince gets off the mark with a boundary. Because I would say that is very, very high. So I don't know if that's a possibility to be able to find that out, Jamie. man of your knowledge?
Well, I'm not
and
sure I
ability?
could find that out, or if I did, I'd be up all night. Which, as much as I love the game, there's a bit of a leading edge there from Vince. He does keep it down. The ball races down to third. Is he going to make it to the rope in time? It does. Bit of extra bounce there from Gilchrist. Vince actually got out with that one. He moves on to 49 then, and the total 96 for 3. So that might be one for Dave Allen, who's enjoying lunch with the ex-players up there. I was sent a list of all the ex-players that were up there, and I read some out just before lunch, and there was quite a few. Dave Allen's name appeared on that list, and I thought, I'm sure he's not an ex-player. But anyway, he's there with them, and he loves all that sort of thing, Dave. He's brilliant at that. He's also very good at finding things out like that as well, and he's prepared to do the hard yards to find those stats out. So when I next see Dave will actually be here a little bit on day 3, so we'll mention that to him, and that will keep him occupied. So we'll try and find that out for you, Sean, at some point. Drives through the covers. There's a half century. Moves on to 53 from just 56 deliveries. He's been fed that shot a couple of times by the Kent bowlers. 11 fours in that 53, so 44 runs have come in boundaries.
Yeah, very well played from James Vince. It's quite interesting, you know, talking about that boundary count. He's got, here we go, 210 matches, so 349 innings, falls, nearly 1900 falls.
Wow.
So that's a lot. Compared to his list A, which is 138 innings and 604 falls.
Wow.
So I think it's quite high.
It's a very high count.
Yep.
James Vince's third half century of the season, plus that 166, so it's fourth half century of the season. 166 not out in the second innings against Warwickshire. So he's basically averaging in his last two. Well, he's not averaging in his last 2 innings because he's over 200 runs now without being dismissed. Finding some form.
Probably at the right time as well.
Well, you'd hope so, especially with the second half of the T20 competition coming up. Hampshire do need something special.
Yep. Now there's a change of bowling at the pavilion end as Grant Stewart comes into bowl. To Ben Brown, and that's flicked down the leg side. They're all appealing. Umpire says not out.
Well, that would have been a death, wouldn't it? Simon Jones has emailed. He's at the Hampshire Cricket Board, one of the main men at the Hampshire Cricket Board, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning Kevin all. Actually, he did send this morning, and he sent it to me again because I didn't get a chance to read it out, so apologies. We did lose an hour and 20 minutes to rain, that's my excuse. Following on from last week, it's tight at the top of the Southern Premier League promotion race in... Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, I'll come back to that.
As Stewart again bowls to Ben Brown. A little bit of shape on that, forward defender to point.
It's tight at the top of the Premier League promotion race in the Hampshire League Division 1. The top 3 all won, while Shrewton, who we were talking about earlier, because Ricky Clark, the former Surrey, Warwickshire and England all-rounder, played for Shrewton the week before last and got a double 100 and was on the losing side with 7 of his overs going for 63. He didn't actually play this week, but Shrewton won without him. Thank you for that, Simon. There's a bit more on that. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Gosh, Stewart again bowls nice and full to Ben Brown. That's pushed to mid-on, no run.
So I think the results he sent me, these are the teams. So Odium and Gray will lead, Ferndown Wayfarers second, and Kerala Portsmouth, who beat Shrewton and Ricky Clark the week before. He says still one further promotion away from facing Sean and Langley Manor. So Simon plays for Portsmouth. So he must be lower than Langley Manor.
That's Grant, and that's flicked by Ben Brown to square leg. Went in the air for a period of time, well fielded there by Matt Parkinson. No run. So just getting. I think Kent bowlers really want to not bowl to James Vince, do they?
Oh no, keep him at the non-striker's end. You do get like that sometimes with a bowler, don't you?
Yeah,
There's 2 batters out there and you think, I really hope when I start my over it's at the other guy. You do.
Yeah. Grant Stewart comes into Ben Brown, and that's pushed again to mid-on. No run. Now Kev, last year,
Mm-hmm.
I think we were driving back from the one-day final at Nottingham.
50 over final, yeah.
50 over final.
Yeah.
And you asked me a question. You said, what rule change would you want to happen in cricket?
Yeah.
You remember what you said?
What I said for you or me?
I think, well, I'll tell you what I said. As Grant Stewart bowls that one, as Ben Brown leaves that at the end of the over. Hampshire, it was a maiden over, Hampshire 100 for 3.
Go on, what did you say then?
And I don't know if this is the case or not, but obviously when you do score 100, if you score a double 100 or a triple 100, I think it only counts as 100 on your stats.
Oh, right. Yes, I do remember you saying that. Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
I reckon there's 2 rules I'll change. I would change, you're not allowed to mancad anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd also change that stat.
Yeah.
Because I think if you get 300s, if you get a triple 100, I think that should count as 300s.
That's good, but then that's an extra column in somebody's stats. I think that's probably why it isn't, because there's already lots of columns, isn't there?
Okay.
And I think if you added 200 and 300, is Nathan Gilchrist, start of a new over, short, and Vince off the back foot, cracks that through the covers. That's a gift. Vince moves on to 57, 104 for 3. You add columns, don't you? So 200 and then 3, it's 2 extra columns. I'm not sure there's too many stats websites that can take all that.
Is that too hard, you think?
Well, it's probably not hard, but I'm not a website builder. But I should imagine the fact that there isn't any.
Maybe we should put it out to our listeners.
Yeah. What, to build a website then?
No, not to build a website. No.
What rule change?
What rule change would they make?
That's a good one. silentcricket@gmail.com. That's Silent Sport. I know what I would have said, even if I didn't say it. I know what I should have said.
Okay.
Should be longer tea and lunch breaks. That's full on leg stump. Hit away by Vince. Not completely timed, but there is a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. And Vince moves on to 58. A runner ball, 58, 105 for 3.
Maybe it's when that on that 4th day, you know, when the game's not going anywhere, instead of playing for that extra hour at the end, just shake hands and let's just go home.
A tea.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, you can shake hands now. If you declare, don't you? You can shake hands at 10 to 5 or something.
Yeah.
5 o'clock otherwise, and it still feels quite late. Here's Gilchrist. Better length, but Brown opens the face of the bat. Works the ball down to 3rd. Won't quite go. They run 2. Keep it at 2. And Brown moves on to 14. There's a 50 partnership between Vince and Brown, and that has come off just 76 balls. For me, that's a little too quick from a Kent perspective, having put Hampshire in. Don't really want to allow Hampshire to be scoring quite at that rate. The run rate overall in the innings is just over 3s, but this partnership has been increasing that run rate. Yeah, they can't quite find enough consistency in their bowling at the moment. Here's Gilchrist again, bowls. Brown's in behind that length ball. That's pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. So any rule changes? I think that's quite a good one, that, because I know somebody will come up with some good ones that we won't have thought of, or certainly I wouldn't have done. Talking about scoring rates, I got an email earlier. Again, it was during the rain break, so I missed this, from Reese Price, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, if players within the Hampshire setup have aspirations of playing for England, here's Gilchrist, that's outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Surely they need to up the rate they score at. Other than Vincent Fuller, no other Hampshire player has a strike rate higher than 60. That's interesting, and I haven't checked that out. The average strike rate for England at the moment is 74.5. Well, I seem to remember when the Stokes key era started. I'm sure Stokes was quoted as saying, "We're really looking for future England players that score quickly." Am I right in saying that? Here's Gilchrist. Oh, that's a good leave. Quite close to the off stump, although it bent on its way through to Finch. End of the over, 107 for 3. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I think you are. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it's a tough one, because I think international cricket, obviously you get better bowlers, but you play on better wickets. County cricket, you know, I think some of the better players. You know, I know Zach Crawley, for instance, he's one that sort of goes at a rate of knots and, you know, plays everything but like a one-day game at the moment. But yeah, I mean, if that's what they're looking for, then that's what they're looking for. So, but I think to only consider people who have a high strike rate above a certain number, I think it's a bit harsh. I think you'd want someone who is consistently scoring runs, don't you?
First and foremost, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Unless you're scoring them too slowly.
Yeah.
And then that probably counteracts that. Well, here's one. Let's turn it around the other way. If you were a young player starting now, looking to play for England, because I think you qualified for England, didn't you, the last few years you played?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah. So if you were a young player looking to play for England, or obviously Zimbabwean originally, but let's say for the, you know, for this context.
As Grant Stewart runs in, and that's off the pad, going down to the fine leg, and that will be 4 leg byes, I believe.
So, knowing what you know now, and those remarks from a little while ago from Stokes, and you had aspirations to play for England, how would you set out your stall starting off in county cricket?
Well, it's such a hard one, because as a young player, you want to, first of all, you want to cement your spot in the side. There's no point going out there, you know, especially in 4-day cricket, and just sort of playing every shot under the book and then getting out all different ways. As Stewart runs into James Vince, that's just played down by his feet. You know, if you're getting caught, you know, 90% of the time, then obviously you're doing something wrong. You know, the great late Shade Warne used to say you want to be getting out. You don't mind getting out 100 different ways, but if you're getting out the same way 100 times, then there's something seriously wrong. So, obviously, I think showing a bit of potential to be able to up the run rate at any point as Stewart runs into James Vince, and that's well left outside off. Good leave. But yeah, it's a difficult one.
It is, isn't it? Because you're right. I think you make a big point, because when you first come into the first team, your first priority is to make sure you stay in the first team.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't really be doing things that giving your wicket away and what have you.
It's a little bit different if the coach comes up to you and says, right, this is how we want you to play, then you have a sort of license to be able to do that. Not many coaches, I think, tell a young kid to play a certain way, as Grant Stewart runs in again. And that's hit him on the pad. They've all appealed too high, maybe going down leg, in my opinion. But they run through for a leg bye. As Kevin James looks at the replay.
I must admit, that was my first thought. Looked like it nipped back, didn't it? It did nip back, yeah. Maybe it just did a fraction too much. It was a good delivery. It shows there's still movement out there.
Grant Stewart comes in to Ben Brown, and that's flicked on the leg, and they get a push for 2 runs. They may well get it. So fine leg picks up, and that should be 2 leg byes. Pushes the Hampshire total to 114 for 3. Or have they counted that? Yep, 114 for 3.
I think Hampshire will be fairly pleased now. This partnership's just altering the context of the innings somewhat, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gaps out there. It's a huge ground, and yeah, the Kent bowlers have been a little bit inconsistent. As Grant again, Grant bowls, and that's 4 defended to mid wicket, end of the over. Like I said, Hampshire 114 for 3. James Vince on 59 of 62 balls, and Ben Brown 14 of 50.
Thank you, Sean. He's going to have a little break. Matt Cole from BBC Kent will be coming in alongside me. Now, it looks like Matt Parkinson is coming on. So we're going to have a few leg breaks here. It's an interesting move. I'm just wondering if Bell Drummond's just trying to find and see if there's something there for Parkinson, Matt. I can't believe he's really on here thinking that Parkinson's going to rip through the order with some turning balls on this wicket. He may surprise us.
He seems to be doing enough for the seamers, not loads, but you saw from Grant Stewart's previous over, that one definitely asked a question of James Vince, didn't it? But yeah, this will be, as you say, maybe this will just be a question from Daniel Bell-Drummond. What is there in it for the leg spinner?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the seamers that's played out on the offside by Vince. That's Parkinson's first delivery. I'm just wondering if he's got a slip in anyway. This comes in and bowls. It's flighted. He's certainly given it a chance to. They were thinking about a single as that was pushed out into the covers.
You wouldn't think 35 overs into day one. This is
not normally, would you?
It's early.
Yeah, not normally. But we'll wait and see. You never know. There might be something there. He might find something. Oh, that may just have stuck in the turf a fraction as Vince just pushes that out behind square. He's certainly bowled it slow enough.
Well, this will change the face of the game if it starts to grip, won't it? But
yeah.
Or maybe it's been a bit of bounce outside the off stump, maybe.
Yeah, comes in again, runs away from us and bowls. Vince drives, fielded at short extra cover. I do like the fact that Parkinson has enough confidence to give it some air, which is what he's doing here at the moment with his leg breaks, and that's driven by Vince between extra cover and bowler. There is a deep mid-off fielder, that's Gilchrist.
Yeah, it's been the pattern since he's arrived at Kent. Certainly, he doesn't bowl flat effectively. There's a chance, give the variation a chance as well.
Has it been a good move for him on the whole so far?
I mean, it's been tricky this season, to be honest. The pitches at Canterbury perhaps haven't helped him very much, and he's been used as to hold down one end a lot for Kent.
Oh, there's a lovely drive through extra cover from Ben Brown. It was flighted, he waited, picked his gap, timed it nicely, and he moves on to 18, 119 for 3. I'm just having a look, he's got 20 wickets in the championship, so he's got the most wickets of any Kent bowler in the championship this year, but they've come at 54 apiece.
Yeah, and it's a fair reflection that I mean, he's been very bullish, saying, I just want to bowl, and if that means, especially with an inexperienced seam attack, as it has been quite a lot for Kent with the amount of injuries they've had, that he's quite prepared to take the stick at the other end to allow the seamers to rotate. But you know, Kent have been on the end of a lot of batterings this season, particularly first innings. I was saying only one time this season that an opposition side hasn't scored 400 in a first innings of a championship game against them, so it has been really hard for him. But he'd love a pitch that gave him a bit more assistance, I'm sure. Is Stewart to Vince, and into the onside, and there's no run. But no, hasn't been prolific in terms of wickets. He has been doing a lot of the donkey work, though, I think, for Kent as well. 119 for 3. And the hope for him, obviously, is that as the season goes on, that there'll be more in it for him. But certainly opposition sides aren't keen on preparing pitches for an opposition leggy. Stewart's been very economical so far, bowling to Vince, who drives it onto the onside. Stewart actually falls in his follow through there. You just check his foot marks. No, he's fine. He's just taking a tumble. Daniel Bell-Drummond goes over to ask Stewart if he's all right. Stewart just walks away from him, so he taps him on the shoulder obligingly. It's a quick chat with umpire Debenham at the far end. Sun breaks through the clouds once again. We lost, it's about an hour and a half to the rain this morning in the first session. Hampshire 119 for 3. Good partnership this between Brown and James Vince, who's batting now. And defends that right on his off stump. There's no run. Vince is 60 from 70. Really good strike rate. We've been talking about, you guys have been talking about strike rates, haven't you, for James Vince. Going at around 85. Ben Brown 18 from 51, I should say. Grant Stewart, very economical, as I said so far. 12.5 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 18. He's been very, very useful for his captain. He's been a threat, but also been keeping the dot balls coming. Driven straight back at him by James Vince, who's not going to take any risks with Stewart. 9 on his back, straight back at him. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's been the most economical as well. He's probably been. I mean, Stobo hasn't been far behind him. He's averaging sort of 2 3/4. And they've both looked the part, haven't they? Stewart and Stobo. It's just that the others haven't really backed them up. Nathan Gilchrist is not far off 5 and over. Joey Everson 4.5 and over. And Matt Parkinson just had the 1 over. So the other seamers haven't really backed up Stobo or Stewart.
Here's Stewart to bowl to Vince once again. He's trying to get forward there, James Vince, but again pinned off stump by Grant Stewart. A good length delivery, just rising a little bit up to the midriff. And that's been a feature of Nathan Gilchrist. I think as a bowler, has been much more of a strike bowler than Kent Kent, rather than someone to keep the runs down. So we've seen it this season. You know, took 6 in an innings against Lancashire. He can be a real threat and can threaten to run through sides. Or and Stewart bowls to Vince, drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. But it does come at a risk of a lack of economy as well. So in this situation, it almost feels like with the ball not doing very much to me that keeping the runs down is key, isn't it? You need to worry to niggle the batters out perhaps rather than blast them out on this surface. It's another maiden over for Grant Stewart. 13 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 18. It feels almost old-fashioned analysis, doesn't it? There was a day, probably even before your day, if anyone can imagine that, Kevin James, when bowlers used to do that quite a lot, seam bowlers, but sorry, I shouldn't be playing that game, should I?
No,
that's a dangerous one for me.
Don't worry, it goes over my head half the time. They used to use rulers as batters in those days, so the batters really struggled to hit off the square, even if you bowled rubbish.
And now they're sort of sprung-loaded battering rams, are they?
That's right. They're like fence posts now. You edge it, he goes for 4. So 119 for 3. Matt Parkinson to begin his second over with his leg spin. Again, he flights that one, and Ben Brown is well forward. Just going back to Nathan Gilchrist just a minute. His career first class, his economy rate is just over 4s, or 4s as near as makes no odds, which, that's ideally that should come down a fraction.
Yeah, I think getting a run of games as well for him has been really difficult. He's broken down a lot, as Nathan Gilchrist really has.
Flighted, low full toss. Ben Brown can't quite get the middle of the bat on that as it goes out to extra cover.
He's had a rotten run of injuries.
Yeah. So how many? He wasn't playing the last game, was he? So was that just one game, or was that a run?
That was just the one game because he played some T20s, and I think they're managing his workload because they're worried about
down the leg side. Well taken by Harry Finch.
Injuries this season. I think it was a side injury kept him out for a lot of last season as well, and it's I think they're being realistic. It's really hard for fans, isn't it? I'm sure it's hard for Nathan himself because he wants to bowl all the time. They want to see him bowling as well, but.
Parkinson with ball in hand. It's another good length ball. Played solidly back to him by Ben Brown, who remains on 18. So Hampshire 119 for 3 here, having been 56 for 3. Having been put into bat at 10:30 this morning on the line of middle and leg, and Brown just quietly plays that towards mid-wicket. Sunshine is probably about as bright as it's been at any point today, and probably about as much blue sky as we've seen above us at any point as well. Maybe the weather is improving this afternoon. I think somebody did say that up here, that it was improving. Brown takes a quick single up to mid-off. He's fairly deep there. And they'll take a single. And Brown will keep the strike. Moves on to 19, 120 for 3.
Just 1 off the over, none for 6 from 2 then from Parkinson. At lunchtime I was walking back from getting some food. I thought I might have to drive back to Kent for a Coke tonight, but
would you do that?
No, I would not.
I mean, there is a superstore down the road, which I'm sure
that's true.
On the bargain rack, probably say it'll be less in petrol there and back.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, just go and get myself a fleece or something. Yeah.
I don't need to worry about it right now, that's for sure. No, it's much better, isn't it?
It's very pleasantly warm out there, and the spectators that have come today looking relaxed out there, I'm sure. Let's less over these two sides. 120 for 3. Is Hampshire just taking the advantage away from Kent, I think, now from that wicket after lunch, as Brown just glances Stewart down to deep fine leg. It's fielded by Marcus O'Riordan, which suggests anyway that someone is off the field. I think that is Charlie Stobo. No, as Stobo picks the ball up, it's obviously not him. There we go. The regular game of chase the substitute around the around the playing surface. Can't quite see who's gone off at the moment. Always tends to be bowlers, doesn't it? Oh, that's a good shout, is it? From Stewart, that seemed back in. It looks like it's hit Vince low, so that can't be it, surely. Is it just creeping down leg? Didn't look like he got anything, but we are behind the batter.
Close. We haven't got an edge on that. That's close, isn't it?
It immediately looked close, didn't it, as they appeal, but perhaps he just has got an inside edge at it. I mean, he's not. It looked like he moved his pad outside the line of the off stump, but I'm not sure if that was after the ball had hit him. It looked like it was to me. Yeah, good shout though. Is Stewart bowling to Vince, and well, who'd be a bowler, eh? That's just gloriously driven through the offside cover drive, and that's 4 runs. And how many times does that happen where you have not exactly a controversial decision, but something that looks like it's going to get the batter out one ball, and the next ball almost insult to injury for the bowler who thinks he's got him the ball before, and then a glorious shot for 4. Vince obviously unperturbed by that previous delivery. 64 from 75 now for him 125 for 3.
Yeah, that last ball, it's an area where James Vince has been particularly strong. He's always been strong in that area, but in this game he's not missed out on a lot.
I think Nathan Gilchrist is off the field, by the way, for Marcus O'Riordan. A deep backward square shot on the back foot, well parried in the covers there by Feroz Kushi. Recommend him to his new teammates. Applause from Captain Danny Bell-Drummond. No run.
Must be weird going out on loan and suddenly playing with a different team. I know Sean had experience of that up at Derby.
It's just, especially when it's such a short spell as well. So
how long's he with you?
So this championship game and then 3 T20 Blast matches. They put it like that because he can't play against Essex, which is in their run of the next 3. So it's defended off the off stump from Vince, no run. But as I said, I'm not trying to create trouble in any stretch of imagination, but he's really well thought of at Essex. I know Essex supporters who really rate him as a young player. He's 25 now. End of his contract this year. He must be, I would imagine he's looking to play or move on at Chelmsford. Obviously they've got a very, very strong side, Essex, so he's having trouble breaking into that. Outside the off stump, moving away from Vince, but always moving away from him. He leaves it 5 off the over, which is a relative disaster for Grant Stewart, the way his figures have been so far. 14 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 23, but Hampshire 125 for 3. These two came together just after lunch when Toby Albert edged Joey Everson to Jack leaning for 20. So 69 these two have put on so far.
I've just had a suggestion from Joe on the ground about when it was a bit chilly earlier. The cheapest option you could have done, of course, as you're staying in the hotel, is just to have got the duvet off the bed and come up wrapped in it. That actually would have been the easiest, wouldn't it?
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Was that John?
That's Joe. Joe on the ground.
Thank
Here's
you very much
Parkinson then. That's turned away on the leg side by Brown for a single. Did that come off the pad only? What's the umpire signalling? Nothing. So it's part of that came off the bat.
I'm sure there was a game here when,
to 21.
When we would have thought of that, actually. There's been chilly ones here before, certainly.
Yes, oh my gosh, yeah.
Maybe was it during COVID? There was a... Anyway.
Was it? There's been a few chilly ones here.
But really good spot that, Joe, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll remember next time.
Great idea. Saves you going down the shop, going back to Ken.
Yeah.
That's turned away by Vince for a single, also on the leg side, and he moves on to 65. Hampshire 127 for 3 in a much better position than they were straight after lunch.
If it's warm enough, you could actually camp out here, couldn't you?
Well, you could try that.
See it.
Let us know.
Thank you.
Here comes Parkinson, flighted again. Brown drives up to mid-off, and Riordan, who's on, as Matt says, as a substitute fielder, was opening the batting in the last game, but one of 4 changes in the Kent side for this one. One of the 4 players omitted. Parkinson again bowls, and just short of a length. Brown waits and just opens the face. There is a deepish cover, and you'll pick up a single. Brown moves on to 22. Hampshire on to 128 for 3. Parkinson in his 3rd over here. Runs away from us and bowls. It's pushing forward. 2.5 overs, none for 9. Matt Parkinson, I must admit, I can't really see any turn for him out there. Were we expecting any? No. One may just have held one of the first 2 balls that he bowled, but that's about it. And he's bowling nice and slow, and if there is a bit of turn out there, he will find it. That's driven. So O'Riordan, the substitute fielder, out towards deep mid-off. And that's a complete set over, 129 for 3. I think it might be an opportune moment to change commentary, I think, at the end of that over. Matt Cole is staying on, and Sean Irvine, the former Hampshire all-rounder, who's with us all day, will come alongside him.
I think we take you up to tea, which is 4:05. I think it was an immovable feast because of the loss of overs and the change of the day's schedule. Kevin James, thank you very much. 66 from 81 for James Vince, 22 from 61 for Ben Brown. Difference in strike rate there, but combining for this partnership of 73 at this point. Stewart continues from the pavilion end, right in delivery to Vince, and kept down and out towards point to Ben Compton. There's 2 slips in still. Bright sunshine. And Sean, welcome back. And talking about Mike Parkinson coming on, I'm not sure it hasn't failed that experiment from Kent, but I'm not sure that it's really making those 2 batters uncomfortable.
No, probably not. But I think he's sort of come on as well to sort of stop the boundary flow. You know, just to sort of try and tighten it up a little bit. You know, bring that run rate down a bit.
Stewart bowls to Vince now. Into the inside part of the bat, scoots out towards backward square. They'll take a single. Fielded by Joey Everson, I think they're on the boundary. Yeah, single to the total then. So again, pressure being the I suppose the watchword in that respect, just trying to make sure they can't score as freely as they were for a spell.
Yeah, just to sort of put a little bit more pressure on Hampshire. You know, maybe, you know, for them to try and force the boundary from somewhere, you know, play a shot that's maybe not quite required, and maybe sneak a wicket. But in terms of coming on just to, you know, to spin a wicket out, probably not.
Stewart to Brown. Back foot into the offside, fielded by Kushi, and there's no run. Nathan Gilchrist is back on the field for Kent. I say this advisedly for Kent supporters, because almost heart and mouth every time a Kent bowler goes off for 5 minutes for a comfort break, making sure they're fit to come back on, but he's stretching at deep backward square, so nothing more than a 5-minute break for him. Stewart turns at the pavilion end. In the middle of his 15th over of the day to Brown, goes low there and drives it through the offside, really well timed. Stobo's after it, is he going to get there? He's not. That'll be 4 runs through extra cover, really well steered by Ben Brown, so it got very, very low for that. That's almost all timing, not very much backlift. 26 he goes on to, lovely shot.
Yeah, just nice shape from Grant Stewart, but just really just too full, and like you say, just lovely, just lent on that, didn't he? Ben Brown just timed it through the covers. He gets such good value for runs at this ground. So once it sort of pierces that sort of inner field, it just seems to run and run.
I do wonder whether they might just give Grant Stewart a breather after this. His boundary of his last over, boundary in this one, and he's kept it very tight. But if they keep Parkinson on this end, they can rotate the seamers at the far end, of course. And this is just tucked into the onside by Brown. It's Drummond fielding. They come through in the end for a comfortable single, though. Daniel Drummond thinks about shying at the non-striker's end, but not really backing up, and that will be a single, fairly easily taken. 3-5 for 3 now here, Hampshire.
Yeah, these two are putting on a really good partnership at the moment. These two Hampshire batters, which is obviously perfect for Hampshire.
Yeah, it's important, wasn't it, when Toby Abbott went not shortly after lunch, 56 for 3. They've been solid, and Vince has been spectacular too. Played that very late, but he can, James Vince, out towards square leg. I think Grant Stewart was almost about to fly into LBW appeal mode, but great hands from Vince. He's clipped that off almost his very toes for a single. Takes the strike, 136 for 3. And Ken will be wondering just where this next wicket's going to come from. Again, they want to bowl themselves back into this one. Just feels like Hampshire have wrestled the advantage, Sean, after lunch now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Matt. You know, these two, like I said, their partnership is now creeping up to that 100 mark, and I think we're going to see a change of bowler. We're going to see Jack Leaning.
We are indeed.
On, so
yes.
Very capable, Jack Leaning. Bowls a little bit in the one day.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
and the
T20 as well. Yeah. And he's got a bit of a golden arm in the championship. Can be one of the break partnerships.
And I like this option of him coming around the wicket straight away. You know, it brings in, if it does slightly sort of turn a little bit, it will sort of get that LBW and carry on for the slip. Looking to get a wicket here, Kent. Jack Leaning swirls his arm as he comes around the wicket to James Vince. And again, that's down the leg side, just pushed to short 45. No run. They've got a mid wicket, a deep mid on, and a deep straight square leg. So big gap, square leg. That's short and worked from James Vince to that man in the deep square leg.
You picked the gap out there, Sean, perfectly.
Yeah.
So James Vince has got an earpiece, has he? Straight to the. There we go. There's a single.
He's still staying around
Vincy?
the wicket, Jack Leaning, as he comes to Ben Brown now, and that's tossed up, leading edge to cover on the ground. Rushing through his over as Jack Leaning again tosses this one up, worked to mid wicket. Now Drummond. He likes sweeping Ben Brown, so I wonder if he's eyeing out that sort of backward deep square leg area. This mid off drops back, comes in again, and that's again worked into the leg side for a single. And that is the end of the over. Hampshire 138 for 3.
It's like England women are closing in on victory against New Zealand. They're 138 for 2. Need a further 4 runs to win, and they only 23 through their 50 there. So it's going to be another big victory. This one's at New Road. In the first division of the county championship, Durham bowled out for 190 at Chester Street. They're in some trouble earlier on. Actually, it's a bit of a recovery, but Worcestershire 13 for none in reply. Lancashire at Southport 144 for 4, after being put in by Nottinghamshire there. Warwickshire 211 for 6 at Taunton against Somerset. Somerset again putting the opposition in. The battle of the top 2 at the Oval. Surrey 100 for 4 against Essex. That one in the balance. Into Division 2, Yorkshire already have a first innings lead on Derbyshire. They bowled them out for 76 at Chesterfield. They're 81 for 2, and it's spin at both ends now. Parkinson brought in at the pavilion end. That one zipping past Ben Brown, but down the leg side. Over to Harry Finch as a slip in. It's a backward point. That's Nathan Gilchrist there for the errant cut, maybe. 2 on the drive on the offside as well. And obligingly, Ben Brown finds one of them to Wanda Miyeye. A sort of extra cover. I've got 2 covers there in the offside, and a man, Grant Stewart, on the boundary rope for the natural spin away from the right-hander. And so a little paddle from Ben Brown, because there's a wide open space down at fine leg, and Fielder is herring after it. Charlie Stobo will get there, and they'll come back though for a very comfortable 3, Hampshire. And as I was describing all those fielders on the onside, Sean Irvine, Ben Brown expertly picks out the big gap on the leg side.
Yeah, it's very well played. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just try to use the pace from Matt Parkinson. He doesn't often offer a lot of pace, Matt Parkinson. He does sort of bowl it quite slow, but very controlled there from Ben Brown.
Vince to face now, and goes back deep in his crease. Low on the bat up towards Twandamier at that extra cover position, and there's no run. It's a long off. That's Ben Compton, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square leg. It's a hit straight towards Twandamier. Is that a sharp chance? I think it is, a very sharp one as well. Mieye has dived to his right, full length, and a yelp from Matt Parkinson. And I mean, it would have been an astonishing catch if he'd taken it, Sean Irvine, but half a chance?
Yeah, half a chance there. Opportunity missed there for Kent.
Mieye is moved. They're going to close in a little bit on Ben Brown. They know he's going to go at, almost like he's been told off, but he's going to go at a fine leg. Not a deep fine leg, but or a backward square there. Leaning replaces him at a cover. Driven just past Leaning. They'll come through for a sharp single. Ben Compton goes to the wicketkeeper's end, but they're safe by that point. And end of the over. And it is one of those, isn't it? A half chance for Twandamier. If he'd taken it, I quite often say this, we've been talking about it for a while, probably for a couple of days, but they haven't had many opportunities, Kent, with this pair so far. 143 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it would have been a great opportunity, and it would have been a great catch. But yeah, it's good batting from Ben Brown. You know, he sort of, that lap sweep early in the over just created that opportunity for then Kent need to sort of fill that gap up and take someone from the offside and put him in that sort of position, which creates the gap for him to rotate the strike without taking any risks. So Jack Leaning coming on from the hotel end to Ben Brown, still around the wicket, and that's for defender to cover, no run. He's bowling a very good line, Jack Leaning, from around the wicket. It's again bowling to Ben Brown, and that's hit straight back to the bowler, no run.
He's come on settled pretty quickly, it looks like, Jack Leaning, doesn't it, into it, as you say. Good length so far.
Yeah, getting through the overs as well, which is good. Again, and that's short, that's cut backward of just in front of point. They may get 2. Yeah, they do. I think that's Joey Everson out there fielding. Very well controlled there by Ben Brown. Just cut it just in front of point. 2. Jack Leaning comes in again. Ben Brown has tossed up, worked to the leg side for a single. So runs are flowing quite nicely here for Hampshire. As Hampshire move on to 146 for 3. As mid-off is pushed back. Jack Leaning comes into James Vince. That's tossed up and worked, driven down the ground on the leg side to deep mid-on. James Vince. Last ball of the over, and that's defended by Ben Brown. End of the over, Hampshire 147 for 3.
Just seen England have beaten New Zealand in that the one-day international. My Boucher's got a century in that one, which is pretty good after out of a target of 142. But Tammy Bowman, I saw from Kent, was run out for 28, I think, earlier on. Another big win for Kent against New Zealand. 71 for Vince, 35 for Brown so far here. Going towards a century partnership, these two. go through the rest of Division 2, but Middlesex 25 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 179 all out on the first at Grace Road. Parkinson now bowls to Vince. He's clipped off his pads into the onside against the spin for a single. He moves on to 72 and 35 for Ben Brown. Sussex were bowled out for 143. They have Northamptonshire 56 for 3 in reply, so that one's moving on at a rate. And Glamorgan are 46 for 1, having bowled out Gloucestershire for 179 at Cheltenham. So again, that game well advanced. Wickets falling around the country with a fair speed here. Just 3 down for Hampshire, though, 148. They've made a really good fist of this after lunch after the departure of Toby Albert. These pair came together at 56 for 3. Parkinson over the wicket with a slip in. He almost reaches the slip. Sir Harry Finch takes it well outside the off stump, and Ben Brown would have been really struggling to hit that one. Have to run after it.
Yeah, it's a partnership of 92 at the moment,
Yeah.
so
It's been well balanced as well. Ben Brown hasn't taken many risks, and James Vince seemingly hasn't needed to. He's fluent best at times, 72 from 91. 6 on to dot ball, ends up with Mayeye at cover. So there are 2 covers and a boundary rider on the offside for Parkinson on the back foot, given that stuck in the pitch just a little bit, or just slightly short. Cut away by Ben Brown into the offside, and he'll take a single. You do feel the lull as well, don't you? I think all the noise has gone down from the Kent fielders. It just feels it's got a bit calm from their point of view.
yeah, there was a little chat there between Parkinson and Jack Leaning.
I need to make something happen here. That's loads of air given. They're driven by Vince. What a shot that is. He has driven that with some venom, but all the way along the ground to Wanamaye, this time diving to his left, can't get anything on it. The second cover, Jack Leaning, couldn't either because it was scorching along the grass. 150 up for Hampshire, and James Vince looking in fine fettle so far.
Yeah, there was just a chat, as I was saying, between Jack Leaning and Matt Parkinson. Just, you know, obviously the discussion was to try and get them, the Hampshire batters, playing to one side of the wicket as they changed the field. So,
well, he played on the right side for them, unfortunately. Hit it so hard and true, and that's again up in the air. Is it just past Jack Leaning? And that is a false shot from James Vince. That's the one they wanted almost. It didn't exactly spoon up, but it got a bit of loop on it towards Jack Leaning, but he was on the run at cover to his left. He wasn't quite going to make it, and disappointment for Kent on that in that respect. Perhaps the trap had been baited. James Vince might even have taken it, but he's still safe. 77 now, 36 for Ben Brown, 154 for 3, just 2 shy of a century partnership here.
yeah, that's right. And I think that's exactly what they were trying to talk about, you know, trying to set a plan so that, you know, you can get the sort of Hampshire batters hitting to one side of the field as Jack Leaning comes into James Vince, and that's tossed up, 4 defended. It's running down to third man. They'll get a single. And I think, you know, with someone like James Vince who's on 78 at the moment, he's seen the ball really well. As soon as that ball is tossed up, I think he's in that sort of mentality. You know, he's in that zone to try and sort of, he just wants to get after it. So Jack Leaning coming on, and again tossed up, 4 defended by Ben Brown, back to the bowler. So there's a little bit of a rough, I guess. So you're sort of out of your control as a batter when it's pushed really wide. It's not in your sort of in that zone as Jack Leaning comes again to Ben Brown. That's cut. Appealing for a caught behind. It was a bit delayed there from the bowler. Everyone else went up, and then the bowler sort of joined in half a second later. Not out. That one just kept a little bit low and just skidded through from Ben Brown from around the wicket. Trying to cut the ball. Jack Leaning again tosses that one up, and that's worked to mid-on for a single down the ground. And that is a 100-run partnership between James Vince and Ben Brown. James Vince has got 57 of them, and Ben Brown 37.
Yeah, changed this day around, haven't they? It's advantage Hampshire now at 156 for 3.
It's Jack Lean again. That's wider from James Vince. A very loose shot, trying to sort of hit that to deep cover. Missed everything. It's just creating a little bit of trouble here, Jack Lean. Like I said, it's the best as he comes around the wicket. That's 4 defended to mid-wicket. No run into the over. Hampshire 156 for 3. And it's definitely, when you're not getting a lot of turn, it's definitely better to come around the wicket as an off spinner. So those youngsters out there trying to learn just to create a different angle for the batter. You know, just change it up every now and then. Bowl a couple from around the wicket, couple from over. It just creates something different for the batter to consider. So something for those youngsters out there.
As you say, he's looked the most likely in the last few overs, isn't he, to take a wicket here? And yeah, none for 8 off 3 so far. It'll be Parkinson from the hotel end. Tea at 4:05, by the way. It's an immovable feast. Well, I say that. Kevin James is already tucking into the pastries, so Parkinson over the wicket. Driven by Brown to one of those 2 covers they have in this Parkinson field, and stopped by Tawana.
Yeah, again, I think Matt Parkinson's going to try and lure Ben Brown into that sort of hitting it on the up wide.
Small, plenty of air from. Oh, it's got some turn as well. It's a one-man appealing now, and that's Matt Parkinson. Just in case Ben Brown had got something on that, he didn't, but got some bounce. It's got loads of air. And Brown's missed it on through the wicket-keeper. Tossing it up above the eye line. Parkinson down the leg side this time. Ben Brown follows it, tries to glance it away, but still a clean take by Harry Finch either. Not great cricket from anyone. 156 for 3, but just trying to spear it in, I think, there. A little bit Parkinson slightly quicker. Perhaps the thought of a stumping if Brown's going to take him on, but stays inside his crease again and drives it into the offside, along the ground to Jack Leaning. So one of the 2 cover fielders there. 2 balls to come, and as Sean was saying, getting through their overs quickly, Kent, so no worry about the over rate now. But trying to eke a wicket out here with the spin as well. Again, air. It's a stifled appeal for an LBW. Brown not looking that convincing on it.
Yeah, the plans from the Hampshire bowler, especially from these 2 spinners, have been much better. You know, the plan has been a lot clearer, I would say.
It's a heavy offside field. 6-3 and driven by Brown at the offside, leaning shies at the stumps, never getting there. So little one out the back of the hand from Finch trying to turn it onto the stumps, but Vince was well within his ground. So single taken, and Ben Brown will take the strike. He's on 38. Vince has 78. The partnership going on to 101 now between these 2. On the first day of the Utilita Bowl, Kent having won the toss and elected to bowl. Fletcher Middleton made 13, called by Harry Finch, bowled by Grant Stewart, and Nick Gubbins bowled by Charlie Stober for 1. That in the first session of the day. We had just around about half an hour of it.
Jack Leaning coming on from the hotel end, and that's just left alone outside the off. Still around the wicket. Ben Brown just leaving that. Looking to sort of race through this over so they can sneak in another one before tea. Again round the wicket. That's tossed up and driven down the ground for a single by Ben Brown. Moves the total on to 158 for 3. Kent will be desperate to get a wicket here, wouldn't they? It would be an absolute bonus, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It felt like it had some momentum both in the first session and just after lunch, but it's been taken away from them.
As Jack Leaning tosses that up, and that's worked to mid-wicket by James Vince for no run. Leaning again from around the wicket, and this just forward defended to backward point by James Vince. the same token is Hampshire they don't want to lose a wicket. You know, they want to dominate this sort of middle session. It's been Hampshire's session for sure, as that's tossed up and worked to deep long on by James Vince for another single as he moves on to 79.
It feels like James Vince has done a lot of the hard work already, so you don't want to ruin it just before TD.
Yeah, that's
big
right.
platform for these two.
That's right. It's Jacqueline again, bowls to Ben Brown, and that's 4 defenders to cover, no run. I know James Vince, you know, when I played with him, he always wanted to sort of be, you know, above 65 before that second new ball was taken. So, but obviously with that rain delay that we had, that's taken a big chunk of the other day's play out. So, but that was always his thinking. He'd want to be in by the time that new ball came.
He's looking very much in. 79 from 99. They will get another over in before tea. Just one more. Parkinson to bowl it. Nathan Gilchrist is doing some stretches, but just keeping himself limber when he's out of the attack. There's a slip in. It's about at mid-wicket now. It's still a 6-3 fielder, I think. On the offside. With a slip, 2 cover fielders.
Yeah, I think if I was Kent, I'll try something different, and I'll take the mid-wicket fielder out and put him in the offside just to try something different.
As Vince faces and defends that one to the offside, not showing any aggressive intent. Sean was saying they may just feel they can see this to tea. Take any chances. Well, Parkinson offer up here. It's floating towards the leg side and just glanced that way by Vince. He'll take a comfortable single. Finch shucks the wicket-keeping glove off so he can run off and toss it back to Charlie Stober in the hope of a run out, but it's never going to happen. So 3 balls to go until tea, or fewer if there's a wicket, of course. But not looking like that, and it hasn't for a great deal of time. 104 partnership between these two. Parkinson to Brown. Steers that out towards Jack, leaning at cover. 2 to come.
Yeah, it's a bit late, but this is what I was saying. You know, trying to create something.
They brought Mayaya in as much closer at cover, so 2 strips away from the batter on a static catching position with the slip as well. Parkinson to Brown, leaves that outside the off stump. And a ball to come of this second session of the first day of Hampshire against Kent. Parkinson spins it from right hand to left. Comes into bowl now to Ben Brown. Brown forward defensive, head right over the ball, and that should be the end of the session. Umpire takes the gives the jumper back to Matt Parkinson, and indeed that's tea with Hampshire 160 for 3, whereas Kent had the better of the opening session, a rain-reduced one it was. Hampshire have stretched away from them thanks to a century partnership between James Vince, who'll go in to the interval at 80 from 102 balls, and Ben Brown, who has 39. The partnership then at 104, 3 wickets to fall so far, with Fletcher Middleton going for 13 of the bowling of Grant Stewart, Nick Gubbins going for a single of Charlie Stobo. Just 1 wicket to fall though in the second session. Toby Albert caught leading bowled Everson for 20. Big applause from this Hampshire crowd for this partnership. Looking at the stats further, 123 for 1 then in that session for Hampshire. They very much bossed it. We're looking forward to a prolific final session of the day as well. We'll take a break for 20 minutes or so, and then from Matt Cole, Kevin James and Sean Irvine, we'll be back with you then.
9 not out. The 2 wickets this morning were Fletcher Middleton, who was out for 13, and Nick Gubbins for 1. Grant Stewart and Charlie Stobo, the Australian, picked up those 2 wickets. But there was a bit of spin in the probably half an hour, 20 minutes or so before tea on a wicket that is still a little green. Your commentary team this evening, as was in the previous part of the day, BBC Kent's Matt Cole will be on shortly. It's myself, Kevin James, and former Hampshire all-rounder Sean Irvine with you for this first period of play. Sean, I don't know. For me, if I'm honest, I think having 2 spinners on, having put the side in on a greenish pitch, did that feel a bit defensive, or am I being a little harsh?
Maybe a little bit of defensive, but also probably to give the seamers a bit of a rest as well, leading into that sort of tea break. But yeah, I think from Kent, they'll be disappointed how many sort of full balls they gave away throughout that middle period.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the bowlers really haven't kept a grip on the Hampshire innings, apart from Charlie Stobo, who we're about to see in a moment. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 28, bowled well, got the ball to move. And also Grant Stewart, who opened up with him, 1 for 30 from 15. Those 2 have been economical. Matt Parkinson, the leg spinners, brought his economy rate down a little bit, but he's just under 3.5. And the other bowlers used, Nathan Gilchrist and Joey Everson, have been going for over 4 and over, which isn't ideal from a Kent point of view. Just let me bring you up to date with 1 or 2 other things that have been happening that are affecting, well, not affecting, but are close to Hampshire. In as much that England beating New Zealand today in the second one-day international to go 2-0 up, and I think they're only playing 3, so they've already won the series. I can tell you, thanks to Wes, the media man here, who texted me just before tea, that Maya Boucher's 100 in that 8-wicket win at Worcester is her first international century for the Southern Vipers batter, and it's her first 100 since playing under-13s cricket. Stobo, right arm over, bowls to Vince. Vince drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. And the further good news from a Hampshire and a club overall point of view is that the Southern Vipers won their Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy game this afternoon, and they won that fairly comfortably, beating Western Storm by 7 wickets, chasing 156 all out. That was the Western Storm score. That was off 37 overs. There was a bit of rain in Hove, and the Vipers romped home with 157 for 3 in the 30th, led by Georgia Elvis, who was 65 not out. Vince gets a length ball, and that goes back to the bowler. There was 49 at the top of the innings from Ella McGacken. She hasn't been playing in all the games recently, so that's good news for her. Charlie Knott made a 20, 22. The other bit of good news was that Freya Kemp, bowling some left-arm seamers, the England batter, for the first time in, I think, a couple of years with all the back injuries she's having. So, well done to the Vipers, and I think they would have got a bonus point in that game, which means, depending on what the other results, they may just have improved on their 3rd place. So, well done to them. I'll mention the Southeast Star score, because obviously that affects Kent to a point. 160 for 3, even though that's denied in 1 or 2 quarters. Sorry, Sean, I'll bring you in a moment. I'll just Southeast Stars are playing the Blaze. The Blaze made 318 for 8 off 44 overs. The Stars are 84 for 4 in the 17th, so they need another 235 from just under 28 overs with 6 wickets remaining. There we are, we're up to date with all that. Right, here's Charlie Stobo with a slip and a gully to Vince, and Vince pushes forward to a good length ball, remains on 80.
Yeah, Stobo looking very consistent once again, started off very well. A little bit of uneven bounce, a couple there sort of bouncing there from Charlie Stobo, and James Vince just taking that bottom hand off.
Yeah, it's got a very easy action, Stobo, hasn't he, really?
Yeah, very sort of economical.
It is, isn't it?
Smooth.
I mentioned he got 20 odd wickets in the Sheffield Shield competition, which he won with Western Australia. That's straight to Vince, who's playing it equally back to the bowler straight. Bowls that sort of Australian type length as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right, and you know, very upright. You know, uses his height to maximum ability, and I think just sort of tries to stand the ball up on that seam. Yeah, every now and then it might get a little bit of shape, maybe get a little bit of nip off the seam. So,
Yep.
yeah, just want to ask a lot of questions of the batter.
A few injuries in the Kent camp at the moment, although a couple of them have returned for this game. Gilchrist and Leaning left alone outside the off stump. Nice carry through to Harry Finch, the keeper. That's a maiden to get the evening session underway. We have 33 overs left in the day. Stobo's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 28, and the Hampshire score is 160 for 3. Bayer's Swanepoel was Kent's overseas player, but I think he's injured. Yes, he is, says Matt. So just checking that well. So, and I know Wes Agar was another overseas player who's, I think, returned to Australia. Yep, with injury. So he's out of the Kent lineup, but he will be back for 2025. Had a shoulder injury, I believe. Was that right? Yep.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson is going to continue from the pavilion end. Ben Brown will be facing. They're going to start with the same field that they finished on just before tea. So we've got a short cover catching and another sort of close field and Jack Leaning at cover. There's Parkinson bowls to Ben Brown, and that's nice and straight just forward defence. Nudge down the very fine leg, and they're going to run 2.
I've got an email here that's all about you, Sean.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm under the microscope already.
You
Go
are.
on.
You always were as a player. You cannot escape, even though you finished. I'll come to it towards the end of the over,
Okay.
maybe at the end of the over.
No, that's fine. Parkinson comes into Ben Brown again, and that's slightly wider. I think with the field set as it is, I think that's the sort of line that, you know, Matt Parkinson should be bowling. I think as soon as you sort of air straight, you know, you only got 3 fielders on the leg side, it opens it up a little bit. So probably looking for that wider line. As again, he bowls to, and Ben Brown leans on that to deep cover for a single. Well played.
And it's quite defensive, though, isn't it? It's a defensive way of bowling.
It is, absolutely, but I think I mentioned it before with, you know, your Charlie Stobo and Grant Stewart being your 2 consistent bowlers. I think, you know, you can only bowl them a certain amount, so they're trying to mix and match them. As Parkinson comes into James Vince, again that's wide, and that's driven beautifully, well fielded there by Uyeye. Saved certain 4 there.
Yeah. Again, Vince had to reach for that one.
Yeah, they're probably looking. James Vince just before tea had a bit of a scare, played a loose shot which went in the air, and they're probably looking for something similar. As Parkinson now bowls to Ben Brown, and that's driven square. Well fielded there at point as they run a single.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, Kent are just waiting for a mistake here now.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't help thinking, you know, we're only in the 51st over here, and they've been like this now for a little while.
Parkinson bowls to James Vince, and that's well stopped there by Matt Parkinson off his own bowling. So no run, end of the over. Hampshire 165 for 3. James Vince is 26 runs away from 12,000 first class runs for Hampshire.
Good start. Right, this email's from Martin Hills, silentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. What a pleasure to have Sean in the commentary box. He was one of my absolute favourite Hampshire players, and I once had a very nice chat with him when he signed his benefit brochure for me. I have 2 questions for him, the second more difficult. We love a difficult question.
Oh, here we go.
We love it. So the first one, which is obviously the easier one. Just waiting for Ben Brown to mark his guard out again. What is Sean doing now? And being a golf fan, I remember him exploring a second career as a golf pro. But what now? Here's Stobo. Length ball turned away behind square on the leg side by Brown for a single. Moves on to 44. 166 for 3. Right, off you go.
Well, at the moment, I'm sort of involved in the Hampshire Pathway program, so looking after under 18s, under 16s, under 15s, and under 14s. That's mainly in the winter, which I really do enjoy, and it's nice to sort of be involved and still be involved in the game. I do a lot of one-to-one coaching as well, so that's become taking a lot of time as well.
Stobo again runs away from us and bowls. Vince drives down the ground and well fielded at mid-on. Now, is that Bell Drummond? I think it is. Nice stop.
And so yeah, anyone who wants a one-to-one session, then look me up, send me a message. And then you know, we do I work Monday to Friday with a company just down the road, dealing in portable cabins and containers. So yeah, it keeps me busy.
So there you are, offering himself as a coach there. Here's Stobo. Bowls and oh, that's a beauty. Oh, Brown's not done a lot wrong there playing forward. That ball just shaped away, which again shows that if you get enough balls in the right areas, there is still some problems to be had for the batters. So is that it? Right, that you've done that one? Yes.
But to answer his question regarding golf,
yes,
I did take on. I played on Euro Pro Tour and the MENA Tour, which we discussed off air, Jamo.
Yeah.
But then a certain COVID hit, and that put an end to that, which was a shame because I really did enjoy that.
Here's Stobo, bowls and a thick outside edge. I'm going to take a quick single to backward a point, comfortable single.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was something that I desperately needed. You know, when I retired, was to still have something that was a challenge. I think that in many ways sort of really did help me after that period of retiring.
So how many tournaments did you play in the end?
I played, I think in total, you know, not including obviously the TP tour, which is a mini tour that happens here in the southeast.
Stobo again then to Vince, and Vince plays forward and then just pulls the bat away at the last minute.
So in total probably played about 18 tournaments, 10 on the TP tour, which had 4 top 10s, which is pretty good.
Did you really? Oh,
yeah.
congrats.
So yeah, I was sort of playing to about a sort of +3 handicap, which is a pretty good effort for me. I enjoyed my golf even throughout my cricket career, as you well know, Jamo. So yeah, I went and played some lovely venues.
Here's that Stobo again. Fuller driven up to mid-on. And that will be the end of the over. 168 for 3. Vince has 82 and Brown 45. So top 10 finish what, on the MENA Tour as well?
No, the MENA Tour went across to Jordan to qualify and didn't make it. So came back and went on the Euro Pro Tour to try and qualify. Played in a few open qualifiers, which was good fun, hard work, but yeah, it was a great time. I really did enjoy it, and I really put a lot of time and effort into it as well. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Right, well look, we'll save this. We'll save the next bit till later because we're going to have a quick change at the end of that, Sean. We're going to bring Matt Cole in. So I know it's a quick session, that one, but we're back on time if we just get rid of you for the moment. He's back, don't worry, he's not gone anywhere else. Let's play back to the bowler, and there's no, it's just that it makes it easier timings for us. Anyway, it's for us to worry about, not anybody else. Here comes Parkinson again from the pavilion end. Brown is forward, goes out on the offside. Welcome back, Matt Cole.
I feel like I could only let the listeners down after that, to be honest.
Certainly not.
Sporting achievements wise.
Yeah.
But as you say, the next instalment coming up.
Yes, something to look
I
forward
feel
to.
like I'm the boring advert break in between. There we go.
It's certainly not. Brown drives out towards extra cover.
Meanwhile, here's this public service announcement. 168 for 3.
Been together since the fall of the wicket at 137.
Yeah.
56, sorry, it's 56.
Previous over from Stobo.
Parkinson again, sweep from Brown. That'll be a single. Moves on to 46, 169 for 3.
Just feels like it's drifting, doesn't it, a little bit for Kent here?
Yeah,
it's necessarily any fault of their own, to be honest. I think Vince is batting really well, but
it's a good partnership, it is, there's no doubt about it, but I just think that there needed to be another seamer to back Stobo and Stewart up. It's driven by Vince out to short extra cover. I think another seamer just trying to keep the pressure on and getting a little bit of movement. Joey Everson didn't seem to get any movement out of this pitch at all.
No. I think in...
And Gilchrist, yeah, just wasn't quite accurate enough, was he really? He got some kiss off the surface, he got a little bit of balls to move, but just wasn't able to keep some pressure on, really. Vince drives, thickish inside edge as it goes out square on the leg side. He moves on to 83, 170 for 3.
I think, again, in comparison to Hampshire's seam attack, you look at their three-pronged attack, if you like, and that's, I mean, it's more than that, but and then with Liam Dawson as well, you do keep pressure on, don't you? And that's actually a facet of attacks in the top half of the County Championship Division 1 as well, isn't it, I think?
Well, you'd like to think so,
yeah.
But I mean, there are always reasons, aren't there? I mean,
yeah,
Gilchrist is coming back from injury,
yeah.
And Stewart's coming back from injury, and that, that doesn't help, is it? You want players to be playing regularly, match fit, then you get into that groove.
Sorry, it's 4 with James Fuller and Keith Barker, isn't it? Oh, crikey. We go. But yes, absolutely right, and that may be the reason why they've turned to the spin, is they don't want to overbowl Nathan Gilchrist coming back particularly, and Grant Stewart's coming back from an ankle injury. So yeah, it's a tough time here. Charlie Stober, though, as in the previous game actually against Lancashire, is proving it's a low edge from Vince, and again he's got the edge of the bat, and Stobo just turns purposefully back and goes to the end of his run-up. I don't know if there'll be steam coming out of his ears, but it was low anyway. It would never have been a catch, even if there had been a slip right behind it, but it's just one slip and a gully in at the moment. But I think Stober's bowled really well.
Has.
As I said, he came out of the game against Lancashire with a good deal of credit as well. His career high score as well, as a batter, got 64 in the second innings, and had a couple of spells on days 1 and 2 with the ball as well, which much to his credit. But trying to keep the pressure on here. Stobo bowls to Vince. Vince was on middle of the stump, and there's no run.
So he's played 1 T20 and 1 championship game for you so far, is that right?
Yes, yeah, that's
right.
right.
And how long's he around for?
He's around till the end of the season, so he and Bays Swanepoel now will both be with Kent till the end of the season. So, but yeah, from the what we know from Kent, that Swanepoel might be hamstring injuries for bowlers, fast bowlers are not ideal, are they? It's not something you can play when it's nearly better, as it were, is it? You need to. He needs to be fully fit. That's going to take, depending on the nature of the strain or the pull. This is driven into the offside by Vince. Didn't quite get all of it, but straight at Cushy, and there's no run. 174 for 3.
Who was your other overseas player here for the T20? There was Swanepoel and...
Xavier Bartlett.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, was it him that played here? Oh, it was.
Yes,
yeah.
it would
Sorry,
be.
it was.
Yes, it would be. Yeah. So his stint is done now. So yeah. So the second part of it'll be Stober and Swanepoel will be there. They're overseas for that. But without Zach Crawley, of course, and really missing Fred Clarkson as well, his left arm seam. Although he would have been at the World Cup until fairly recently, and massive disappointment for him as this is a clip down to backward square, fielded by Matt Parkinson and Grant Stewart in combination. 46 for Brown, 88 for Vince. So although we, from a Kent point of view, it sounded that Fred Clarkson's not going to play for the Spitfires this summer, and he won't play for the Originals presumably either in the 100. Missing the World Cup would be of course, be a massive thing for him. It's got a stress factor at the back and left arm seam. Would love to have done that, I'm sure. So Danny Bell Drummond just changing the field in that he's moving himself somewhere or other. I think he's behind, just run in front of, curving run in front of Ben Brown. He's going to go in at a gully. So yeah, 2 slips in a gully now. Stober bowls to Brown. 175 for 3. Kent looking for a breakthrough, and Hampshire resisting. Oh, that was slightly better when he did that. Sorry, we're talking about the bars, I should say. We've been slightly perturbed. I know our listeners have in the ground and on the stream as well. It's not bees, it's not hornets. Although we were visited by a hornet, I seem to remember, at the T20 game.
Ah,
here,
that was the game,
yeah.
yes. I do remember.
Stayed for a bit, and fortunately, just minded its own business and flew off. Which we were all very pleased about. Stobo to Ben Brown. Leaves it outside the off stump. Brown checks his position of his front foot. Make sure it's in line with the off stump. It was indeed. And another good over from Stobo. 175 for 3 though. Vinter's 88, Browner's 46, and these two taking their partnership on to 119 now since the departure of Toby Abbott. That was a long time ago, just after lunch in fact.
Yeah, when you see Stobo bowling, even with a ball that's 54 overs old now, there is just, you know, a ball or two in that over that's just holding its line. You can see it just fractionally shaping off the straight, and you think if just Kent had had another bowler that could do something similar, it might be a slightly different picture as Vince quietly pushes forward to a new over, start of a new over from Parkinson.
Yeah, feels like there is something in this pitch, not an enormous amount, but just that minute deviation which can
make all the difference, isn't it, when you've got somebody bowling consistently in the right areas. Vince turns that straight delivery on the leg side. Quickly from behind the stumps is Harry Finch, preventing any thought of a single. Sunshine has been sort of on and off today, really. It's got a little bit more prevalent this afternoon, after we lost an hour and 20 odd minutes this morning due to some light rain. Vince pushing forward. Had a late lunch at 1:20. Started the afternoon session at 2 o'clock. Tea at 4:05. Slightly different timings, and here we are with just under 29 overs left in the day. And we like the spinners on anyway, because obviously we get through the overs quicker, and the day finishes a little quicker than perhaps it otherwise would have done. Driven up to deep mid-off by Vince for a single, and he moves on to 88. That's off 123 deliveries. His scoring rate has dropped a fraction, isn't it? It's 72 per 100 balls. It was about in the 80s, wasn't it, a little early? So these two are perhaps just putting the brakes on, certainly the two spinners. It's quietly played back to the bowler by Brown. So I suppose from that point of view, Kent won't mind too much, but really you feel that having put Hampshire in with the conditions this morning, and even though there's still a little bit there, he's sweeping there, Ben Brown. There's a half shout there from Parkinson as the ball makes its way down towards fine leg. There was a bit of bat on that, hence why the umpire is seemingly unmoved. 177 for 3 now, Hampshire, and we've had 55 overs in total of this first innings.
Kevin James's helicopter's just coming into land, nice and early for taking him home.
I wish.
That's right. So Stubby will continue on for 36 from 13 so far, and 5 maidens. Hampshire 177 for 3. Bright sunshine all around, weather improving throughout the day, warming up as well. Stobo then to Brown, leaves it outside the off stump. Deviation again from Stobo, ball kept pretty low outside the off stump, but nothing that's going to threaten Ben Brown, and he leaves that one, but he gets some movement off the pitch with that one. All being shined by Nathan Gilchrist at mid-off. 2 slips in the gully, point. And there's a cover, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket. So that Parkinson there, and deep backward square. It's Grant Stewart. Stober bowls now to Brown. Can leave that one away. It's a comfortable leave. Pitches on about 5th stump line and moves away slightly as well. Off the seam through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Ben Brown has been watchful. Has dug in. His captain has been scoring relatively freely at the other end for the most part. Kent have looked like they've wrestled control at times, but never really got on top with the ball in this partnership, which is why the partnership's gone on. Here's Stobo to Brown. Has to guide it through the covers, but ends up at just forward a point with Ben Compton fielding. And there is no run.
For me, I'm just looking around the crowd. I've seen bigger championship crowds this season. Don't know what it is about today. Maybe the rain early doors put a few people off. But yeah, it's a little bit down on other first days we've had this year.
There is another, some sort of other sporting occasion. I can't remember what it is today,
course.
but it's a Stobo to Brown. It's up to mid-off, and there is a single. Take it, 178 for 3.
I'd forgotten about that. 5 o'clock, is it?
I just have no idea. I'm just not even going to mention what it is.
No, well, that's why I said 5 o'clock.
178 for 3.
That's as much as I'm going to say.
Talking about England, New Zealand in the Women's One Day International, I think is probably what's taking people's attention.
Of course.
Should be, but isn't. 178 for 3. Not in those numbers, that's for sure. Stobo over the wicket to James Vince then. Blocks that off stump, and there's no run. But yeah. So thank you for choosing to be with us. You may be what do they call it? Double screening, is that right? This afternoon, if you are watching this on the stream and perhaps going to watch something else at 5 o'clock as well. And oh, that's fixed it. What has it? Kevin James, IT genius. Well, I've spoken too early. So, something's happened, as in nothing's happening in our headphones, which is lovely. Here's Stobo to Vince, pulls that away. Sorry, that's very boring for listeners out there and for viewers. 178 for 3, but we're trying to keep on top of the any distractions you may have, apart from our voices on this commentary. 179 for 3 at the end of the over, and Stobo again bowling really accurately, but Hampshire coping with it at the moment, and right on top now of this first day. Kent will need a couple to drag themselves back into it, I think, a couple of wickets, but one can bring two, as we know. It feels like they do need a double breakthrough or a run of wickets here to get back into it.
Yeah, certainly, especially after putting Hampshire in. Just feels, especially with the spinners on, they just try to wait for a mistake, really. Here's Parkinson. There's nothing in this wicket for him at the moment as Vince pushes forward. He's bowled accurately, though. Bowled to his field at times when he's had a predominantly offside field, and just bowled a little outside off stump, or a bit more outside off stump at times, but he's into his 11th over, just conceded the 33 runs so far, and tossed up again as he's always done, and Vince drives that into the gap in the covers. Grant Stewart is deep, and Vince moves on to 91. 180 for 3 now, Hampshire. Beginning to get a real firm foothold in this game. Interesting to see. Come back to that in a moment. Brown drives this time into the gap for a single. Moves on to 49. It'll be interesting to see how this wicket does play when Hampshire come on to bowl, because we've had a bit of sunshine today, which would suggest that it'll dry out a little bit. And as and when Kent come to bowl, bat, will Hampshire find any sort of life, much life at all? Vince pushes forward out on the onside, and there is no run. All those questions, of course, will be answered as we get through the game. It'll be fascinating to see. I think Hampshire would dearly have loved to have bowled. And as you were saying earlier, there's a bit more depth in the Hampshire attack seam bowling wise. They probably would have needed it. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. Got a bit excited there, Matt Parkinson. Mistake from James Vince as he was just coming across the line there a little bit, trying to hit that into the gap between cover and extra cover, rather than hitting that straight, just opening the face of fraction. Comes in again, Parkinson. Vince drives, and this time he does. He plays exactly the shot he wanted to play the ball before. Goes out to deep cover, and Vince moves on to 92. End of Parkinson's over. 182 for 3. Oh, Hampshire.
Indeed, but a conversation between Ben Brown and James Vince, just a bump of gloves. A chat out there. But Kent, relatively little excitement, certainly in terms of voices in the field, though. A yelp from Matt Parkinson as that one beat the outside edge in the previous over. Nathan Gilchrist chatting with Charlie Stobo. Is Gilchrist about to be thrown the ball? I think he is. So yeah, change at this end, and Nathan Gilchrist none for 34 of 7 so far. As we've been saying, coming back from an injury. And there's a few his balls to Charlie Stobo alongside him. Just one slip and a fairly wide gully in for him as well, for any edge. James Vince on 92. Faces now, and just clips that through the man at mid-wicket. Is that Joey Everson there? I think it is. That's, I don't know if it's taken a rogue bounce off one of the cut strips there, but seemed to go through Everson, and they come back, in fact, for a comfortable 2 when perhaps there shouldn't have been anything there.
4 overs, none for 10. Stobo's spell after tea.
He's been good all through, hasn't he, so far? As you were saying, Kevin just needs support here. Perhaps someone taking advantage or building the pressure at the other end as well. Gilchrist to Vince. Off stump defends that one into the offside, whereas Kushi bounds in and fields.
David Ackland has emailed. Hello to you, David. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, small crowd, question mark? Yes, smaller than we're used to, day one. I'm not there, he says, sadly due to family illness, but it's great to listen to your commentary for once. But sad I won't say hi to you in the hotel. All the best, says David. Yeah, David usually stays when there's home games. Usually bump into him in some corridor or other during the 4 days.
It's Gilchrist. Thick outside edge again from Vince as he comes forward, and it bounces once and gets to Wandamiye, but no run there, no catch. Our best wishes. This is, from a Hampshire fan's point of view, this is a good day so far.
It is. Yes, there's been a few more good days than bad in the last 3 or 4 games, which has been good news. A bit of an uptick in form for Hampshire.
Gilchrist then going into bowl to Vince. Vince frees lets the bottom hand off as he cuts that away backward a square to Ben Compton on the boundary, and they'll take themselves a single.
What was Gilchrist's injury recently?
Back injury, I think.
Was it that?
I would say. Yeah.
That's
but,
not ideal.
But they're managing. I think I'm right in saying a side and a back injury from last season. So he's had a brief break, but then did play some T20. So he played 2 or 3 T20s immediately before the game against Lancashire, and so they keen to point out, Kent, they were effectively managing him, resting him for that next game. And that is Ben Brown's 50 as he tucks that into the offside off Nathan Gilchrist. And it's 50 from 115 balls. It's been patient, and it's been exactly what Hampshire needed as well at the other end from James Vince. 4 fours from it, and a half century for Ben Brown.
3rd time he's passed 50 this season. A couple of games ago against Surrey. Here he got 165 not out. This is comfortably his top score of the season, but got 67 in the first innings here.
Gilchrist to Vince, defends it, no run.
Against Durham. Ran out of time there. Also got 49 in the first innings against Warwickshire here earlier in the season. So I was saying earlier, wasn't I, that a bit of a return for form this season for Ben Brown, who was a bit down on runs last year. Change of commentary. Matt Cole's going to stick around, and then it'll be Sean Irvine alongside him.
Thank you, Kevin James. We'll be back in 20 minutes or so. This partnership goes from strength to strength, and we're just missing another landmark for Hampshire in 5 runs' time for James Vince if he gets there. 95 from 135. Every reason to expect he will, the way he's been batting so far. With, this partnership going from strength to strength now. So, this ball from Parkinson, just pushed into the onside by Ben Brown, and there is no run. So James Vince got his first century of the season, the last game, I think I'm right in saying, against Warwickshire, 166 not out. And, so averaging late 40s. Little flick of the wrists from Brown there as he goes against the spin of Matt Parkinson. Say the spin, it doesn't seem to be doing very much for him at the moment. Single taken. The occasional one has beaten the bat, Sean Irvine from Matt Parkinson, but doesn't seem to be enough to worry the batters at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. You know, they one thing is for sure, he has bowled with a better line.
Bowls now to Vince. It's a forward defensive again. Once again, it's 6-3 field with the offside actually staying very much the same as it has done, isn't it? With a slip in, 2 covers effectively, a man at point. boundary rider. Long off as well. Vince is not tempted by that. He's dead batted that straight back at the bowler. And there's no run at 187 for 3.
Yeah, I think what Matt's trying to sort of get at is bowl a few quite sort of flat and then use that sort of loopy one outside off as a variation.
And it goes there at that time, and it's pushed by Vince into the offside. And Jack leaning fields. And there's no run. Ken Parkinson from the pavilion end here, the Utilita Bowl. Gives that some air as well. Vince is on the front foot and looking to drive that one through mid-wicket. Finds the field there for Kushi. Dot ball, so 1 off the over. 187 for 3. Brown has 51, Vince has 95 so far. Kent trying what they can to buy a wicket. And a decent little spell from Jack leaning in tandem with Parkinson just before the tea interval. But he's been taken out of the attack and trying seam now from the hotel end. Parkinson from the far end seem to be the mode of attack.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist is going to continue from the hotel end.
Yeah, a conversation between him and Charlie Stobo. It's been Compton's rolling around, just trying to loosen the lower back up. Yeah, they're bringing fielders in on the onside here now. Yeah. A bit closer.
As Gilchrist bowls, runs into Ben Brown, and that's sort of placed right by his feet. Went behind the wicket, but to the side, so didn't roll on.
Yes, they've got a fielder at Joey Everson, I think, there. 3 strips away at mid-wicket now, brought him in a bit closer.
Yeah, there's another chat now between Gilchrist and Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond.
So Everson's coming out from that mid-wicket position. They are changing around. Is going at gully maybe now?
Yeah, I think that's the right field. I think if you're going to be quite consistent outside that sort of line of length, then you definitely are bowling to your field as Gilchrist runs into Brown. And again, that's a lot straighter and pushed to mid-on. Yeah, I think it's been quite difficult for Daniel Bell-Drummond. You know, today it's been sort of a few of the Kent bowlers have been a little bit inconsistent, and it's been hard to sort of set a field for them. So tough as a captain. As Nathan Gilchrist runs into Ben Brown. That's a lot fuller. That's driven down the ground through mid-on. I don't know if it's going to go to boundary as Everson fields the ball. He's got a good arm, hasn't he?
Yes.
Run 3. Pushes the total up to 190 for 3.
Yeah, he's overshot the stumps at this this non-striker's end, hasn't he? But as you say, it's a good distance he's got.
Yeah, threw that off balance as well.
Yeah.
James Vince is on strike, so the field changes again. We have a deep point. Only one slip and a gully, and a short catching mid-wicket as Gilchrist runs into James Vince. That's short and off the back foot, played into the deep point area. Only the single. As he moves to 96.
Yeah, he's just slowed down a little bit, I think, in this final session maybe, but I don't think there's any worry about that.
It's funny, as the slower bowlers come on, everything does seem to slow down as well, just naturally. But also, as Gilchrist runs into Ben Brown, and that's for left alone outside off. Still good, decent carry from Nathan Gilchrist. Just maybe not enough balls in the right area.
Yeah, it's falling up a good delivery with a good delivery, isn't it, I suppose, for him, and just a series of, even psychologically, I suppose, for batters as well, is it? I mean, just putting the mental pressure on there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you probably find if the seamers could bowl quite consistently, then Matt Parkinson would have probably picked up a few wickets as well, than trying to go after as Gilchrist bowls that back of a length, and that's sort of driven mid-off for no run. End of the over. Hampshire 191 for 3.
Yeah, 4 taken off it, and it is at 96 not out now. Just looking at scores from around the country. Boucher with her first international century as England women beat New Zealand by 8 wickets, 142 for 2 they finished, so she scored the bulk of her runs there. 28 for Kent's Tammy Beaumont in that one as well. They're off a bad light at Chester Street. Durham 190, bowled out by Worcestershire, was 69 for 2 when they came off there. At Southport, Lancashire 208 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. At Taunton, Warwickshire 281 for 7 now against Somerset. It's Parkinson over the wicket to Vince, drives that. Doesn't quite middle it up to mid-on. There's no run there. Surrey 151 for 4 now against Essex at the Oval. In the battle of the top 2 in County Championship Division 1. Into the 2nd Division shortly. Parkinson gets that a lot of air outside the off stump and just gently defended into the offside by James Vince. Derbyshire bowled out for 76 at Chesterfield. Yorkshire 156 for 4, already have a decent first innings lead there. Parkinson over the wicket to Vince, who waits for it. Just rolls the wrists over it into the onside. Single taken. Coochie Fields on the run at mid-wicket. Glamorgan 88 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 179 all out at Cheltenham. Middlesex struggling 61 for 6 in reply to Leicestershire's 179 at Grace Road. So 16 wickets fallen already on the first day there. That doesn't quite match the game at Northampton. I'll tell you about that in just a second. Parkinson bowling to Brown here. Brown then bats hit straight back at the bowler. So Sussex were bowled out for 143, but they have the advantage against Northampton, who are 97 for 9 on the first day. So 19 wickets falling at Wantage Road already.
A couple of low scores, isn't there?
Yeah. Kent would have loved that to be the case here as well. Little paddle from Brown, reaching well forward and just guided down to a backward square. Single taken. So James Vince on 97 from 143. Doesn't look like he's in the mood to finish this with one blow. Not sure he necessarily needs to take that risk. 193 for 3 though, Hampshire. Dominating day 1 now with this big partnership between Vince and Brown. Having said that, he goes onto the back foot and gives that a stern drive into the offside. Fielded by Jack Leading, and it's a dot ball. Hampshire 193 for 3. Vince has 97, the captain, 55 for Ben Brown. This partnership, as they're going from strength to strength, 100 plus. It's at 137 now between these two.
Looks like Nathan Gilchrist is going to continue. 9 overs, none for 42. So 4.7 runs and over, being quite expensive, but also has shown some opportunities where there's been a few player misses from the batters. So he has that capability. He's just been a little bit inconsistent at the moment. Can quickly turn it around though. You get one wicket, you get another, and the next thing you know, it changes to, Kent's day. So that's how quickly it can change.
They call it the boycott test, don't they? Add 2 wickets to the score.
That's right.
193 for 5. Still doesn't look too bad for Hampshire, but
as Gilchrist comes into Ben Brown, and that's cut away for 4 runs.
yeah, it's a good-looking shot. It's just dropping short, but
yeah, it doesn't need to be all that short for Ben Brown, to be honest. Yeah, Shane Warne used to say that.
Yeah.
The great Shane Warne used to say, add 2 for 29 onto the score and see where he at.
2 for 29.
Yeah,
that's very specific.
I don't know where you got that stat from, but yeah, that's what he used to say.
Nothing away of that.
As Gilchrist comes into Ben Brown again. That's Fuller left alone, outside off, well bowled.
So where are we? 226 for 5. Yeah, fair enough. That's that just changed the complexion.
I never argued with that stat, to be honest. It was
I'd imagine there are some players you can't, and he had a lot to back it up.
Yeah.
Shamrock, didn't he? So,
He certainly did. But yeah, had a wonderful opportunity to play alongside him
yeah.
here at Hampshire. So fantastic. Let's go Chris Boss to Ben Brown, and then again that's sort of not quite as wide. Back foot sort of punched it between point and cover, and there'll be another 4 runs for Ben Brown. I think that is the 150 partnership.
200 runs up, but could well be the 150. But yeah, 200 runs up for Hampshire, so must be getting close. Yeah,
Not quite.
not quite. Yeah, it would be
quite.
206. So yeah, coming up shortly. So yeah, 2 4s off this over, and yeah, it's that control, isn't it, for Daniel Bell-Drummond? Just can't get it with the bowlers at the moment.
Yeah, it sort of brings the fielders in to create that pressure, and then a couple of boundaries happen, and then he has to release that pressure. So Chris comes in again. That's well length, good length outside off, left alone by Ben Brown. Just not quite enough balls in that sort of asking area, is there?
This has been a little bit of the story of Kent season as well, in terms of the bowling just keeping pressure on. Apart from that one game at Lancashire where they really did dominate proceedings at Old Trafford. Otherwise, it has been really tough.
Chris comes into Ben Brown again. That's short of length. Just play straight back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, I've been impressed with Stobo today.
Yeah.
His figures show that he had a very good control all day, really. Grant Stewart's been good as well.
Yeah. I think as Kevin was saying just a minute earlier, sorry, I was defending the offside, but that I was pointing out with Hampshire's attack is you've got 4 bowlers there, 4 seam bowlers that can keep the pressure on. I've got Liam Dawson as well, and
yeah, that's right.
the captain can rely on perhaps that if the ball's not doing much, but it's doing something for them, that they can keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, you always have to see what the other team does as well with the ball. So it's one thing, obviously, Kent's bowlers, what we see in front of us, but you want to see what the Hampshire bowlers do as well. Then you can sort of decide, right, where's each team sort of benefited and lost it a little bit.
Kept assisting with Matt Parkinson here. He's going for exactly 3 and over. 39 off his 13 so far. It's straight back at him by James Vince. No run.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson's done a pretty good job actually. I think he's sort of trying to create that sort of holding job, and I think he's done reasonably well considering it's first day of a 4-day game and the pitch looked quite green. And
it's Parkinson over the wicket now to Vince. It's a swing and a miss. Attempted drive outside the off stump. He's missed it. It hit the pads of Harry Finch. Parkinson was appealing for something. I can only imagine that must have been for an LBW because it's not been caught. But no, a polite inquiry, I think it's fair to say, to umpire Debenham, I think it is at the far end. But turned down. Parkinson, third ball of this over. Vince patiently waits for it this time, cuts it back to a backward point. Joey Everson fields and there's no run. And that's, I think, the voice of Daniel Bell-Drummond just supporting Matt Parkinson. Try and keep the dot balls coming. What was it now to Vince? Again, he won't beat the fielder there, Joey Everson.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted here to really throw this one up nice and high and nice and wide and see if James Vince is tempted to have a go to try and get it to his 100.
Yeah, he's 97 at the moment. Parkinson bowls to him. He's not tempted by that one. That was just defended into the offside as well.
At the same time, you never want someone to get 100 off your bowling, though.
Do you remember those?
Yeah.
Don't want someone celebrating at the other end. I can understand that. Here's Parkinson to Vince. Plays that with soft hands into the onside. And it's a maiden over. None for 39, then off 14 for Parkinson. Is that the principle that you just don't like to see the other side celebrating, especially if it's
Yeah, it
all
was.
of your bowling.
Yeah, it's not nice, is it? You don't want to sort of someone to get a 100 off your bowling or 200 or it was just something that just didn't want to happen. So, but
well, Parkinson's not going to have to worry about that for 6 deliveries at least. But is it change of gloves there? Certainly drinks coming on for the 2 batters there. 201 for 3. As you were saying, Sean, they're just 5 short of a 150 partnership here, and at 24 for 2 before lunch, 56 for 3 after lunch as well. Kent would have thought it was their day, but this pair of look like they're going to bat it out of their reach, at least in the short term. 97 Vince, 63 for Ben Brown now, and the sunshine at Utilita Bowl. The weather's just getting better and better throughout this day.
yeah, and it's just bowlers, and the 2 bowlers, Charlie Stubb and Stobo, and Nathan Gilchrist, having a chat with Daniel Baldrummond, the Kent captain, trying to sort of set a plan to bowl to these 2. Sort of split the slip fielders, so 1 slip and a gully. As Gilchrist comes into Ben Brown, and that ball goes to well fielded there by Oyeye. One-handed, definitely saved a certain 4. That's a good line and length there from Nathan Gilchrist. That's asking questions, and let's see if he can get another 5 of those.
So just going a bit fuller, or is it?
I think slightly fuller if you're going to go with that line. Otherwise, a little bit shorter if it's straight. As Gilchrist comes in again, forward defended by Ben Brown, straight back to the bowler.
So fuller if it's outside the off stump, looking for the drive. And
yeah, that's right. I mean, if you get to go, slightly fuller and wider, then there's no need to have your sort of 4 fielders on the leg side. You can afford to have maybe an extra, even if it's the first slip and 2 gullies, or but if you got to come straighter, then obviously set your field accordingly. So at least the bowler's got a plan, and everyone buys into that plan. As Gilchrist comes in again to Ben Brown, and that's worked to the leg side, fielded by square leg. No run. But yeah, all of these things you want belt. You speak to your captain comes up with a plan. Right, you the bowler, right? What's your plan? How you try to get a wicket, and I'll set the field accordingly. So most bowlers these days will set their own field because they're the ones with the ball in the hand. That's their tool. So Gilchrist comes in to Ben Brown, and that's Ben Brown's worked away to deep point for a single. Scores 204 for 3. But yeah, obviously you're not expected to get everything right as a bowler. It's but at least having a plan and focusing on that plan helps everyone. To be clear in mind as Gilchrist comes into for James Vincent. That's pulled away by James Vincent, fine leg for a single.
Just seen Sussex have wrapped up the Northamptonshire first innings, so 20 wickets falling already at Northampton.
Wow.
A 46-run lead for Sussex, so that game really has advanced.
As Gilchrist comes into Ben Brown, and that's moved away off the seam. Ben Brown sort of riding the bounce a little bit. Actually well played in the end. A couple of bounces to gully.
That's the sound of everyone cancelling their hotel bookings at Northampton for the next couple of days.
Yeah, quick game's a good game, they say. Gilchrist comes into Brown, and that's left alone outside off, and that'll be the end of the over. As Hampshire moved to 205 for 3.
Kevin James is lurking, so he'll come in alongside Sean Irvine. We're going to talk more golf in a minute, I think. Is that right? We are, yeah.
Really under the microscope today, aren't I? Hey?
It was always, mate. Like when you were a player. There's no let up, mate. You should know that. Former player, still under the microscope, still under scrutiny. You're never free.
No. Matt Parkinson runs into James Vince. And that's driven down to mid-off for a single. It takes James Vince to 99. And that will be a 150-run partnership. James Vince has 78 of them and Ben Brown 64. Matt Parkinson comes in again to Ben Brown. That's tossed up, driven, low run, short cover.
We'll come to the second part of that email in a moment.
Matt Parkinson comes in and that's tossed up and that's sort of played square of point for a single. Very good hands there from Ben Brown, just opening the blade.
I'll give you a flavour of how this second bit of this email comes about. This is Martin Hills. The first bit was nice, wasn't it, about what's Sean doing now? So we did that a little while ago.
As the field change comes in, James Vince on 99. Parkinson bowls, and that's short and whipped away. He had an opportunity there to work it into a gap on the leg side. There's only 3 fielders on the leg side, but that was a no run. Deep cover comes in, mid-off comes in. James Vince on 99. That's tossed up for defence. No run, straight to cover.
Nice timed forward defence. Gosh.
Should be seeing it quite well, really.
You think so?
99. Parkinson comes in again, a little bit flatter, and that's worked away on the leg side, and that will be in 100 for James Vince.
155 balls with 15 fours, and that's back-to-back hundreds for James Vince. And back-to-back hundreds in the space of a few days. His 166 not out at Edgbaston in the last game was scored on the Tuesday. Here we are on the Sunday. Another unbeaten 100 to his name. So well played to him.
Again, showed I saw his motion when he scored that 100 up at Warwickshire. So at Edgbaston, it was he did show a lot of motion, which is unlike James Vince. And again, there he's sort of punching the air, punching his bat. So
he did, didn't he? Yes, interesting. Now, Joey Everson is going to try his luck at a different end. The Kent medium pacer, all-rounder. 6 overs, 1 for 27 from the pavilion end. He's going to have a go here. Right, here we go, Martin Hills. So the first question was nice. What's Sean doing now? He explained that earlier. The second part is, I have many memories of fine performances by Sean, says Martin. However, I have one dreadful memory. There we go. Well, I've got no dreadful memories of him, but anyway, Martin has. Martin says, which, while it does not mar the excellence that he brought to the team, cool, he's setting you up here, isn't he? Has abided as one of the worst bits of cricket I've ever seen.
Martin, what's your address?
Here comes Everson. It's full outside the off stump, driven by Vince, wide of mid-off, and I think that's going to go over the rope, and it does. Oh, he's fed Vince there, Joey Everson. And he goes on to 104, 212 for 3. Martin says, I was at Basingstoke in 2009. Doesn't hold a grudge, Martin, doesn't have memories. As Hampshire, via Sean and Liam, I presume that's Liam Dawson, in a fine partnership, appeared to possibly being able to secure a draw and avoid a defeat. Rashid was bowling, so this must be Yorkshire. Adil Rashid. He was bowling beautifully and was the main threat. Suddenly, Sean attempted a reverse, which was pretty dire and nearly got him out. Can you remember this?
No. No.
Well, there's a bit more to come. Maybe that might jog your memory.
Okay.
In the next over from Rashid, I'm sure it will come back in a minute. Here comes Everson again. That's outside the off stump and it's left alone. In the next over from Rashid, Sean again attempted the same shot. Once more, he was completely beaten But this was compounded by an attempt at an impossible single, and Sean was hopelessly run out, and the game was lost. Are you sure you can't remember this? This sounds like a ball-by-ball commentary.
I'm going to look up these stats, Martin.
We'll look it up, don't worry.
Yep.
Here comes Everson again. It's wide, and Vince trying to cut, doesn't time it. Of course, I would prefer to remember many fine innings, often in partnership with Nick Pothers, but the memory of that moment is indelible. What was Sean trying to do? Well, after all that time, 2009, we'll try and work it out, because we're going to look that game up in the hope that it will actually jog Sean's memory. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Sorry to do this to you, Sean, but when you're on commentary, it's not an easy ride.
No, the only memory I have of Basingstoke is good memories. That's the only memory I can think of.
Right.
Is Hampshire versus Durham.
Yeah. You obviously won that one because you can remember it.
Oh, you didn't. Did we win it? I think we won it, yeah.
Okay.
But only just.
Yeah.
And I think we avoided relegation.
Right, okay. Well,
but let's see what this...
Let's see what this happens. As Vince drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. So what we'll do, we will type into the computer. I'm looking forward to this.
You are relishing this moment.
Well, I am. Yeah, I am, because I know, listen, we all know you were a mighty fine player.
That's
and that doesn't need to be...
Keep those words coming.
Yeah. But, of course, you know, even the best have the odd mishap.
Yep.
As Martin has quite happily pointed out. Here's Everson. That's a nice drive on the up by Vince for a single out into the covers, and he moves on to 105, and he will keep the strike at the same time. 213 for 3. So it's against Yorkshire. In the championship, one would assume, although from some of the shots you were playing, it sounds like you were trying to play T20. Right, here we go. Mays Bounty, August 2009, Hampshire against Yorkshire. Yorkshire won by an innings and 22. Actually, I have to say, after all that time, you do tend to forget those sort of games. So Hampshire were bowled out for 250. Sean Irvine was caught and bowled Matthew Hoggard for 28. Top scorer in that innings was Jimmy Adams with 79. There was 4 wickets for Ajmal Shahzad. 4 for 72.
As Matt Parkinson comes into James Vincent, that's driven just in front of point, very square for single.
Yorkshire 524 all out. There was 100 for Adil Rashid. 117 not out.
Player of the match.
Yeah, Jack Rudolph got 90.
Good player.
Yeah.
It's Matt Parkinson bowls Ben Brown, and that's driven for no run.
Wickets in that game for David Griffiths, the quick bowler, 3 for 117, 3 for Imran Tahir with his leg spin. Sean Irvine, 27 overs, none for 67. Which
good
economy was good.
Yeah, very good economy. As Matt Parkinson comes in again, and that's just played to mid-wicket, no run.
Hampshire in the second innings, all out for 252. Sean Irvine run out for 48.
Yeah, once I got out, it just went downhill, wouldn't it?
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy Mascarenas out first ball. Wrongin? No, caught.
Caught behind, I think.
Yeah. Matt Parkinson comes in, and that's a wonderful sweep. Deep square for 4 runs. Great shot there from Ben Brown.
Rashid 5 for 41 in the second innings. Has that helped?
No, it hasn't. No. Martin, what is your address? What is your email address? I'll have to reply to that.
Right. Okay. Well, he's from Chichester, so we've narrowed it down a little bit more.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, I have his email address if you'd like to. But he does. Remember earlier you were asking about rule changes and what people will do. Well, Martin's got a bit more on this email about that.
Nice. Let's read those as Matt Parkinson comes in, and that's just a forward defence by Ben Brown.
Right. We'll do it at the end of the over. Let's just sort of savour that game at Basingstoke for a little bit more.
Matt Parkinson runs in, and that's a lot flatter. It'll just work to the leg side to deep fine leg for a single. As Ben Brown keeps the strike into the over. Hampshire 219 for 3.
Right, so the rule change for Martin. It says, when a batter or bowler suffers a bad injury, such as a broken arm, shoulder or Achilles, and is clearly unable to play in the game, why not permit a like-for-like substitute with, as you do with concussion? I'm totally against tactical substitutions, but what other team sports does not permit replacements for a serious injury?
That's quite a good one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
You like that part of the email?
I don't mind the first bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the last bit was right.
The middle is.
No.
Yeah.
I think there are certain memories that stick with certain people or with certain players. Some good, some bad. You're not going to get them right all the time, are you?
Of course you're not. No.
But
when you play as many games as you do, it is difficult to remember every single one, isn't it?
I can think of many bad ones, trust me.
But not that one.
Just not that one, no.
Right, Joey Everson to continue. He has 7 overs, 1 for 32, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Brown, who's on 70. Still the slip and the gully in as Everson bowls. That's a length ball, but there is nobody at point. Yeah, there's a bit of shape there, isn't there, from Everson? But they really haven't got enough balls in the right areas, the seamers, apart from Stewart and especially Stobo from this end, who actually has bowled quite nicely. There's been nobody really to back that up, and the Hampshire batters haven't been put under enough pressure.
No, you're absolutely right. Stobo and Stewart have been very good. I thought Matt Parkinson's done very well as well, considering he's had to hold one end.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done, isn't he? He's doing a holding job. Another good length ball from Everson. Sees Vince pushing that out behind square. The sun that was out a little earlier has now disappeared, and there's a bit more of a bank of cloud coming over, but it's quite high. So no immediate worry on that front. It's just that it was nice when the sun was out. Still nice and warm, which is the main thing. Everson again runs away from us and bowls. It's full. It's driven in the air over the wide of mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. Again, it's inviting a shot like that. Vince played it well. He had to get a big stride in, but it was quite an easy shot, lifting it over the fielder and wide of the fielder.
Yeah, and then James Vince is obviously, he's got his eye in, he's on 110, so he's seen the ball really well, and there's no real risk in that at all. There hasn't been sort of extreme swing or movement of the pitch, so
224 for 3 as Everson's in again. Bowls, length ball, and Vince plays that late. A slight hint of a thick outside edge, but it's gone for 4 up to the top end of the ground through third, and it's 228 for 3. Another email here from Ralph, who's in France, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, Matt and Dean. I haven't been able to follow up every ball, but this is one of the loosest bowling attacks Hampshire have faced this season, says Ralph. I only follow red ball. Bell Drummond must be pulling his hair out. Both sides of the wicket, not a great spectacle. Sean says to have to wait until both attacks have had a go. Hampshire will not bowl as badly as this all season. Well played, James Vince. Never seen him out of form, just low on runs. A delight to watch. Thank you, Ralph.
yeah, you'd expect the Hampshire bowlers to be a lot more consistent,
Yeah.
And to be honest, the Kent bowlers, with all the injuries they've had, the different sort of lineups they've got has changed throughout the season.
Yeah, I'll say there's a lot of injuries in the attack. Doesn't help. Pulled away by Vince. There is a man down at deep square leg. That's Grant Stewart. 229 for 3. Another email here from Simon Jones, who's from the Hampshire Cricket Board. Talking about another highlight of your career, Sean. He says there were many in his great career. Wondered if Sean remembered. Oh my gosh, we go. Wondered if Sean remembered bowling the shortest ball I think I've ever seen from the hotel end. He thinks it was against Middlesex. It pitched literally next to Sean's feet, looped up and down past Franklin. Here's Everson again. Forward is Brown. That's the end of the over. 229 for 3. They're really pinpointing some areas in your game here, Sean. It literally pitched next to Sean's feet, looped up and down past Franklin, who appealed unsuccessfully for a wide. Franklin was still steaming as Sean got him out next ball, I think. Was it all part of a plan? Well, do you remember the incident? And if it was it part of a plan?
I don't know if that is... I remember getting Franklin out in a one-day game or a T20, so I'm not too sure if it was in a T20 or 4-day.
Right.
Or a championship game. But I do remember getting Franklin out in a T20, which was a full toss, basically, full bunger.
Right. Well, that doesn't sound like one that pitched near your feet, because obviously that's right up at the other end.
Yeah.
So that probably wasn't the time.
Maybe you can...
Maybe elaborate. Yeah.
Yeah. As Matt Parkinson runs into bowl to James Vince, and that slog swept high in the air for one bounce 4 over mid wicket. Great shot there from James Vince. He's just starting to sort of open his shoulders here as he senses if he can get after Matt Parkinson, who is there to do a holding job, then they may have to bring on Grant Stewart.
Can I just say that, I mean, we've had a few ex-pros up here from time to time over the years. I mean, not a lot of them, but I don't think any of them have been subjected to quite micro analysis of their careers as you have this afternoon.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't invite me up here again, Jamie. Nah, it's all good fun.
Of course it is.
It's all good fun. There's now a field change as deep mid wicket goes out and long on goes out as Matt Parkinson comes into James Vince. And that's just driven to cover, no run.
Just to add, the scheduled end of play today is 18:30, so 6:30, so we'll be playing through till then, whatever happens tonight, however many overs are bowled.
Parkinson comes in again, and that's just driven down the ground, lent on by James Vince for a single. Pushes us on to 120.
Great stuff from him. Yeah, I'd say that because there is a chance that Kent might just get through their minimum allotted overs just before the close.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity here for Jack Leaning to maybe come from the hotel end and Grant Stewart from the pavilion end as Matt Parkinson comes into Ben Brown. And that's driven inside edge onto his foot. No run as it rolls out to point. Just trying to force it on the offside. Fantastic partnership by these two. Parkinson comes in again to Ben Brown, and that's a lot flatter. Ben Brown just trying to work it into the offside, inside edge, mid wicket. Not quite where he wanted it to go. Matt Parkinson comes again, and that's a lot flatter, and that's worked to mid on, driven down the ground for a single. Daniel Bell-Drummond throws at the bowler's end, but end of the over. Hampshire 235 for 3.
179 now these two have put on, unbroken for the 4th wicket. And we have a minimum of 14 overs to bowl, and the lights are coming on for the 2nd time. The first time they came on earlier today, they were not on for too long, because the minute the sun came out, the conditions greatly improved. But I don't know, just maybe they might be on between now and the close of play. Welcome back, Matt Cole.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank not only your emailers but Sean Irvine as well for being here, because for many of us, a career in professional cricket would be the absolute ideal. I think it's the one day in my life where I haven't felt any sort of envy for a professional cricketer or a former professional cricketer.
That's turned away by Brown. Start of a new over from Everson. Goes for a single behind square on the leg side. He moves on to 73.
I actually shudder to think a forensic examination of my career doing this. Crikey. I don't think it would go on a while. I don't think I'd recover from it. So Sean's done very well, I think.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of, I don't know, sort of mental health cover for him after this? We've got some sort of care.
some well-being.
Because, yeah, poor bloke.
I know. BBC's normally all over that sort of thing, aren't they?
I mean, I think you slightly enabled it, to be honest, Gemma. But,
Did I really?
Yeah, but...
I was just the middleman. Here comes Everson. Forward is Vince. They're going to take a quick single as it goes out to point.
Yeah,
237 for 3.
Not sure how well that's going to stand up in the tribunal, but you stick to that line. Absolutely. 237 for 3.
I'm sure Sean got far worse on that than he was on the middle. That's why you last as long as you do. You don't last that long as Sean did with it, unless you've got a very, very thick skin.
Get worse than the opposition, I'd imagine, don't you? Or your own teammates.
I'm sure that's been known. Here comes Everson again. Now it's cut away by Brown. That's well fielded at backward a point. That's Mayeye there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice and agile. Better fielding, moving to his left.
Yeah, the worry for Kent here is this was really getting away from them this first day now, isn't it? 237 for 3. Big partnership. And just unable to... Well, breakthroughs is one thing, but there's not pressure from both ends. Hasn't been really for most of the day. I think when Stewart and Stobo opened the bowling, there was, and the new ball, and
edged, full sort of first slip, and it goes through first slip's hands, and that'll be 4 runs. The only thing that can be said there, I think that's leaning there, isn't it? It bounced well in front of him. Yeah, it's difficult in that, you know, as a side, you kind of know when you've had lots of injuries, and even with players returning, that you can just know they're not fully fit. That it's difficult, isn't it? Really, you know, Kent needed to be firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah, it's difficult for them to compete with the opposition in Division 1 at the moment, and obviously morale's taking a dip every time something like this happens in a big partnership. So
yeah, that's full. That's worked up to mid-on by Brown, and there's no run. Yes, just the 1 win for Kent this season against Lancashire at Old Trafford by 7 wickets. That was a good win. Yeah,
it was a great win. But obviously, what happened last week when they were pummeled by an innings by the same opposition really diminishes that a great deal, doesn't it? It's the path out of the bottom 2 is looking like a difficult one at the very least for them at the moment. But you never know. Things can turn.
Of course they can. It's full, and Brown works that to short mid-wicket. They come into this game off the back of 3 straight losses, which of course is not great, as you say, for morale. 241 for 3. We've got a minimum of 13 overs in the day, but we do have 45 minutes of play left. And Vince is 121 and Brown is 77.
I think it's fair to say that when they came here in 2022, the game you were talking about before, and Hampshire were on a title push and Kent were staring down the barrel of a relegation, and won that with no overseas player in the side either. That was, you know, that was an extraordinary thing, but these things can happen in cricket as well. They won their last 2 or 3, was it? I think in that season to actually, I think they finished 5th in 2022 after that, but escaped relegation by the skin of their teeth last season. And this is going to be tricky as well. Very tricky indeed. There's a meeting out there, you'd say, between 5 Kent players. There's Matt Parkinson there, Harry Finch, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Grant Stewart, and Jack Leaning. Just an arm on the shoulder from Daniel Bell-Drummond to Grant Stewart. And is there a bit of moisture in the air? Maybe not. It's getting gloomier though. Cloud coming over at the end of the day, and floodlights are on, so that's absolutely fine from that point of view.
What do you think they were saying there in that meeting? Because it's quite a few people, isn't it, having a chat?
Yeah, that's basically 5 senior players, isn't it, together and talking.
Bell-Drummond looks just sort of almost like gesturing, or was it leaning, gesturing?
Yeah.
As if to say he didn't know. It was like a hands out and shrug of the shoulders, as if to say, well, I don't know.
Almost a shrug, isn't it? Yeah. So it's a split field now for Matt Parkinson. It was 6-3 offside field for him a few overs ago. Drive by Vince, fielded off his own, bowling by Parkinson. Brown thinks about the run. Vince has got his back turned to him at the striker's end, so he runs full circle, almost around Matt Parkinson, who is on the floor fielding the ball, and it's a dot ball. So, but yeah, it's another tough day at the office for Kent, and for Kent supporters as well. 2-4-1 for 3. Parkinson bowls now to Vince. Just stops that one dead. 121 not out. to add to his 166. Was that in the second innings as well against Warwickshire? So
last Tuesday, second to last day. So
crikey.
within the space of what, 5 days?
He scored 287 unbeaten in the last few days. So yeah, we're seeing it big as a beach ball and defended into the offside, and there's no run.
It is good from a Hampshire point of view, because I mentioned earlier he'd had 2 or 3 50s in the championship without really going on, so nothing big. And he's a bit short in the T20s.
It's Parkinson over the wicket now to Vince. Has cut that away with some venom out towards the offside boundary. Grant Stewart fields, throws back in. It's taken by Harry Finch, the keeper, agile, coming in front of the stumps. Some running on the spot, some stretching being done by Charlie Stobo at first slip. I wonder if that conversation, including Grant Stewart, was that he might be brought on at the hotel end before long. Parkinson to Brown, nudges it into the onside, fielded by Feroz Kushi, who's come into this Kent camp obviously as a loanee for this one championship game in 3 T20s. 2-4-2 for 3. As Parkinson comes over the wicket to Brown. Just that little dab into the onside, and that'll be a single at the end of the over. 2-4-3 for 3 then Hampshire, and I was saying from a Kent point of view, against sorry, you might just want to stick your fingers on your ears at this point, but Kent have conceded 400 or more in every first innings in the championship this year, apart from the one game, the one they won against Lancashire. And I thought at 56 for 3 that this wouldn't be adding to that pattern, but at this point you wouldn't bet against it. Brown 78, Vince 122.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to, I presume, I mean, I'm just having to think really, either Vince or Brown tonight, just have a chat, certainly get a batter's perspective of this pitch, because I think we were expecting it to be doing a bit more. Maybe it would, with a bit more, I don't know, more concentration of seamers, you know, getting the balls in the right place. But it'll be interesting to hear what they think. Charlie Stobo is probably just about being the pick of the Kent bowlers today. The Australian, 14 overs, 1 for 38. Simon Jones has come back actually. Sean's in earshot here. Simon Jones was asking about that short ball, the shortest he'd ever seen Sean bowl. He says,
that's an accolade, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's something. He says the wicket was the next ball after the short ball, I think, and that was it was a T20 game against Middlesex. So Sean's nodding his head. I think he remembers that. It was what?
It's funny how I remember the wicket, but not the short.
Yeah, he remembers the wicket but not the short ball, because he bowled quite a few. He also got a lot of wickets as well. Here's Stobo then, runs away from us, bowls to Brown, length ball, Brown's forward. Michael Payne has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, this is my favourite Sean moment, and there's a picture of Sean here, a very young looking Sean, with a bat, Hampshire against somebody, which I can't quite make out the writing, in front of a scoreboard. Or 237. He'll remember this. The total was 512. Now, I don't know what game that is, but I'm sure, I'll get Sean over here in a minute, he's just texting somebody. That's turned out square on the leg side. Probably Martin Hill was after that email, actually.
Is he that blasé about a double 100? He can't remember which one it was.
Come on, Sean, come over here. Well, I
think this is a good one, Sean. You'll be all right.
You'll like this one.
Yeah.
Do you remember that picture in front of a scoreboard that says 512 with you 237? What game was that?
Somerset.
Somerset.
Yeah.
That's like the Taunton scoreboard, isn't it?
No, that's our old scoreboard.
Oh, it's the old scoreboard here. All right, so it's 230. Yeah, I'll say that.
That was the one here, was it?
That was a scoreboard that was here in about 1825 or something. Here comes Stobo, length ball to Vince this time.
It is.
So it was 237 on this ground against Somerset.
Oh, it's candle lit, you can see, yeah.
So that. James Tomlinson was batting at the end with you and he got 40. Oh, I think I remember that. He tried to hit one over the top and got out. Yeah, I do remember that, yeah. Tomo got, he got to 40 and thought he was a batter all of a sudden. Yes, I remember. Here's Stobo again, he's angled that one in, it's gone down the leg side, it's flicked away by Vince, and that'll be 4. Up towards the Hampshire dressing room here. And Vince moves on to 126. Yes, I do remember that. Can you remember what year that was? Roughly. That would be about 2010. Somewhere around there within 2 or 3 years. Anyway. So there we go. So thank you very much, Michael, for that one. Nice memory of Sean, that one. 248 for 3. They're 2 runs away from a point here. Hampshire. Kent have won because they took 3 early wickets. Hampshire yet to record a bonus point in this match. You would feel one is imminent as Vince drives, not quite there, as he gets a single up to mid-on. And Vince moves on to 127. We are coming up to 5 to 6 here on day 1. Kent still have 11 overs to bowl after this, but the scheduled close of play has been extended to 6:30 after we lost just over an hour and 20 minutes this morning because of rain. Lunch was put back to 1:20. Here comes Stobo bowls, and Brown pushes one into the covers. Quick single. And that is the 250 up for Hampshire, and it's come in the 72nd over, so still plenty of overs for Hampshire to get a few more bonus points. Kent, of course, will have that opportunity as well. I think it's 120, isn't it, bonus points? I'm saying I think because I should know. 110.
110, yeah.
110. Because there was just a little doubt in my mind about the number of overs. I should know by now.
Yeah, they've got time. Even with that, haven't they?
Yeah.
38 overs. Well, let's see where they get.
Well, this partnership has pushed the scoring rate up to 3.5 now.
Yeah.
It was hovering around about 3.2 for quite a while.
Although it needs to be up at 4-ish, doesn't it, for 450, obviously. So, sorry, my brain's creaking even doing that elementary maths. So
That is still a long way away.
it is going to be Grant Stewart being brought back on. So I thought there was an indication. Maybe they were talking about which end he wanted to bowl from, whether he wanted to turn around. But yeah, there was a drinks break. There was a definite meeting, wasn't there, between 5 of the Kent players, including Grant Stewart, and he's got a slip and a gully in, backward point, cover now. Is Stobo. It's pretty much spread Kent here, pretty defensive field. Mid on and mid off, mid wicket, and deep backward square, and deep and sorry, long leg. This one's clipped off the pads by Brown. There's a bit of an ooh and ah from Jack leaning at slip there. It's quite deep in his crease when he hit that. I'm not sure if it's a bit of bat and toe, but gets it away into the onside, and there's a single. 251 for 3.
This came back a fraction, didn't it? Looking at the replay.
So we've got, this is going into the, so 10 overs after this one, I should just put it that way. So yeah, we're going to go over 6:30 anyway, or be thereabouts, perhaps with more spin at the end, but 10.5 overs minimum remaining as Stewart bowls to Vince, flicks off his pads beautifully using Stewart's pace against him, and that's 4 more to the total. Stewart's been the most economical of the Kent bowlers so far, but Vince is well into his stride here. 131 from 178 balls so far. It's gone beyond ominous for Kent to a point where they have once again dominated this day, or been dominated, I should say, from a Kent point of view. Let's see my 2 Kent supporters. The bleachers to our left. Some long-suffering souls this season, you might say. But hoping their team can perhaps take a couple of wickets before the end of the day. Vince back at the bowl, there's no run.
Is Grant Stewart still part of Gareth Berg's Italian Revolution?
He is indeed, yes.
Is he?
Yeah. Although, as I said it before, his claims are slightly stronger than... Actually, I should may libel people here, because I'm not entirely sure, but his mum is Italian, Grant's, so it's not a sort of spurious Jack Charlton. Have they been to Ireland once? Sorry, that's one for the kids, isn't it? I'm going back a bit now, but it's defended the offside. But just to say that Wayne Madsen is also in the squad, isn't he? So
oh, is he? Right.
I'm not entirely sure. He has Italian parents as well. I'm not sure, but yeah. Absolutely, though. Yeah, he's played a number of T20 internationals for them.
Because I think, am I right in saying
World Cup
they
qualifying.
got through some sort of qualifier and
They
they're on to
did.
the next stage, aren't they?
I think it was the qualifying stage before the final one for the World Cup T20. Is that right?
Something like that.
If
I
that
just saw
makes
something
sense.
on social
'Cause
media.
there's a number of
few
stages, aren't there, to get to
Yeah.
there? So
Yeah.
Italy, we're talking about the
Yeah.
international side that Grant Stewart plays for, and Gareth Berg and Wayne Madsen. And Vince trying to get forward to Stewart there into the offside. And well-used phrase for every Kent supporter that's ever heard me commentating. He's everybody's favourite Italian-Australian from Sandwich. There we go. It's Grant Stewart.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, there we go. It's, well, he played his cricket for Sandwich anyway, but yeah. And now he's trying to take a Hampshire wicket. James Vince looking very well set, 131, cuts that away gloriously. Bit of width from Grant Stewart, who just slaps himself on the hip for that one in frustration. Partnership at 203 now. Vince has 114 of those. Brown has 81, and I'm sure Novan has been waiting patiently to come back onto the microphone. So he's a couple of minutes. There we go. But he feels a bit of a glutton for punishment, I have to say, given what's happened before. But he has made a sterner stuff than many of our commentary colleagues. 259 for 3 then. Vince 135. Brown 81. Looking for his first century of the season perhaps as well in this massive partnership. Oh, not quite sure where Kevin is going here, but with his... that's your laptop, is it? Stobo to bowl from this hotel end. Goes away from us. Now bowls to Brown. Has to guide that past the man at point, but is stopped by Ben Compton there. And there's no run. Are you okay, Sean? You've recovered from your email bashing there. The wonders of electronic media.
Yeah, there was a couple of good, some good points that came out of that. So
I would encourage you to take
absolutely
the positives. Certainly, I think that'll be our post day briefing. But,
yeah, I have checked the football scores whilst off air, and it's not looking good for England at the moment.
No, Stobo to Brown defends that. This last time I was off mic. I just looked at the summary, put it that way, on the BBC
England
text of it. So yeah,
England are losing 1-0 to Slovakia with only 4 minutes left till half time.
I think they may be at half time now. Actually,
Are they maybe?
I think
at
yeah. I
half-time?
think they're in. Yeah,
Yep.
I think. So time to regroup.
Yep.
Let's put it that way. So who knows? Stobo, funny old game football. Stobo through to Brown, shoulders arms through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So
Yeah.
it's a half time now. And, we'll see what happens. Obviously.
Unfortunately, I had Italy in the sweepstakes, and yeah, didn't feature past. Obviously, was it Friday? No, yesterday. Yesterday.
Yeah, of course, in
Yesterday they
Switzerland. Yeah.
lost.
I'd imagine you weren't unhappy with that in the sweep, were you, when you drew it
No,
out?
I
Is
was
it
they
one of
had
the contenders?
half a chance.
So Stobo bowls to Brown. Oh, what a lovely shot that is. Just outside the off stump, and he's driven that very pleasantly indeed through extra cover, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, the Hampshire batters have played really, really well. I mean, I know that the Kent bowlers have been a little bit inconsistent, but you must give credit where credit's due, and the Hampshire players have put away all the bad balls. It is interesting, obviously, the new ball is due in 7 overs, 6 overs, so you got your 2 best bowlers bowling, leading up to that, so it is quite interesting.
Although we've not got that long in the day, have we? So it'll only be a couple of overs with the new ball available. So maybe they're thinking, get your best bowlers on now. If they're only going to bowl 2 with the new ball anyway, and they'll rest up overnight. But
yeah, exactly. And obviously Hampshire, there's a lot of sort of their run rate sort of picked up, since James Vince got 100, and Ben Brown's getting closer to 100, so that run rate is picked up. So maybe the Kent had no option other than to bowl their 2 best bowlers. So
just trying to keep as much of a lid on it as they can now. And Stobo bowls to Brown outside the off stump and left. This time shoulders arms. End of the over. 263 for 3. It's 4 off the over. Stobo's going at about 3. His economy's been good. So too Grant Stewart, and these two open proceedings with a wicket each before lunch. If you're just joining us, Fletcher Middleton going caught by Harry Fidge, bowled for Stewart for 13, and then Gubbins bowled by Stobo for 1. 24 for 2 in a rain-interrupted first session. But then just 1 wicket fell between lunch and tea in that session as James Vince and Ben Brown powered on to 160 for 3. Toby Albert was gone for 20 off the bowling of Joey Everson, but that is as good as it's got for Kent, and it's got better and better for Hampshire all the way through the day.
As Grant Stewart runs into James Vince. That's just tucked away on the leg side for a single. His partnership moves to 208. James Vince on 136. Ben Brown 85. Yeah, Kent will be looking to try and sneak a wicket or two here right at the end of the day's play. But at the moment, Hampshire in box seat.
Yeah, it's no great sign of it, is there? And conversation between Grant Stewart and Daniel Bell Drummond again. Just trying to find something. Change the field. Nathan Gilchrist is warming up at a deep fine leg. So, but as a captain, you do feel from at this point, I think, don't you? He's just trying to find some way of doing it. Grant Stewart's asked for he's asked for somebody. I'm not quite sure what this change is, but so Daniel Bell Drummond comes in at mid wicket. Looks like maybe actually Marcus O'Riordan is on the sub-fielder now, I think. Yeah.
Stewart runs in to Ben Brown, and that's, I don't know if that's actually hit anything, but that is gone past finally. No, apparently he got bat on that. Did well to get bat on that as it sort of short down the leg side and just helped along its way. 4 runs.
Yeah, sums it up a bit for Kent, that, doesn't it? They've made an urgent fielding change to try and change something, and then Stewart just losing his line, and that's helped on its way for 4 runs.
Yeah.
268 for 3.
I think Stewart's trying to sort of bowl that straighter line.
Right.
I think with the field that's set, but you've got to get your length right as well as he comes into Ben Brown, and that's given width. So there goes my theory out the window. Still no run as Ben Brown checks his guard.
So Reardon's on a sub at the moment. I'm not quite sure who's off the field, but getting near the end of the day, so shouldn't be matter too much at this point. Joey Everson, I think, maybe.
Stewart comes in to Ben Brown, and that is a lot fuller and a lot straighter. That's pushed to mid wicket. No run.
No, there's Everson. I'll get back to you on this one. Hopefully before 6:30. We'll see.
Yeah, I think the Kent bowlers have definitely missed a trick. You know, their bowling plans today have been a bit wayward. Stewart runs in to Ben Brown, and that's back of a length and pushed to mid wicket. No run. Definitely could have been a lot clearer with their bowling plans today. Grant Stewart has been very good. Charlie Stobo been very good. As the lights starting to take full effect.
Yeah, it's getting quite gloomy now.
Yeah. Another field change as gullies get pushed into sort of third slip, so becoming a little bit finer. Stewart runs in. Ben Brown has cut that in front of deep point. Could be cut off. It is. I think that's Joey Everson.
Yeah, that's right.
As they run 2, and that is the end of the over. Ben Brown moves to 91. Hampshire 270 for 3.
There we go. I've just worked out who was off the field as Matt Parkinson goes back on it. There we go.
Who was on the field?
It was so Marcus O'Riordan came on the field,
Okay.
and Parkinson came off it. Hope you can cope with that excitement at home. So finally worked it out as Parkinson returned. 270 for 3. Johnny Stobo having a conversation with captain and Jack Leaning vice captain as well. May to an effect be this, that Kent are up with the over rate as well, and they won't want to bowl more overs than they have to today either, will they? And 8 overs to go. They probably shouldn't. If it's 6:30 is the cut-off, not the cut-off, rather the minimum. But Stobo to bowl from this hotel end then. Away from us, 35 on his Kent shirt. Orange soles to his boots. James Vince is right behind there. And yeah, the breeze is getting up a little bit now as well.
Is Jack Leaning a captain of the one-day side or T20 side? Or not yet?
He is captain of the one-day cup side. So
Yep.
yeah. But,
I thought I saw that written somewhere.
yeah, he captained Kent in the championship a good deal last season as well. But he said very honestly, when we asked him, he'd love to have been appointed 4-day captain this year. Daniel Bell-Drummond has got the role. Opens the face as Vince and just guides it out to point, fielded by Compton. That's a single run. 271 for 3 Hampshire. And more or less whatever Kent do at this point, it is Hampshire's day. 29 more needed for a second batting bonus point at this stage. Kent trying their hardest to get back in this game. Stobo. The Australian bowling to Ben Brown now. Full length delivery. It's driven up to mid-on and fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Slipping a very wide gully in there and point and cover. Mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket is Matt Parkinson. And then slightly square of him and on the mid-wicket, Joey Everson. And Grant Stewart, the one boundary fielder, a deep, fine leg at the moment. Coming towards the end of the first day here. Thank you for all your emails and tweets so far today. Stoper Bourts that run going through. Elsewhere around the country, Worcestershire 101 for 6 against Durham, who were bowled out for 190 today. Lancashire 277 for 6 against Nottinghamshire at Southport. Warwickshire piling on the runs at Taunton now, 354 for 7 against Somerset, of course. And Surrey 205 for 6 against Essex at the Oval. This one defensive shot by Ben Brown, no run. That's the battle of the top 2 in the County Championship Division 1, 205 for 6 then. Yorkshire piling on their runs for the lead, 152 they lead by now against Derbyshire, who were bowled out for 76 earlier on the day. 228 for 5 Yorkshire. Glamorgan getting near parity against Gloucestershire, bowled them out for 179 at Cheltenham and they're 121 for 6. Middlesex have just been bowled out for 86 against Leicestershire, 179 all out they were, so 20 wickets in that day. Going on the leg side, that one is a aborted appeal by Charlie Stobo. He was always going down leg. Wrapped Ben Brown on the pad. 21st wicket has fallen at Northampton. Sussex 57 for 1, lead by 103 runs. Their first innings, 143 all out, then bowled Northamptonshire out for 97. So a lot of wickets falling around the country in comparatively gloomy conditions, I suppose, to what we had last week. Belting week of proper summer. This turned into the onside by Ben Brown. End of the over, 271 for 3. 7 overs to come on day 1 here. Hampshire against Kent in County Championship Division 1 with Matt Cole and Sean Irvine. And don't worry, Kevin James will be back before the close Is that just so he can beat up on you again, Sean? Is
Yeah,
that,
probably. He'll probably get another
Yeah.
dozen emails or so.
Right, he's racking them up. He's just rubbing his hands with glee there.
Yeah.
Sort of evil comes over his face.
See what other negative comments they can come up with.
It's a bit much when they come from your co-commentator, isn't it, really?
No, keep him coming, good or bad, keep him coming.
It's,
Kent will be trying to sneak a wicket here. Maybe Ben Brown in his nervous 90s.
yes, 91 on the board, yeah.
As Grant Stewart runs into James Vince. And that's just cut away in front of square. It could be cut off. Joey Everson doing the fielding. Just the two. Well fielded. Strong arm. Yeah. Happy to answer any negative emails. No problem.
You've got probably a quarter of an hour left, listeners. There you go. It's an incentive.
Keep him coming. I do see a goal was disallowed for England, so unfortunately, fortunate for that.
It's going terribly well.
Yeah. As Stewart comes into James Vince, and that's cut away to deep point. Just be the single. But yeah.
So as an adopted Englishman, you follow the national football team as well? Or?
No, not really. I mean, because I'm in Southampton, I'll follow the Saints.
Yeah.
But I've never sort of been a strong supporter of football, to be honest. But I do have to keep up with some of the news and ins and outs with football, because when this conversation does come up, as it does regularly in this country, you've got to be on the ball. So every now and then, I do keep up with it. As Stewart comes into Ben Brown, and that's placed nicely in the point region, and they run through for a single. Moves them on to 92.
It feels, at least in this tournament, it's not been that complicated to sum it up. So
yeah, that's right. And
or maybe it is. I'm missing something, I don't know. But
no, I pulled Italy in the sweepstakes, and unfortunately they lost yesterday. But no, hopefully, for everyone's sake, that England can get over the line, because they did make England favourites with the group that they had.
Yeah.
Stewart comes into James Vince, and that's just pulled down to fine leg for a single, and that'll be a no ball as well.
Is it? I was going to say they've scored off every ball of this over as well, which is not a great sign for Kent coming towards the end of the day. Grant Stewart will probably be pretty weary, coming back from injury as well, into his 18th over now, 151. Haven't quite put that up on the scoreboard yet, I don't think. There we go. Oh yes. No ball plus a 1.
So no free hit, but Stewart comes into Ben Brown, and that's worked to mid-on. No run. Yeah, only minimum 6 overs left for today. So might be a little tricky little sort of situation Ben Brown finds himself, to try and maybe get over the line. You don't want to be sort of overnight on 99.
The new ball available 3 overs after this one, so they'll get 3 if they want it with the new ball. I'd imagine they will take it. Have a dart tonight.
Yeah, Stewart comes into Ben Brown, and that's cut away in front of square. It'll just be the single. Yeah, ideally Ben Brown would like to get it to his 100 before the new ball. There's always that possibility the new ball's got to do a little bit more than the older ball, so make the most of it. As Stewart turns at the top of his mark, and bustles in to James Vince, and that's worked down the leg side, clip down to fine leg, just for the single, and that will be end of the over. Hampshire 280 for 3.
Yeah, imposing total against Kent here. The two batters just conversing in the middle there. The umpires coming together. Are they looking at the light? Well, it's just a conversation before the end of the day. Just wondering where the ball is. I think it's with Daniel Bell-Drummond. It is. So the umpires, Devon and Pollard, just meeting up. I'm not sure what that was about.
I think that's where are we having dinner tonight? I think that was.
It's that conversation, is it? Fair enough.
Yeah, but it's good to see that there's no sort of ball change today.
No,
it's been pretty good.
So Nathan Gilchrist given a chance again from this hotel end. Bowls one at Matt Parkinson. And, on the back of the hand, just loosening up the bowling arm. So slipping the gully in. As Gilchrist bowls to Vince, drives at this one. Didn't get quite the middle of the bat on that one, but it's good enough to get him a single out to deep point. Ben Compton fields there. Again, have done a lot of fielding this summer. And some punishing days for them. I suppose one thing you would say, at least it's not blistering heat today. It's a cool one, but they'll be weary at the end of this one, I'm sure. Gilchrist just repositions his run-up marker there, I think. Was a fair delivery. Single taken off it. The bowl to Ben Brown now. Brown cuts that away. Looks like a good-looking shot. It is indeed. That'll beat the man on the point boundary, Ben Compton, and that is 4 for Ben Brown. He gets close to his 100. 97 from 178 balls. And James Vince on 143. This partnership has gone beyond the 200. It's growing and growing. And for Kent, it's another pretty solemn day for them in the field. But for Hampshire, taking every advantage. Brown faces Gilchrist now to reach for that one. Gets a little bit low perhaps, just outside the off stump. Fielded by Tawanda Mieye at backward point. And no run there. It's 3 to come from Nathan Gilchrist. And then 5 overs to come after this. A bit of encouragement for Nathan Gilchrist as he turns away from us. Number 17 on his Kent shirt. Bowls to Brown. It's an on drive. Will it beat Parkinson? No. Great tumbling stop from Matt Parkinson, who stay down. He's all right. Tumble on that. I think he was about to throw it, and then he has stayed down as well. Just helped up by his captain Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think he's all right. I was laughing about it, but I think he just has fallen a little bit heavily, Matt Parkinson. That's on his shoulder, but well, he gets up. We're just a little bit sore from all the fielding and bowling he's been doing so far today. This one is a little pull away from Ben Brown. A short ball from Nathan Gilchrist. Very deft indeed, down towards Grant Stewart. A backward point, 6 off the over. And this really is getting away from Kent. If it wasn't before, certainly at the end of the day. It's a tired looking bowling and fielding unit now. And Hampshire piling on the pain, piling on the pressure. Vince on 143, Brown on 98, both near new landmarks themselves. 286 for 3. It's Gilchrist, outside part of the bat, thickish edge from Vince, but it's all the way along the ground to backward point. Mieye fields, and that is the end of the over. And I'll say goodbye for today. It's been great to work with you, Sean, and it's Kevin James coming in for me for the last 5 overs of the day.
No, cheers, Matt.
Now, let me tell you about an impending record. Assuming these two are still batting, it probably won't happen tonight, although it may. But these two are now 24 runs away from equalling an all-time 4th wicket partnership against Kent. which was set not that long ago. In fact, only 14 years ago on this ground. So as we get nearer and nearer that, as I say, it may not happen tonight.
Who had the previous record
It was
there?
set by, since you ask,
Yep.
Michael Carberry and Neil Mackenzie. 254 they put on here in 2010.
Yeah, I think they've got a few records, those two.
I think you're probably right. Yes, not just against Kent, of course.
Yeah. Fantastic player. Neil Mackenzie and Michael Carberry as Matt Parkinson comes in. Change of bowler to Ben Brown. And they're pushing for 2, but it will just be the single. And Ben Brown will be on 99.
Do you think they'll take the new ball tonight?
I think I've got no choice, they have to. I think. But like I said previously, I think they've used their 2 best bowlers. So I'm not sure. Matt Parkinson comes into James Vince, and that is driven to deep point. So I'm sure we'll see a field change. That's run through for a single when Ben Brown comes on strike. Is there a field change? No, deep mid-off is staying the same. Deep cover. Deep cover's coming in now. Deep mid-off is coming in.
You have to do this, don't you?
Yeah. Matt Parkinson comes into Ben Brown, and that's worked away on the leg side, and that will be Ben Brown's 100. Fantastic 100 there from Ben Brown. That is his 25th first-class 100. So
183 balls with 11 fours, and his second 100 this season. To go with his 165 not out against Surrey here in that win over the defending champions.
Matt Parkinson comes into James Vince. That's tossed up and driven to deep cover for a single. Yeah, these two have played nicely, haven't they?
Oh, my word. Chanceless, I think, both of them.
I think James Vince was dropped.
Oh, the drive.
It was a tough chance to Denham. Yeah. To wonder, shall I say. Matt Parkinson rolls in, and Ben Brown just for defence back to the bowler. Yeah, but that's the only chance, I think.
Yeah, half chance.
Yeah.
Not bad from 2 players out there with 100
Pretty
in the
good.
games.
As Matt Parkinson comes into Ben Brown, and that looks like a wrong one as he googly as he plays that to deep cover for a single, and that will be the end of the over. Hampshire move on to 291 for 3.
And 4 overs remain in the day's play. Now, you'll be pleased to know, Sean, after some emails earlier that highlighted, well, one email in particular highlighted a moment that you probably care to forget. And it sounds like you had erased that from your memory banks. Game at Basingstoke back in 2009. But a couple of emails since have measured some positives, and of course there were many positives in your career, of course there were. Joe on the ground says, I can't believe, this is solentcricket@gmail.com, the email to remember, can't believe nobody's mentioned Sean's 100 in the 2005 C&G final at Lords as a highlight. Remember that one, and you got one in the semi-final as well, didn't you, here against Yorkshire, I remember, yeah. Joe, getting a bit cold on the ground, has emailed that one, and Stephen Eason has also mentioned the same one, which Hampshire won by 19 runs, he says. That's hit by Brown back to Leaning, who's on bowling his 5th over with his off-spin.
Yeah, Yorkshire had a bit of a torrid time leading up to that semi-final, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, oh, they were struggling. That's cut away. Well, you'll know the story. That's cut away by Brown out into the deep. 292 for 3. Because Yorkshire, even before the game started, were in a spot of bother, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. I think their bus driver actually he said that he had driven too many hours and wasn't going to take them, so they sort of found a farmer's tractor, I think, to bring in all their equipment. Craig White, former
coach here, it's turned away square on the leg side for a single. 293 for 3.
Yep. former coach here at Hampshire, now coaching for Lancashire. Ran up, being the skipper, ran up to the ground to say, look, can we delay by half an hour, 40 minutes or so?
Brown turns that into the same gap, although a little closer to the fielder, but they still come through for 1. 294 for 3.
So everything got delayed a little bit, and then yeah, we won quite well actually.
You did, yeah.
I think
Thanks to your 100, yeah. That's not a bad effort, is it? 100 in a semi-final and 100 in a final. Vince is off the back foot and hits that into the gap on the offside this time. It's all very simple for these two batters as we head towards, well, first of all, the second new ball, which is due at the end of this over, which is in 1 ball's time, and then just 3 overs left in the day's play. So thank you for remembering those on Sean's behalf. I got an email here from Gareth Berg's father-in-law, John Grant, sonatcricket@gmail.com, because we were talking about Gareth Berg earlier with Italy and Grant Stewart out there. Forward is Brown. Again, it's gone out on the offside into the gap. 296 for 3, and we've had 80 overs. So we'll just keep an eye on the ball and what the umpires do and what Bell Drummond does as regards a new ball tonight. Will they wait until tomorrow? Will they take it tonight? Sean Irvin seems to think they might take it tonight, but it looks like Parkinson's going to continue. So it looks like they may delay it until they come back in the morning. John says, I'm Gareth Berg's father-in-law, and this appeared on Ali. That's his daughter and Gareth's wife. And my Facebook memories today. 1-day final match back in 2018 at Lord's. You had played in that one. Was that against Kent? Wasn't it? Final?
Yes.
2018. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I didn't play in that one.
Oh, you didn't play in that one. Why is that then? Can you remember?
Not sure.
All right. And there's just memories of. There's actually some video there of Gareth Berg being mobbed. So yeah, that was a win against Kent. I remember that one. I think Riley Rousseau and Tom Alsop went berserk early on. I think. I'd have to look that one up.
There was the 40 over final that against Warwickshire.
2012.
Was it 2012? Yeah.
Same year that you won the T20.
Wow.
Was that the last ball?
That
John?
was the last ball.
That's
yeah.
2012.
Oh, what a great game of cricket that was.
Wasn't it? Last ball, and it was. You were talking about him earlier. The
Neil
left-arm
Carter.
seaman, Neil Carter for Warwickshire.
Kabir Ali
Kabir Ali.
with Michael Bates was standing up.
That's right. Kabir Ali bowled the last ball, didn't he?
Yeah. Has Matt Parkinson now from around the wicket, bowling to Ben Brown. Slight appeal, but no harm done as it pitched outside leg.
Carter couldn't get it away, could he? He batted well, didn't he? Just
Tiny bit of reverse swing,
Yeah.
just yeah. But yeah, we would. Don't know how we won that game in the end. Matt Parkinson comes in again to Ben Brown, and that's just played onto the leg side. Attempted run, but denied. Matt Parkinson to Ben Brown. It's a bit more on the leg side. Ben Brown just pads up, just sticks his leg out, and no run. Getting through these overs, yeah, I think Kent want to get off the field. Parkinson again, outside leg, and that's just work to the leg side, and they'll get through for a single. Ben Brown moves to 105. Hampshire total 297 for 3.
And they are 13 runs away now from equaling that partnership record all time against Kent for the 4th. Be touch and go tonight. Just don't think they'll quite do it.
That is left down the leg side, given a wide because it's interesting though. That's classed as negative bowling, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if you had a more of attacking field, wouldn't be given a wide.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Matt Parkinson comes again to the leg side, and James Vince works it to the square leg for a single.
That's an interesting one. Yeah. I suppose you don't want to be bowling balls like that with men round the bat anyway, do you?
Yeah,
It encourages a swipe.
Matt Parkinson comes in again, and that's played to the leg side. No run, so there's the end of the over. Hampshire 299 for 3.
So you just showed me a stat there. Go on then.
James Vince at the start of play was 175 runs away from 13,000 total first class runs. He's currently on 148, so he needs another 17 runs, 27 runs.
Yeah. Well, he's passed 12,000 for Hampshire.
Hampshire runs, that's
Yeah,
right.
when he reached 107 in that innings, if we didn't mention it, apologies. It's funny, isn't it? When you get partnerships like this, there's all sorts of things, all sorts of records that are either near or being broken. That's pushed away quietly on the onside by Vince. We are into the last 11 balls now of day 1.
Do you think you're going to be able to get an interview with James Vince tonight?
Will it be Vincey or Brownie, to be honest? I
Yeah.
I spoke to James Vince last week after his 166. That's pushed back to the bowler. I think either would be fine, don't you? What do you think?
Absolutely. I think both would
Yeah, either.
say the same.
I think we just want to get an idea of exactly what they feel about the wicket, really, because it's an interesting one, because I think there's still a little bit more out there than what we've seen.
Well,
Leaning bowls, there's a drive by Vince out to deep cover.
well,
And that is the 300 up for Hampshire. Another bonus point, and that's come up in the 82nd over of their innings.
well, it's quite interesting because I was texting Liam Dawson earlier, and he was saying that it's a spicy wicket. So he was a little bit nervous about the new ball. So it'll be interesting to see when Hampshire bowl.
Yeah, it certainly will. Yeah, that'll be the key test. So 300 for 3 then. This partnership is still ongoing as leading bowls. That's cut away by Brown, but there is a man out deep, so it'll be another single. 301 for 3 now, Hampshire. And you kind of feel after the way they've played, it'd be a travesty that if one of them was out tonight, although Ken, of course, Ken won't mind about that. You kind of feel they need something, don't they? They need a little something. They look a little flat here. Leaning bowls, and Vince just a quiet forward prod. So they are now just trying to work it out. They are 9 runs away from equaling that partnership record. That's pushed quietly on the onside, so unless they score 9 runs in this over, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. Or, of course, we won't have to if one of these 2 batters are dismissed in the next 6 deliveries. 82 overs we've had today. This will be the 83rd and final over, so we'll have a slightly later lunch tomorrow, 1:10 to make up some time. We lost an hour and 20, just over an hour and 20 minutes this morning with rain. We've made up a half an hour of that, so we still have a little bit more to do.
Matt Parkinson is going to continue from around the wicket. It's just a slight delay as they call for, I believe, is a helmet for an infield.
It's taken a bit of time. These last few overs have taken a while. There was at one stage they were on for finishing their allotted overs before 6:30.
Yeah.
These last 10 overs or so have taken quite a while.
I tell you, you do take quite a lot of time, especially after, if there's a lot of boundaries in the innings, because it's such a huge field and space. Collecting the ball takes a long time.
Yeah,
It all adds up, doesn't it?
certainly.
So helmet has come onto the field for Ben Compton. He's going to go a short leg. As he discusses a plan with Bell Drummond, the Kent captain.
Bell Drummond's looked quite calm all day, actually, hasn't he, really? I'm sure underneath it he's a little frustrated, and I'm sure most of the Kent players are, but he's not really shown anything, has he? Any emotion at all?
No, his body language has been pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it has.
Matt Parkinson runs in, pulls that leg sideline, and Ben Brown just pads it away. Ball trickles down 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Yeah, fields it.
It is a shame that Kent have got to this point, haven't they? Leg spinner bowling defensively on the first day when you've put the side in.
Yeah. Parkinson comes in again, and again Ben Brown just pads it away.
Should be looking to attack all day, really, shouldn't he? Not stupidly attack, but in terms of you should be looking to keep the pressure on for most of the day.
I think the way Kent started as well, you know, it just let it off really, as Mac Parkinson again bowls that leg side line. Ben Brown pats it away. Ben Brown won't mind this because it's absolutely doesn't have to play at a single ball. So Matt Parkinson, and this one's slightly straighter as he plays it back to the bowler. Yeah, Kent started really well, and then just as that sort of the first changes happened, you know, more boundaries were sort of played away by Hampshire as Ben Brown. This one is slightly straighter, worked away to point, no run. Just that consistency, apart from those two opening bowlers, Stobo and Stewart, it just gave away too many boundary balls. Hampshire played well though. James Vince, Ben Brown played fantastically well from 56 for 3. As Matt Parkinson comes in again, and that's worked to the leg side, no run, and that will be the end of the day's play.
So a day that has very, very much belonged to Hampshire. Kent winning the toss, electing to bowl first on a greenish wicket. The ball did move around a little, probably not as extravagantly as everybody was thinking, but even so, there was enough there. Hampshire 19 for 1 when Fletcher Middleton was caught behind off Grant Stewart. They were 24 for 2 when Nick Gubbins was bowled by Charlie Stobo off his thigh pad, a ball that almost defied gravity and physics as it somehow made its way onto the stumps. 24 for 2, Hampshire lunching at 37 for 2, and then since then, it's apart from the wicket of Toby Albert just after lunch, who was caught in the slips trying to drive Joey Everson for 20. That was 56 for 3. It's been all about James Vince once more, and joining him with Ben Brown, current partnership worth 245 unbroken for the fourth wicket, with James Vince 149 not out to go with 166 not out he made last Tuesday in the second innings against Warwickshire, and Ben Brown with his second 100 of the season. He's 106 not out. Sean, thank you very much for today.
No, thanks, Jamo.
Hope you've enjoyed it.
I hope you don't get any more negative emails and comments over the next 3 days.
Well, there was a couple of nice ones at the end, wasn't it?
There
Remembering
was.
your hundreds in the C&G final and what have you.
There was.
It's all part of the fun.
No, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and thanks very much.
Pleasure. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to Matt Cole. Matt and I will be back tomorrow, and we will be joined by the Southern Vipers captain, Georgia Adams. So join us then.